Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, wherever you happen to be. Welcome. I'm John Sargent, and I am joined by Puzzle Rush's strongest soldier, FIDE Master James Canty III. Canty, how are you doing this fine Sunday?
Oh, man, I'm ready to go lock and loaded, of course, guys. I'm excited. Listen, we have the EWC, of course, road to it. That's what it is. But, of course, these players are going to be very strong. I'm excited to see how they play. I love the format with no increment. I'm always a fan of that. And we have some fan favorites here too as well. And then we got me and you, man. We're vibing, bro. You know, so it's gonna be a great time. And chat as well. Hello, chat. How are you?
We've got all of those things smashing together. I completely agree with you with the no increment. If this was an over-the-board tournament, I'd be thinking, who's going to get down to 3 seconds and then like flip a few pieces onto the floor or something? None of that today. They're live from Dallas, but they are locked in on Chess.com, and they're fighting for 20 grand and the chance to get an all-expenses paid trip to the Esports World Cup as well, Canty. The stakes are surprisingly high, considering they're in a room at a LAN, but like, don't mistake that for just being a little side event. There's a lot riding on today.
What is riding on today? Of course, there is 4 qualifying events. Where, of course, that happened Friday and Saturday. Each qualifier is a 9-round Swiss, and the top from 2 each qualifier advanced to the finals, which is today. The finals, 8-player double elim knockout. I'm a fan of the double elim myself, John. Not sure if you like double elim. At first I hated it because I'm like, why do I gotta beat the same guy twice or whatever? But of course, if you are on the other end of that, you know, right, double-edged sword there, well, you're happy to have a second life in that. What do you think about that? But the best matches are best of 2 as well.
No, look, this is great. I mean, my first DreamHack was something like 14 years ago. And I remember the introduction of the, I think back then they would have called it MLG style, double elimination bracket, before they moved to some group stages and other esports. And I am a big fan of this. The stories you can tell, the redemption arcs, the player who was beaten in the winner's bracket, but then came back and rebuilt themselves stronger than ever and came back to win in the grand final. We've seen that happen before, and there's every possibility that that can happen today. So I love the format of the tournament. It's going to be great. It's a best of 2, 10-minute with no increment, as Canty mentioned before. And of course, if it goes down to Armageddon, the players then bid for time, and the player who bids the lowest amount of time plays with black, but black gets draw odds as well. So that's going to be pretty darn exciting. Let's take a look at the players that are going to be competing today. It's a double elimination bracket, of course, and we have fought our way to top 8. And the first thing I'm going to notice, Canty, there are an awful lot of GMs in this field. Nobody has been invited. This is a completely open tournament, but the GMs have just decided to swarm.
Of course, they wanted to come in here and start swinging. And then shout out to my buddies there, Eric Kurtz and Shalev Oberoi. I actually know them personally very well. It's pretty awesome to see those guys in there. I played Oberoi over the board many times. And in fact, Eric Kurtz, we played a lot of games online growing up through the streaming world, 8 years of streaming for me. And seeing Eric Kurtz a lot of times. He streams too as well. But get to see those guys up there. I'm excited to actually see how they hang with the big dogs up there like Bortnik, Tang, Serrana, and Arvin.
And it's worth pointing out as well, Candy, that these are the top 8, but it's not just like they showed up and started playing. We've had 2 games of competition already. We had a bracket of 256 players go all the way down to these final 8. So everyone is very much here on merit. It's very much open. And those ratings you just saw, if I recall correctly, they are these players' classical ratings. Their performance at a 10-minute time control could be quite different to what those numbers on your screen suggested. Like, don't be fooled by thinking someone's 150 rating points higher, therefore this is the expected result. We don't know.
Yeah, and we will find out. Of course, we don't know, but we will find out. You're like, whoa, what is this? Is this chess? Exactly. Yes, right. Chess is taking a whole new scenery, to say the least here. But hey, we have the double elimination bracket up there looking beefy. Of course, as it's time to play very soon, as players are getting set up and ready to go here. So, what any matchups you're looking forward to seeing right now?
Oh man, I mean, for me personally, match D on this screen, I'm looking forward to seeing Serrana Bortnik. I feel like these are 2 players who, if you said to me right now, one of them's just going to be in the grand final, I would instantly believe you. You know what I mean? Like, they are two incredibly strong players. They're pretty darn good at speed chess as well. That's the reason why they're here. At the shorter time controls, they seem to be able to perform to a really, really high level. I don't know who will join them, but only one of them can potentially make it through the winners bracket, and that's if either of them make it through to the grand finals. So a lot to play for, but for me, it's match D.
Absolutely. Those are heavy hitters there, and one of them are going to take each other out immediately. So one of the big dogs of being top 4 up there are going to be out. In fact, well, maybe losers bracket. So we're going to the losers bracket, not technically out, but of course you do want to have give yourself chances to make it all the way through. So you want to go all the way through the winners bracket with no blemish at all. But of course you have that losers bracket. So hey, you lose one match, it's not that bad actually, because you do have a chance to come back.
That's the beauty, right? Everyone gets one get out of jail free card. So here's how it's going to work, folks. If you took a look at that bracket and you're thinking, oh goodness, there's 4 different games that are going on at once and you're only going to be covering one of them, guys, that's going to suck. I want to check out all the chess. Don't worry, we have you covered. The games are going to go on 2 at a time, and every single game from the bracket you just saw is getting broadcast live right here. So absolutely none of the action is going to be missed. You guys will see every single game from this finals day at DreamHack Dallas. The road to the Esports World Cup begins here for a lot of these players, and 4 of them get that all expenses paid trip to Riyadh to participate in the Last Chance Qualifier as well. Canty, I feel like we're not necessarily hamming that up enough. Look here, we've got $20,000 on the line, but part of me wants to say, forget the money, think about the big prize in a couple of months' time where we're going to be giving away millions. They'll be mixing it up with some of the top GMs in the world for a chance of a slice of a much, much bigger pie as well. There's so much going on.
Yeah, of course, the money's on the line. That's nice, good payday. But at the same time, I'm looking for that bigger payday. In Riyadh, of course, Saudi Arabia. It's going to be awesome. I'm actually going to be out there, so I'm excited for that. I'll be on site for that. Be able to play some chess and actually make some content and be out there with those guys. It's going to be awesome. But yeah, right now, of course, yeah, the payday's cool or whatever, but you really just want to punch your ticket and play as best as you can and show that I am capable of making it to the EWC.
So the games are going to be getting started imminently in a couple of minutes' time. They're just getting set up for the first matches to begin. I think one of the things that might be going through a lot of players' minds, and certainly a lot of viewers' minds as well, Canty, when you prepare to play a tournament like this, sometimes you can't control if you're having a good day or a bad day. But what you can control is if you know you're having a bad day, you need to turn things around. You need to spot that as quickly as you can. You've only got a couple of 10-minute games to make sure that you are absolutely dialed in. How do you even prepare? And if you're halfway through game 1, you realize you make a big blunder and you have to resign, like, what are the steps you take to instantly reset? Because that's going to be a big theme today. If players need to turn around, they have to do it quickly.
Yeah, I've actually 2 things. I know one was from Hikaru Nakamura, who said, I never forgot what he said. He said, hey, chess, when you lose games, it's basically coming with short-term memory loss is what you should have going to the next game because you have a job to do. And I remember actually even myself, I played in a couple of tournaments that Chess.com had basically. It's the I Am Not a GM Speed Chess Championship, which is nice. First time I didn't make it all the way through. I lost to Levy in the first round. But then the second year, I made it all the way to the finals, beating some very strong international masters in some strong matches. And I remember, I'd started down almost 3 games against Eric Rosen in the final and then almost won the thing. So it was nice. I had to bounce back. You have to, you know what? One game at a time. If you don't do this, you're going to lose and you're going to go, dig yourself a deeper hole than what you may already be in, which is really difficult to come back. And then sometimes you reach that point where you're like, you know what? Who cares? And you're down 7 games in a row. But you want to try to get to that point after the first or second game if it's not going away.
Well, you're not going to have the opportunity here to do that 7 games in a row, right? At most, you can do 3 because on the 4th one, you are out. You lose 2, you're down to the lower bracket. You lose 2 more, you are out of the tournament. So first and foremost, these 8 players are going to want to make sure they make it into the top 4. That's the point where they guarantee themselves a ticket to Riyadh to participate in the Last Chance Qualifier. After that, you focus on the lion's share of $20,000 because that's the money that you could be going home with. You could be winning today. And you don't get it's not like a classical tournament where, oh, that's okay. You can go back to the hotel, chill out for a bit, come back tomorrow, have a nice breakfast. You're ready to go again. You have to be ready to go in half an hour break between matches? If you're at the pointy end of the tournament, you're probably getting 5-10 minutes break, and you have to be straight back at it. So if you're not in the right frame of mind, you need to be able to reset so quickly. What you said that Hikaru passed on to you about the short-term memory loss, it literally can't apply more than it can today.
Literally just don't care, as Hikaru says.
Yeah.
You literally can't care about it. So that's just kind of how it is around here. You just literally don't care about the result. But no, you do care about the result, obviously, as much as anyone would. You just can't let it get to you emotionally and mentally, because you have to keep going. You have to keep working. You have a game ahead of you, and anything can happen. It's 2-game matches here. With 2-game matches, things are way different when it comes to 4-game matches, and also that's that element of having no increment here. Like usually you have some type of increment, +2, +5, plus something. But no increment here, and it's only 2 games. Oh yeah, this one's going to be, anyone's game, especially as all of these players had to qualify from a big group of people. Yeah, everyone's capable of doing anything in these matches. Now, of course, we have some favorites, but again, it is only 2 games where anything can generally happen.
Well, talk to us about the differences there, Canty. We've got a 2-game match, of course. What are some of the key differences that players might be making going from a 4-game match to a 2-game match, for example?
Yeah, lots of times, especially the opening choice is a big one. Like you sometimes opening surprises or some preparation that you may not be using in classical games, or preparation you may be using in classical games, you might want to bring out now. And to get them thinking, you might go for more obscure lines or lines that they're not familiar with. Maybe that's just your style. For instance, I play chess like that anyway. I like to play things that are not played as much. Like, of course, Bortnik, one of my favorite players, actually, who's playing here. And the reason being is because I play all the same openings he does, besides the Alekhine, a.k.a. Aliekin. But especially in fast time controls, Oberoi and Bortnik will be playing probably Jobaba London, which I have, of course, on Chessable on. So these guys are going to play, I'm assuming, different type of chess. Even goodness. I always say his name wrong. Arvin. I always used to say Advent, but it's Arvin, actually. So he's very, very strong. He likes to play the Sicilian defense with that early H5. Guys, if you can see this in your head, come on, calculate at home. E4, C5, and with the black pieces, knight f3, knight to C6, D4. C takes D4, knight takes D4. Knight f6, knight C3, H5. This is a very crazy line. H5 is wild. Move 5 or 6 on the in the Sicilian defense. That Arvin actually has a lot of games in the database, and I was able to successfully use this too as well. It's cool. He likes to play this type of stuff. You'll see a lot of this type of chess in this format 10-0.
So I guess what you're saying is, if we have players who have really, really strong opening repertoires in like pet lines and things like that, because it's only 2 games rather than 4, we're actually more likely to see those because they're the openings that they're the most comfortable with, that they're happy going into middle games, being able to calculate the possibilities in. And those are positions and structures that they feel if there's only 1 game and you have to win it, you want it to be something that you're super familiar with and you're happy with, right?
That's exactly right. Right. You want to have positions that you're comfortable with, positions that you can play very quickly, very fast. Again, there's no increment. So let's say you get a winning position with a minute on the clock. I mean, even then, you can't convert. You could actually lose or botch that game. It's very important to get somewhere where you're very comfortable, you know what's going on, and you have enough time to do it as well.
And then, of course, once we get to the end of those 2 games, it might be 2-0, it might be 1.5 a half, in which case that's a conclusive result, great. But between really strong players, it wouldn't surprise anyone if we see, hey, guess what? We have a win with white, both ends, or both games end up in a draw. That's entirely possible, right? At that point, we go to an Armageddon game. And in that Armageddon game, the players bid for time. I always love this bit. Talk us through how that works and what the players will want to be doing then.
Yeah, that's a great one, because it's tough, because the Armageddon there, I'm always, first of all, I'll ask you, I'll put it back on you here, John.
Go on.
When you go to Armageddon, which color do you like to play with? And I'll tell you what I like.
So what I like to do is probably very different from what would score me the most points, unfortunately. Right. I would like to play black. I enjoy putting the pressure back on my opponent, because in an Armageddon game, black has draw odds. So in theory, you can get a really solid position, sit there, and force your opponent to make something happen. And quite often, at least at my level, that is when they tend to make those key mistakes, and suddenly you're on the attack and you can convert. So I love the idea of my opponent being under that kind of pressure, but I'm not. And all I have to do is be solid. It feels like it's just a much easier way to play, if that makes sense. But obviously, with the white pieces, you have a little bit more control over what you're playing out of the opening as well. I can see there being advantages to both sides, and white, of course, has more time.
Well, John, that is the correct answer. You are a winner, John.
Yay!
Yes, the black pieces.
Got
And we
him.
have games. Let's go.
Here we go. So the first games have started. We've got Arvin versus Kurtz on the left, and we have Srivatshav versus Oberoi on the right. Looks like they are about to get started. Remember, the time control is 10 minutes with absolutely no increment. Canty, let's get straight into it because a lot of moves have already been played.
Yes, in fact, we have a King's Indian type of setup here that Eric Kurtz is going for. I'm a King's Indian specialist myself. Definitely love myself some King's Indian. Where in this King's Indian game, actually, Kurtz actually has already set up his queen on c7, sort of a flexible type of King's Indian that you would see with the pawns on c6 and d6 already. So he has a very flexible sort of King's Indian setup that you can generally play against anything, right? So far, so good. I mean, nothing really to say from either side yet. White definitely has the space, but black is comfortable in the King's Indian type of style with the black pieces.
Yep, a4, a5 getting played early on the left. You can see the queen sidestepping the rook there at the end of the d file. Don't want to get surprised by the knight moving out of the way, which it does anyway, to be fair. Probably coming back out via e6. I'm looking for what the pawn breaks are going to be a little bit later on for black here and what the plan is. But for now, it doesn't feel like there's a pressing need for that. Black's got the d file, a super solid pawn structure. Yes, maybe we want a little bit of space, but we've got time to generate that space. It's not like we're against the clock here.
Yeah, one thing I like to point out, especially I have a lot of students that play these type of structures here. I even have sort of a smaller course that goes over a thing called Black Lion, which is a very fire opening, basically an aggressive Philidor. But this structure here that you get from King's Indian or Black Lions for the Black Lion players out there, or even Check Perks, is very nice because what it does is, you have a pawn in the center of the board, which controls another square of this board, which another one controls this square. So virtually that's 4 squares in the center, right? But you have control of working on 3 of them. So lots of play here. I love these type of structures for black, and it's very flexible. Now black's sort of idea here now is to really try to get this rook into the game on d8 and maybe play knight to c3 as well. You also can break with stuff like b5 and b4. Of course, an opposite may happen, but then that allows you to play b5 and b4 again. With his bishop move back to f1, you have the e4 square that is now sort of weak, especially after b5 happens, followed by b4, hitting the knight. So lots of flexibility here. You also have this option of knight h5 to f4. Black literally has so many things to do here. I'm a big fan of these positions from black, but of course it is going to be a long game, and you are not playing a weak opponent by far, right? So Eravin's been through everything. He's played so many games. He's also just won some very high-level tournaments as well. So this guy is going to be a force to be reckoned with. But at the same time, Eric, so far, so good in this position.
Yep, Chinambaram, extremely strong player. I believe as far as classical rating is concerned, the only player in this field over 2,700. So pretty strong stuff. One more question about the game on the left, though, before we move across and take a look, Canty. I'm looking at both players, and I'm asking myself, where are the light squared bishops going to live? White's just moved the bishop back to f1, and because the knight's come out to e6, I'm looking at that light square bishop for black as well, going, is that getting fianchettoed? Is that just coming out quietly via d7? In which case, where's it going after that? Like, I'm finding it difficult to visualize what's going to happen in, say, 5 or 10 moves.
That's very nice, and that's because that's just 100% correct. That's exactly what's going to happen. The bishops are going to be trying to find somewhere to go. I do like what Eravin's actually doing here. I figured he would try to fianchetto his bishop to g2, the g2 square right in front of the king, which is one idea. And then with black, he would go bishop to d7, rook to d8, and then bring that bishop back to c8. And really, the only thing we're doing that for, and it's just a nice little maneuver. And the reason for it is because obviously the bishop on c8 is restricting the rook on a8. You want to have all your pieces active, and we don't really want to commit this bishop on c8 just yet. So we're going to try to figure out some moves here, but it's more of a maneuvering game here. And now we have some tactical skirmishes happening where e4 is technically hanging, but so is e5. If we have a bishop takes c3 and knight takes e4, white's going to respond with taking the central pawn on e5.
So the tactical complications already beginning now in Chitambram versus Kurtz. Let's now take a look on the right-hand side of our screens. You got Savacha versus Oberoi on the right-hand side. Now, Oberoi, as far as classical rating is concerned, is the lowest seed amongst the 8 here, but at the same time has been shown to be pretty quick over the board. A king out to G6. Hold your horses. What the heck is going on here?
Oh, yeah, that's a wild game. I don't even know how they got there. I'm actually about to scroll down just to try and
What?
find that game. How on earth did this even happen? Let me just go from the beginning to see kind of what happened in this game. This looks like
And
it's not a Sicilian. I don't know what this opening even was. Let me see if I can find it.
should we take a look at that game from the beginning maybe and
Oh,
see if we
Queen's Gambit.
can
What?
So let's go ahead and swap that. If you start from the beginning, Canty, let's go ahead and go to the solo board and take a look at what's happened in this game to begin with. Take it away.
Okay, here we go. D4, D5, and then it was C4 takes.
Yep.
Queen's Gambit accepted. The crazy line here, in a way. Stuff gets wild. Knight C3, takes. Knight D7, bishop takes C4. And after bishop takes C4, knight went to F6. After knight F6, bishop takes F7, which a question mark, by the way. And the reason,
Wow.
I don't know why it's even a question mark, because it's an awesome move from a human standpoint. And after check, the idea here is actually picking up, obviously, we're going to pick up the bishop right back. So king went out to G6 here, and then knight E6. Oh my goodness, the eval bar says he is cooking already. Get the man off the board. No, at the same time, of course, it's scary from a practical standpoint. He did not take the bishop back, which is winning some material. In fact, he says, I'm going for your king, because your king is out here, is what I like to say. Your king is out in the middle of the street right now. And this is exactly what's about to happen with knight at 4 check. And the king, oh man, knight C5 was not a move. Apparently, I actually like it, though. Wow, this game is insane. Look at the eval bar say it's actually plus 10 right now. But
I was looking at Queen E7 there. Wow, okay. And
knight at 4 check. Now, what is the follow-up? Oh, yeah, you could just take the bishop next. For some reason, I thought there was a knight D3 check. But, yeah. Okay. Knight check.
This looks dicey.
Oh, very dicey. Very dicey. His king is out in the middle of the street here. Pretty rough. Yeah, you have to go here or here. So, I mean, I'm going to just put the king on H6. Why would I go to G?
Wait, hang on. Regardless of which of those moves you play, then you have knight E6 check, don't you, as well? If you wanted, this is messy.
But he was already there. That's why he took the bit. So now he has a dual threat in a way of, hey, give me the knight or give me the queen. Basically, get him off the board here. Let me see. Do we see any emotion from Shalev? Sometimes you can see emotions from the players. You immediately know what's kind of going on there. But this one here is sort of a miniature game in a way, as this is 12 moves, by the way. 12 moves, and it completely lost for Shalev.
This is a great example of how, yes, you get into the middle game, the tactics slowly start to work their way out of the woodwork sort of by move 10 or no. By move 6 or 7 here, we were already so neck deep in these tactics that the game was already decisive. But remember, it's decisive on paper. With these kind of games, it's basically a battle of whoever makes the last mistake, if that makes sense. You could have a position that's +5 that becomes -5 if you're not careful. And we've seen that in all sorts of wild games, just because the computer, our silicon friend, is saying, you know what, this is over, this guy's toast. It's not always the case over the board. You still have to find the win, and there's plenty of opportunities for both players to go wrong still. But right now, it's looking like Rahul is going to be striking early.
Absolutely. I mean, especially with the white pieces here and looking for a draw with black at the bare minimum just to win the match. I love this move, rook to D1. What it does is just say, hey, I'm winning. I'm clearly better. Obviously, I even have a material benefit too as well. I got my piece back. So white is not only in the driver's seat, but I don't have to look for checkmate anymore. I'm just winning. Just better.
I'm sad. Like, that's just a sensible, practical, positional move. And I'm like, no, I wanted things to be wild. I wanted, like, the follow-up sacrifice, the crazy fork, the unbelievable move, keeping more pieces on pre. Now, rook D1, let's just be sensible at this point. And to be fair, I think he's looking at the position going, you know what? Sensible also wins games. And look at that. That knight is looking tasty. It is very much kebabbed all over the shop at the moment. And black's getting tied in knots right now.
This is a problem here, as Queen E7 is probably the only move to defend. Maybe, okay, Queen E6 says the same thing here. I wanted to do a rook to D3, but I'm not liking this rook to D8 move. Knight to D5, bringing another piece into the game. This is absolutely diabolical. GG, you can start a new game. After knight takes D4, Queen G7
Oh,
check. Make sure you're doing your tactinos at home. And after takes, literally take everything, he's going to hit the resign button very soon. Knight takes E4, Queen G7, and even not even Knight takes C7. Is this mate? Is this his mate in one move? My goodness. Yeah, this is mate. Wow.
oh, that's
Mate next
pretty.
move.
Let him play it. Let him
Oh
play
my
it.
goodness. Oh yeah, he said no, not today. Not today, but we'll put it on the board for you guys. King E8 and Knight takes C7 is absolutely
Boom.
check and mate. Oh my
That's
goodness.
gorgeous.
Vicious. This is a family channel. Let's go to another game. That was vicious.
Very good stuff. So Srivatshav on the board first, 1-0 in that game, having the early advantage over Oberoi. Shalev will, of course, have the opportunity to strike back, but a win with the white piece is there. And then if we take a look at Chitambaram versus Kurtz, both down to about 5 minutes on the clock. And it looks like it's Kurtz who's piling on the pressure.
Yeah, actually, let me refresh this game here to see if we missed anything. Is this the live position? And it is. Okay, Bishop went to G2 next. Here, and Engine, if you just look at the eval bar before we even like look at any moves, eval bar is actually liking black here. Now, first, let's see a Y 3 6 3 4 5. Oh, black has an extra pawn, so somehow black got an extra pawn, but the extra pawn is here on B5 in a way. Double pawns, but still, a pawn is a pawn, right? Black has not the bishop pair. White having the bishop pair generally they say is a compensation for being down a pawn in a way. I love this move
Sure.
Queen C4 from a practical standpoint because if I end up moving the queen, which is very
Yeah.
likely. I do like this, but I think C2 would fall. And
I'm
from
trying to
White's
work out
standpoint, I really
why.
don't want to take.
Where's the why is the question mark there? Why does because you're right from a practical point of view. If I'm playing black, potentially swap the queens off and repair the pawn structure sounds great, and you're threatening c2 as well. Why was that a mistake? What was black potentially doing
A good
instead?
question. Let me actually go back to see what that move was. They actually wanted, they
What was
wanted
going
after
on
Bishop
there?
G2, they wanted, okay, that is weird. It's saying B4. Okay, pawn B4, rook E8, or rook
e4.
C8. So these were the moves given by the engine that they actually wanted.
Okay,
B4, okay, I can see. And rook E8, maybe yes. Rook C8, okay. Actually, all these are very practical. These all make sense. Queen C4 is
interesting.
practical too. I like this one from
Yeah,
a
yeah,
human
yeah, yeah.
standpoint too, right? For real. So what happened in the game here was actually Queen E3, and after Queen E3, looks like nothing happened yet. Kurtz is still on the think there, but he's gonna have to move maybe slightly faster. And the reason why I say this is because he does have, remember it's no increment. Not to say okay, he's down like a minute, not too much time,
Hmm.
but it is important to make your moves and make them quickly because you have no increment here. You have no increment. So
So
important to
here's
understand.
Here's my question about this position, Kanti. If I'm playing white here and I'm in Chitambram's position, I would love to be able to get the queen to line up with one of my bishops. I feel like I can't on the dark squares right now because black's knights are so wonderfully placed. I can't put the queen on c3. That can get chopped off and my pawns get doubled. d4 is a no-go. f4 is a no-go. g5 is definitely a no-go. What's my plan as white here? Like, where do I want to reposition my pieces to, say, any point in the next 5 moves?
I did want to go over here. In fact, queen takes c2 was some type of trap with rook to d7, hitting the bishop. They say loose pieces will gain.
Aha!
Yeah, and loose means
Okay,
undefended.
okay.
So it's important to understand you don't want to have a lot of loose pieces. So rook d7 would be
Hmm.
the next move, which is attached to this knight. So it would have been some crazy tactics, I think. I believe there. So queen c5 was the move from Kurtz here, which actually is a really
Okay.
strong move because if you end up moving the queen to the wrong square, there's queen takes f2 and check. So do you have to trade? I really don't want to. Knight d4 hangs the bishop. So do I have to go bishop here? Ew, that is gross. If I have to go bishop here,
Oh,
not happy.
no, you don't want to do that. And of course, you have the opportunity to maybe play the queen back to e2, but then, oh, that is what happened. But it's like, you don't really want to be. Do you want to be offering a draw as black in this position? You don't really want to be moving your own queen back to c4 if you feel like there's an advantage. I should point out, by the way, on the right-hand side of your screen, Oberoi Srivatshav game number 2 has begun. Srivatshav is playing with the black pieces, and of course, he is up 1-0. So he only needs a draw in this game with black to move on to the next stage of the winner's bracket.
Right now, by the way, Kurtz is actually better here. Eva Bar says, wait a second, this is -1. Now, of course, there's a lot to do with -1. There's so many pieces, so many things to do as well. But at the same time, here we go. F6 happens. Whoa, F6 hitting the bishop. And now the bishop can go, wait, where? Where? What? Interesting. Where does the bishop go?
Yeah, like on the surface, it looks like that's forcing the bishop to go to d4 and uncovering all sorts of unpleasantness against the queen on e2. But the computer's really not liking f6.
I guess you could go bishop d4 and then takes and takes.
Yeah, and then the queen is not exactly sitting pretty on e2, but you can't just move everything out of the way because actually you've got queen takes rook. You still need to protect that rook somehow. But maybe by moving f6, once we start thinking about getting towards an endgame, the computer doesn't like the fact that a rook on d7, a future white rook on d7, just has that much more freedom because the the f pawn's been moved. Maybe.
Okay, here we go. We got some moves, and also Kurtz is low on time. Kurtz is low on time. We have to point this out. Minute 50 is not a lot of time, and there is no increment as well. Rook takes d4. Now we have the ideas on the board. Knight to d6, defending the rook, attacking the queen at the same time. What is next?
Okay.
Maybe.
Queen d3 looks pretty natural. The knight can't move to a space where it's attacking the queen straight away. I suppose, in theory, you could have played something like bishop e4. Never mind, you sidestep all of that by going queen d1 instead. And now black, once again, has to think about what's happening next. I just feel like a couple of moves ago, Eric had such a... I don't know how to describe it. It just felt like black was putting so much more pressure onto white. And now it feels like we're liquidating to a position where it's going to be more comfortable for a potential draw to happen here. I feel like there was so much more pressure that black was putting on just a couple of moves ago.
That's correct. Black felt like it was going to put some pressure on. Now here we go. Queen e6 followed by bishop d5 is going to be devastating in a way. Queen e5 is queen g8, then king here. There's a check, king there, bishop f3. Here we go. It's happening.
Oh, no.
Not approved too much, but it looks really strong here. I'm curious to see what the...
How is that a mistake?
Yeah, I thought the same, actually.
That looks beautiful.
Back and see, what did the engine actually want? I'm very curious. They actually wanted something else, and that move is queen e7 and then take on a7. Wow, so they just wanted to snatch the pawn back. But from a human standpoint, actually, it looks better to go with this bishop e6 here. So we have this check and check. Knight g7, though. Okay, check. Here we go, lots of checks.
And now you can't go grabbing the pawn because the bishop would be hanging.
Right.
So you haven't got that tempo.
There's a bishop g8, kind of tying down black a little bit. We go bishop g8 first. We're also going to take on b5. Here we go. Takes on b5. Restoring the material balance. And here we go. Kurt says, you want to draw here? Basically, okay, at the same time, what he wants is to just trade some pieces off. I probably would go c4. The idea is I do want to trade, but on my own terms and create a pass pawn.
For sure. That's that's definitely the way to keep things alive. You play bishop c4, for example, and then you have the option of taking the queens off and making this a potentially much easier draw than if the queens were still on the board. So completely agree there. c4 could be the way to play. This is wow. This is, considering the position that we had before, and it really goes to show pretty much anything can happen in speed chess. They're trying their best to win this. c4 does get played. Instant queen d4 in reply, though, can't he?
Yeah, of course. He's like, yeah, I know what you're doing. I'm not going to take this at all. Queen to b3. Maybe king g2 here. So king g2 is definitely a move. He plays it. King g2 played quickly, but the eval bar didn't like it. Who cares what the eval bar says? There's no time on the clock. This is a human game right now. It doesn't matter what you think. So queen f3, maybe bishop e4. Wow, 93.
I want to see the move. Is the move queen a3? Oh, I was going to suggest queen a3. Yeah. That would have been fun, hitting the f8 square as well.
Hitting that f8 square. There it is, but it might be a little bit too late for that move now, but was a possibility. a5 stopping the b4 push. We did.
Oh, no. Yeah, I think it might have been different a move or two ago, but look at the amount of time they have left. It's 35 seconds, plays 32nd. And remember, there is no increment. It's going to be a battle of who has the faster mouse, frankly, if we get to that point here. So both of these players have to be playing unbelievably quickly. The queen trade has been offered. King's now marching up the board. The bishop on c2 is protecting that backward pawn, but the knight's on an absolutely fantastic outpost.
Kurt's in a better position with the knight. The knight. And he botches it. Of course, this is a 30-second game. Imagine trying to play this in-game in a 30-second game, and he said, draw. Woo, everybody breathe. Everybody breathe.
Oh, game number 1 draw. It all comes down to game 2, and Eric Kurtz will have the white pieces as well. So a victory in game 2 with the white pieces will mean he can progress. And Chitambaram is the highest seeded player here by classical rating, the only player classically over 2,700. So wouldn't that be a scalp in round number 1? Servachav Oberoi now 5 minutes left. No, 6-minute plays 4 in game number 2. And this is a must-win situation for Shalev.
Yeah, it's difficult to do. I think Shalev doesn't even play this opening. I've watched a lot of his games, like OTB, and also even online when he plays a lot of the streamers online. He streams himself too as well. And I've never seen him play this, so I think he might be a little rattled there from the first round, which of course happens. You lose a game against a strong GM, but at the same time, I think he probably should have stuck to stuff that he actually plays a lot, so he can have a little bit more confidence while he's playing and make more moves and etc. But here, I understand why he played what he played and trying to get something different. He played a different game here, but it doesn't seem to be going well for him as black is better in this position here. I have the bishop pair too as well. My pieces look good. Everything's nice. Is there any material deficit? 3-6, 3-6. Yeah, same amount of material, but black is just clearly better. There's a weakness here. I have the bishop pair, very strong move here. Tactics will arise very soon. Knight d4, e5 could be coming next too. I mean, it's just not looking good for Shalev here. But he does have another life if he goes down in this game or draws. He has another life in the losers bracket.
And it's worth pointing out as well, there are some pluses to White's position too, right? There's the knight on e4. Okay, I appreciate the bishop pair is probably stronger. There's plenty of opportunity for black to wreak havoc here. That knight on d4 is like a rock. It's not going anywhere. You have to start liquidating material. You can't just keep building up the pressure endlessly to look for tactics, which I think is part of the reason why Rahul's decided, you know what, if I play knight b4 here and start creating some weaknesses on the opposite side of the board, I'm not focused on dislodging that knight right now. I'm focused on creating issues for you elsewhere, which I really like. There is an opportunity maybe for White to get something done on the king side, but again, with the king on g1 and bishop on g2, trying to get like rooks against the enemy king there, it feels like it's going to be many moves away if such an attack exists.
And of course, this c4 move here was extremely strong, even though it says miss. Like, who cares? C4 is a really strong move here, which actually points out and highlighting the knight is also threatening to take on d3 multiple times here. Queen g4, and that is not a move, says the engine. His idea here is knight f6. So we know that this is the idea. We have to find what is the killer blow here. It looks like maybe just capturing the knight could be a very simple way of doing things, or we just take the pawn anyway. There is some tactical blows here. We raise king h8, just step out the way. Don't give him anything. We still have to deal with the knight on e4 that is attached to the d3 pawn. And how do you deal with the d3 pawn here at this point? I think he's still threatening knight f6. Not really. Yeah, he is. He's actually threatening knight f6 with this nasty type of tactic here. So, yeah, I like the tactical blows. He's trying to set up steal. Shalev is not giving up.
But like you say, Kanti, if you're playing black right now and you're going, oh, I've seen all these cheeky tactics that are coming out of the woodwork for White, doesn't bishop takes knight handle pretty much all of that on the spot? And then you can play c takes d3 and try and convert. That's not happening, though. I feel like the other knight coming into play now as well. This is what I mean about the attack still potentially looking dangerous. Black is looking strong here, but not taking the knight on e4, is that a mistake?
It does help. Well, hold on. Wait a second. Here we go. We have a shift in the bar there, but
can we play knight f6? Can we play knight takes f6 now?
It doesn't really work yet because this bishop g6 move was strong. It was very strong. I think he can go here still. Knight g6 is still a move, but I mean it's just a move. I don't have to even capture this. It's a fancy move. But knight g6, the idea here is obviously pawn takes, and you have just this whole thing going on. You can't even, the king, it's hard for the black king to run away too as well. I'm curious to see what was the move here. As I said, it was
what's the killer blow? Yeah, exactly.
Was actually after king g8.
If it ends up being just taking the pawn,
that's exactly what it is. It's actually take the pawn or queen g4. It's actually just take the pawn. It's just okay, take the pawn.
Just take the pawn.
Just take the pawn. Okay,
and that's because
we're back.
Yeah.
Okay, takes. He wants for
I want to say when the dust settles, but like as a commentator, I can't say that because if anything, the dust is just continually getting whipped up in this game. It looks and still looks really, really on edge. More for white than for black. I feel like the king is very breezy, but with the possibility of knight takes f6 and all sorts of shenanigans a few moves ago, we had to be very slightly worried for what was going on for black as well. Apparently more mistakes, but I think those mistakes are mainly the result of missed opportunities rather than bad moves because these all look very, very natural to me, Canty.
Yeah, they are natural. It's also time based too as well. You just want to kind of make some moves. If you have an hour on the clock, then you have a bunch of time to think about and calculate everything. But here, not having that and also no increment as well, you just want to make moves that are not doing anything bad, right? Not hanging anything, and then of course using that time when you are in a tactical position to try to use as much time as you can to try to figure out what you need to be played there. Queen g4 though, going back, kind of a shuffle here from both parties here. Maybe going with like a queen d6 or queen e5 next. Not really aiming yet, so. Yeah, Shalev is holding here. But, of course, if Shalev it's a draw here, he will be knocked down to the loser's bracket.
So, I guess here's my question. If you're playing with the white pieces, and there is no longer a minor piece attacking f6, black is defending f6 and g7, like, all over the shop. You've got the dark squared bishop as well. The queen's on the long diagonal. The two rooks are watch. Where is white attacking next? Because I feel like you can put all your major pieces and attack g7, but I'm not even sure I believe that anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you actually have this plan of like maybe a3, and believe it or not, because again, loose pieces lose games. Loose means undefended. So my idea here is to kick this knight away and play bishop d5 check. If I'm able to do this, then of course you are able to take on e7.
Okay.
But the problem here right now is the queen takes will be with check as well. So you have to be careful of how to do it. We have to try to set up some tactical themes and patterns that we can maybe do here. Maybe he went knight f3, but maybe rook g2 and not look to sack the queen, but something similar could be coming, like rook to g2, queen h to h5, and over to h6 could be some potential ways to create some things. You have to try to keep this pressure going. Now the rook is defending the other rook, so easier said than done here. I think it's probably best to maybe try to swing this way. There it is. But I think this pawn is hanging, weirdly enough. Like some weird hang here. Very strange. So I think he can take this.
With the rook still on e2, I was thinking, hey, can you play knight
plus three? What happened? Hold on. How is this that bad? Hold on. I don't see it.
There's a killer blow here somewhere.
It must be just a3. Is it a3? What is this? He went knight d4. He missed it. No one knows what it is. Like, let's go back and see what that was. The bar
wait, is a3 really the killer blow here?
And the move is John.
No way. No way.
It's no A3.
Way.
A3.
Wow, so if white played a3 and black just calmly moved the knight back to c6, I'm guessing that just, that's like the position gets overloaded?
Here's rook c2 because of the pin.
Okay.
I'm curious what happens on knight h6 because my idea was knight c5. Yeah, it's not obvious at all because your next plan is queen h5. And then you have to do some other stuff. Like, it's not even over here, but apparently it's +5. It's just literally +5. You're like, why? You're like, I don't know. It's +5. That's what the engine says. In fact,
yeah, you tell me to evaluate this position.
Oh, you know what? I see it immediately. Rook g7 with this. But okay, the rook has to move. Like, rook moves away.
Okay.
Moves away. Okay, bishop d5. I'm still not convinced. Maybe knight h4 now. Wow. Unbelievable.
We could have moved.
Come together.
We could have moved queen d7 earlier, and that just covers the rook on e8, and you didn't have to worry about it, right?
Let's go back. Yeah, let's go back to that and show what you're talking about here. So queen d7.
And then it stops the bishop check as well. You could have just played queen d7 and be like, right, I see that. That's good. I'm just going to stop it.
I think you can still go bishop d5 check, and look how cool that is. Now if queen takes,
really?
I go rook takes g7. Yeah. I go rook takes g7
anyway. That is sick.
Diabolical.
Oh, that's really cool.
Oh,
that is very cool.
And then if king h8, I don't know where I go now. Maybe just bishop e6, actually. Go here, and it's just better. But it's hard to spot all of this. Also, Shalev getting down almost under a minute here. What a game.
Goodness.
What a miss. It was hard. Tactic. Of course, a3 was an easy move, but what's not easy is the follow-ups. And in the real life position here, whoa, this got crazy, bro. He's still winning. He found a way.
Is this the same game?
Shalev. He found a way. Knight d4. Here's the moves in real time. King h8, knight e6. Queen d7, queen h4, and here it is. King g8, and he said, boom. What you think this is, big dog? Don't count me out. Shout out to all the haters, says Shalev Overroy. Shout out to the haters. What is this 2000 doing here? Well, let him rook, chat. Let him rook. Here it is. Queen takes f6 on the board.
And I guess the idea being you've got a deflection ready with knight f2 check. Oh no, because if you You've got knight f2. Now we're in.
That's what he played. He played knight f2. This is the live position now. So, sort of boss here. Slightly better for white still. He's up a pawn, but at the same time, this could be a draw. This could be closer to a draw than anything else.
I thought,
yeah,
when taking a look at the position, my first instinct was, as long as knight f2 was possible, you can't take on g7. You can't liquidate.
Yeah.
And
but no, he's going to run.
That's kind of what happened.
Yeah, he's going to run out of time. Or at least, like, he's, a flagging possibility here is just going to be a draw. Shalev goes to the loser's bracket. He had his chances. He definitely had his chances. He came back from a crazy game and had some winning chance. Yeah, this is nothing. He has a fortress, as you will.
I think we're going to get close to 50 moves here. I suspect we're not going to see... We're really going to see a flag with like 20-somethings? This is what happens when you have no increment, man. You got to try. And with a space, potentially on a plane to Riyadh for the last chance qualifier for the Esports World Cup. If we told you it was that in addition to the majority potential of $20,000, what would you do? I'd give it a go.
Yeah, I would just, I'd pretty move back and forth here. Unfortunately, Shalev had his chances there, but wasn't able to make it at the end of the day. That was an awesome display. Wow. I'm not going to lie. Very awesome display. Shalev had a winning position somewhere, could not figure it out. Ends in a draw, not bad. He still loses the match, but he's now going down to the loser's bracket there. He will be going to the loser's bracket. It doesn't matter how you get it. It matters if you got it done. And Raul got it done. Right, so he's advancing in the winner's bracket there. And in the other, we still have another game going, though.
We do indeed. So that was Servachev advancing to the next round of the winner's bracket by a score line of 1.5 to 0.5. We can see both players there just after the end of game number 2. We still, however, have Chitambaram versus Kurtz. And game 1 ended in a draw, remember. Game 2 now has Chitambaram, the favorite by classical rating at least, piling a lot of pressure onto white. I mean, look, all you have to do is take a look at what's going on here. With the back rank, the 7th, we are potentially getting both rooks invading. Now, at the same time, it's fair to say there's a lot of pressure against the f7 pawn as well, but black is looking like we're piling on an awful lot of pressure. Checks possible with the knight coming in via h3 as well. This is looking strong.
I like it. I like the fact that, of course, you have the 2 rooks here that can be doubled on the second rank, which is pretty awesome, followed by rook takes h2 and a mate on h3 with a beautiful mating sequence of that kind of idea here. Rook c2 is really nice. Of course, Kurtz is trying to figure out what to do here as he's bleeding time. They say knights on the rim are dim. It's really rough for this knight to be on h4 right now. a4 may not do anything at all. In fact, after we have a double of the rooks here, with the threat of knight h3 and rook takes h2 check is going to be difficult to defend. If rook e2, you might be able to go knight. I don't think you can get away with this. Knight f3, rook g2 takes. You might be able to get away with it. You
can maybe just about wriggle away from that.
Correct. He just might be able to just wiggle away by like a hair there.
Because, yeah, so for those of you watching at home, there's an argument to say, well, can't white move the knight back to f3 because that defends on h2? You can't, because the black rook on e3 and the black knight on g5 are both staring down f3. But the question we have to ask is, if that black rook comes down to e2, then suddenly f3 is a square the knight can hop to. The problem is, after exchanging the knights, the rook can just take on h2, and okay, it's not a checkmate anymore because the king can shuffle across to f1, but you've got 2 rooks on the 7th, like pestering you to hell and back. I believe you're a pawn down at that point, and you're sort of struggling to find ways to equalize rather than looking to win the game. So not an ideal situation for white.
Rook e2, knight f3.
Yeah.
Knight h3. Well, I want to knight h3. Let's play knight h3. Knight h3, king here.
Oh, okay.
H1, and then I want rook g2. Believe it or not, my idea here is like rook f2, right? And then takes, and obviously this mate here. This is nice. I like this idea here because I'm going to kind of fork here. It doesn't work yet. No, because I can't.
Yeah, because you've got the knight on f3 still.
Yeah, this one's tricky, very tricky.
I thought you were going to take on f3 with black's knight and just take on f3. And then just have both rooks on the 7th take on h2 and just
I did like this
grind out that endgame.
Yeah, it's just so annoying here. Like, I was like, And look at the bar change too. Oh, I guess because they have their own. Wow, that's crazy. So it's sort of like equal. You like equal what? That's the engine for you.
Equal what?
Equal. What are you talking about? It's just like this is equal. I figured it'd be not the best, but okay. Let's see what what happened. King H6. I love it. Idea here. King H5. Oh my goodness. Are you going to hit him with a Nigel Short King walk on national television in front of all these people? Nigel Short King walking.
Let's do it.
Possible. If you're not familiar with that, Nigel Short has a famous game. You can actually Google it. Nigel Short King walk, where he walked his king, I think, from G1. In fact, the pattern was like this. And he walked his king all the way up to H6 with queen on F6. Rook may have been on E7. Another rook somewhere like on E1. Black had a queen on like D7 or something. Basically, there was pieces on the board. But he found this beautiful king walk that is still legendary to this day, where he was able to bring the king.
Was it Jan Timman he did it against?
I don't remember who. I can't, but it could be.
I'm so sorry if I just got that horribly wrong. I think it is, but I could be wrong.
I don't remember who he played it against, but yeah.
It was Jan Timman. Oof.
Nice.
Good.
Oof, come on, John.
Like, I can't do my chess calculation, but I can do my chess history. That's okay.
Nice. Nigel Short King walk there. I love it. King H6 is a beautiful move.
Right, so on the board, a knight has come back to F3, and then we've got pawns liquidating. On the queen side, the problem is, well, white is still the only side with a pawn there that could queen, but I think the tactics here come out of the woodwork long before anything queens here. Rook G2, check, king H1. Rook takes knight, and now where do we go from here? Eval Bar is liking this for black, by the way, and the rooks on the 7th look really scary, but is there a knockout somewhere? That's the question.
He did gain
the king can keep shuffling.
With the check and bringing back here because he was threatening a checkmate, so the king had to go back to G1 here. He plays F5, gains that time. But now how do we use the time? Here's a check. King goes to the corner. Now we may be able to still walk the king up right here. If we get this king to H3, there are checkmate threats literally everywhere.
But if we move the king at this point, then you've got rook takes H7, right? So you can't necessarily move it straight away, can you?
That is correct.
How does black prep that?
I think he just probably, can you just take this now? No, there's a check. Wow, there's some annoying defense here. Yep, there it is. King there and takes on H7. But this should be just winning, technically. Yeah, technically win here. Wow. Yeah, because you're winning this and I have 2 versus nothing. The rook has
you saw Eric's face as well. As soon as that liquidation happened and he went, wait, that's just 2 versus 1. And you could see him, the frustration. Yeah. He knows this is far less complicated than it was before.
Right. This one is over. This one is over
here. Oh, what a fight, though.
Yeah, what a fight, but also what a find here. Marvin, very nice. 2 pawns versus the rook here. There are some ways to draw this, but it is very difficult, and it's also not this endgame at all. Like, definitely not this one.
Let's take a look at time. Kurtz is 42 seconds versus a minute 53, so you're not even really using your clock as a weapon at this point. Wait. Yeah, we're just hoping for a blunder here.
Yeah.
The rook looks like it's given away, but the fork is there, and that is it. GG. What a great fight in that first winner's bracket quarterfinal there. Eric Kurtz almost making it happen. Handshakes all around. That was a fantastic couple of games.
Fantastic couple of games indeed. Of course, that was awesome here from Arvin, who was able to clinch it and punch his ticket to the next seed, or the next, obviously, part of the finals here, going into a nice little semi there. Now, of course, if people are dropping down to the losers bracket, that will be Shalev Oberoi and also Eric Kurtz. But they still have a second life. This is not over for them. And it's not over literally for anyone. You still have that second life. And we still have some players who haven't even played yet. So we have more matches coming up and still a lot more work to do here, John.
Exactly right. So coming up, we've got the second lot of winner bracket quarterfinal matches. You saw them on your screen just now. We have Andrew Tang taking on Tarini Goyal. And then we have the match which we think might be the closest quarterfinal matchup. We're not 100% sure, but we are looking forward to it because it's Sorana Bortnik match D. Both of those matches are going to be going on simultaneously. So we're taking it to a short break now. And when we come back, we'll have both of those sets of games underway. See you in a few.
feel like the game is losing some of its human element with the rise of AI? I don't think it's losing the elements because AI is going to help players to play better chess. Players can never memorize everything. My name is Alireza Firuzja. We're gonna check some questions. What is Alireza Firuzja's favorite fashion designer? I think Louis Vuitton is my favorite. Where is Alireza Firuzja from? I was born in Iran, but now living long time in France. Alireza Firuzja's peak rating 2800 something, 3 probably 4. Who is Alireza Firuzja's girlfriend? She's a volleyball player. What is Alireza Firuzja's favorite chess opening? I would say King's Indian or Sicilian. When did Alireza reach 2800? When I was 18.
We have a few more questions from ChatGPT.
How did moving from Iran to France was? I was already like 16, so it was a good decision for my chess to be in Europe and the freedom of going around and playing chess. It's very cool. Your style is often described as aggressive and dynamic. How would you describe your approach to the game and how do you develop this type of style? Yeah, I think my approach is very tactical, sharp attacking, and you have to solve a lot of puzzles in the beginning when you're a child and the pattern stays in your head. What are your thoughts on balance between preparation with engines and maintaining creativity in your games? Do you ever feel like the game is losing some of its human element with the rise of AI? I don't think it's losing the elements because AI is going to help players to play better chess against each other. So I don't think chess ever going to die because players can never memorize everything. What do you consider the biggest difference between playing online chess versus over the board? For me, there's no difference. I think for a lot of players it's different from online and over the board, but for me I feel like it's the same game. Chess has seen rapid evolution in recent years. How do you see the role of young players like yourself shaping the future of it? Yeah, I think it's very important to have good new generation coming. So I'm proud that a lot of players are very competitive, Gukesh, Arjun, and I think we have a good generation that is coming to slowly take over. What advice do you give to young players who want to reach the highest level in chess? What do you think is the most important quality? Yeah, I think the most important is to play a lot of tournaments and not be afraid of losing, especially for young people, to know that they should just think about improving and losing is not end of the world. That's it.
The fastest, easiest way to improve your chess is now the most fun way to improve your chess. Chess.com's brand new puzzles now have loads of exciting features to make solving a joy. Earn points and race your friends across puzzle tiers from wood to bronze, all the way to legend. Rack up bonuses for streaks, for speed, for accuracy, for daily solving, difficulty, and more. And now, you can get feedback from Coach while solving puzzles. Coach lets you know what each puzzle's goal is and why a move doesn't actually work. And, as always, puzzles will be selected just for your level from our database of hundreds of thousands of high-quality, beautiful, brilliant, and instructive puzzles. So what are you waiting for? Try puzzles today on web, Android, or iOS, and have a blast leveling up your chess.
Join the community club on Chess.com and participate in amazing community events every week. On Mondays, challenge yourself with incredible openings in Opening Roulette. Don't miss on Title Tuesday every week right after Title Tuesday. On Wednesday, join Arena Kings and compete against a lineup of legendary creators. On Fridays, try the all-new Community Freestyle Fridays and throw opening theory out the window. And finally, round out the week by showing off your speed in the Community Bullet Brawl. Win prizes, battle legends, and challenge yourself. Play in the community tournaments every week on Chess.com.
Welcome back, and chess! Hello everybody, the first winner bracket quarterfinal is now in the books. We are about to get started with the next set of games. They will be starting on the hour. Let's go ahead and show you what's happened if you are just tuning in now. The top seed there, you can see Arvin managing to progress to the winner bracket semifinal, but it was far from easy against an incredibly strong Eric Kurtz. Who was actually ahead in game number 1 there. There were all sorts of fun things going on in that pair of games. Rahul also managing to make it through by the same scoreline. And now we move to the other half of our winners bracket. We've got Grandmaster Andrew Tang going up against Women International Master Tarini Goyal. That is fantastic. They are at their computers now, and you can see they're getting ready to do battle. And then we also have Alexei Sarana take on Alexander Bortnik. This is going to be great. Really looking forward to both of these matches.
Definitely looking forward to all of the matches here. My favorite matchup, of course, is I think everyone's here. Bortnik versus Sarana. We already have a GM matchup here. Very strong, of course, against these two here. Bortnik is a streamer, also a fan favorite, friend of mine as well. We'll good to see him play. Love to see his opening choices, especially with white and black. He likes to do with the double fin kettle here, which is really nice. And with white, he does a lot of Jobaba Londons, which I'm always a fan of seeing. So we'll see if we'll see that with, and also Sarana being a theoretician, especially when it comes to the Najdorf Sicilian with the black pieces, and he also likes to play Queen's Gambit Decline generally against everything else. But normally, Najdorf Sicilian player himself, sometimes Catalan with white or D4, C4. Sarana, very aggressive player here. Tang, London system, lots of London systems as well. And of course, Tarini there, who's actually an underdog. Of course, remember, John, how did these players qualify again? Just to show how strong it is and how strong Tarini's actually playing.
Look, this is a completely open tour. I should point out, by the way, while we've got the cameras on their screens just now, I feel like Tang and Goyal, both of them, extremely stony-faced. And then Sarana Bortnik, both of them were smiling like it's their birthday. I don't know. It's a really interesting difference we had between the two pairs of players here. But no, you're absolutely right. There were brackets of up to 256 people at this DreamHack, and they boiled it down over the first 2 days of competition to the final 8. Right? So the journey even to get to this point has been long and grueling for all of these players, and it was a completely open tournament. There's no invites. There's no, hey, we seeded someone into the round of 16 and all they had to do was win one match. No, none of that. Every single player had to go through the same gauntlet as everybody else, and these are the final 8 players who are here on merit. So this is really, really exciting stuff, and we're looking forward to seeing what the players are going to be doing over the board in just a minute or two's time.
Of course, this is not a joke. This is not a game. But in fact, it is a game. It's chess. But at the same time here, they are not playing around. They want to obviously seat themselves deeper into the winner's bracket here. And of course, if you make it down to the losers, it happens, but you only have one life left. So as they get the logistics together here, they're looking to see who gets what, and obviously get your nerves together when it comes to playing here, as winning with white would be great. Winning with black would be great, but that's only 2 games. Lots of differences when you have a 4-game match. But with a 2-game match, literally anything can happen. One draw means that the next game, winner takes all in a way. Of course, there's a stretch there from Bortnik, getting ready. Got to do some stretches at home. Of course, this is a game that you do want to take care of yourself. Make sure you're stretching and doing stretches at home, whatever that looks like. If you are a gamer yourself, what about you, John? Can you do some stretches at home, John?
Oh, absolutely. Like, I tell you what's fun. Like, on a serious note, you play, it could be speed chess, it could be, well, FPS games is predominantly where I get it from, but you could be playing anything. And after a 4-hour gaming session, Canty, let me tell you, your shoulder mobility goes. If you're not getting up and you're stretching every 20 minutes, half an hour, you might feel fine for an hour or so. Try an extended session and then do it again, and you'll realize like your mobility just goes out the window. It is so, so important.
Very important to stretch and get yourself in the right mindset. Obviously, take care of yourself, guys. Take care of yourself at home. Here we go. Now we're going to take care of this game. Alexei Sarana versus Bortnik on the right. Or so you see that in Tang versus Boyal there. So, okay, here we go. In this situation, I'm looking at the Sarana game with Bortnik. Wait, what you got?
I just love it. Anytime there's an early G4 anywhere, that just makes me very, very happy indeed. Played by Andrew Tang, who is absolutely going for it. Yeah, come on. Let's keep shoving everything forward. That's what we like to see. 9 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. This is going to be fun.
Big fan of G4 myself. In fact, when I signed chessboards, guess what square I signed, John?
Love it. That is it's a beautiful square to sign.
Every time, because I love the G4 square. I play it a lot in my Joe Baba Londons with white. I will always push the G4 pawn at some point. Have some very critical, strong wins with that. But Alexei Serrano versus Bortnik here. He chose, and I love Bortnik's choice here, but it's risky, but also scary, but also fun, all at the same time here. This is what is this thing? This is the Leningrad Dutch. So there's some fun on it. There's some good things that can happen, but there's also a lot of bad things that can happen as well. So this is going to be an exciting game for sure.
A personal favorite of a longtime coach of mine, Thomas Rendell, many years ago now, but we remain good friends, and he thoroughly enjoyed playing the Leningrad Dutch, so I'm loving seeing this over the board here for Bortnik. It'll be interesting to see how this progresses a little bit later on. Of course, e5 has been played and is on the board for black. A lot of the time you are fighting to try and get those kind of moves played, and if white plays something like e4, you have the option of pushing the pawn further forward and getting f4 into the white position, so you want to be keeping that tension there and seeing what you can do on the queen side. Both players looking like they have their pieces very much pointed in the opposite direction. Maybe a few question marks early on about where the light squared bishop and the rook on a8 are going from black's point of view, but development here looking pretty solid to begin with.
I'm always a fan of Bortnik's opening choices. He's one of my favorite grandmasters, and the reason being is because he just likes exciting chess. You know, we play a lot of the same openings, and he's a fan of exciting chess, and that's how I like to play chess too as well. You always have a player or players that you like to see how they play, and you try to emulate in a way as well. Very strong tactician, loves tactics as well. Serrano I do like as well with the Najdorf Sicilian, as I'm a Najdorf fan too. So it's good to see these players play here. In Leningrad Dutch, you don't see a lot of, so exciting to see. In the Tang game there, he has G4, G5 going. Man, this is awesome. Love to see that type of chess. And if he castles queenside, which is likely, this is going to be a very sharp game, which it already is. Okay, but in the meantime, Serrano, okay, and Serrano with King H8 here. G4 actually on the board, boys and girls. Whoa, that's G4 on the right-hand side over there. G4 happening on both games. Let me hop in the chat, see what chat's talking about. What's up, chat? I see you guys. Amigos, Navi team. I think he is. Amigos, what's going on? Players in serious battle mode. I see you. What's up, Action? Good to see you as well. What computers are they using? I do not know. Oh, Speed Chess 14, Serrano Piranha. Yes, just catching up on chat there. Good to see you guys. Now, let's catch up on some moves. Wow. In the center of the board, there was a huge break in the center of the board in Alexander Bortnik versus Serrano's game. So, lots of central tension with pawns on d5, e5, and f5, everything 5. There's a lot to think about, but not enough time, as there is only 10 minutes per game with no increment here. So, d5 just happened. The question is, where does he take? And does he take? Does he take on d5? He does. Take on d5. Right. Knight takes. There we go. Maybe you go e4 drops a pawn. Not really, though. E4 does not. And knight b4. Yeah, knight b4 is really strong. So on the right-hand side, if e4 happens, pawn e4. Right now, knight b4 would happen, which is sort of an annoying move. But you have to be careful here. I mean, taking on e5 activates black.
So we've gone full Australian mode.
Oh, man. Activates.
Activates.
Activate.
Gonna activate all the paces.
All right.
To be clear, before we get the complaints, I have an Australian passport. There you go. I'm a citizen. I can make that joke.
Yeah, I don't. I have the American passport, which I got a lot of stamps on there now. So I'll tell you guys.
Nice.
Different countries, so it's out
there.
Very
good.
Feeling good. But of course, as we hear on this game, there's a lot going on in both positions. I think the most exciting game is Serrano versus Bortnik. There is a lot of central tensions going on, and the king is castled, pawns being pushed up. Anything can and will happen.
This is, there is a lot of tension in the center of the board. It's interesting that we have pawns all over the shop. We got d4, d5, e5, all occupied at the moment. A question that we have to be asking ourselves at some point is, how do we want the tension to resolve? Because one of the obvious pushes here is if black plays the move e4. But if you do that, of course, and you have takes, white moves the bishop, all of a sudden, all of that tension is arguably lost. So both players are looking for very specific things here. But is it a case of who blinks first? Who wants to take with what?
That is correct. In fact, a lot of times they say you should keep the tension in the center here. You really kind of want your opponent to release the tension, unless you have something you're going to release the tension with good intentions, right? So release the tension with good intentions. So if you do actually have something that you can do, or you have a really solid answer for releasing the tension, then obviously you shouldn't do it. And here we go. Takes, 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 takes. A lot of takes, and the knight comes into d4, as you see in the center of the board. Very nice knight there. The bishop on c8, not the greatest piece. That is usually a problem in the Leningrad Dutch, or any Dutch with the pawn on f5. The bishop will not be the greatest there on c8, but nevertheless, of course, still equal-ish position here from eval standpoint. I think as a human, definitely I would probably take white here. There's some weaknesses on d5. And maybe the f5 pawn can be slightly weak, but it's dynamic. There's a lot of stuff that can go on still, and of course, time gets lower. What do you think of that?
So here's my question for you, Canty, on that board on the right-hand side. The easiest part, of course, of any chess commentator's job is takes, 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 takes. Were we right to liquidate there? Was there a way to like keep the tension to try and squeeze any more of an advantage, or was that just fine? Is that to be expected?
Yeah, here, of course, something is going to happen. What I did like is taking here is not allowing white to actually, or black, to push up on the e4 square a little bit more, actually, which could happen. Black.
Let's hop over to the analysis board and take a look at that. Just because we've got the live boards on program at the moment, so let's get that swapped over and take a look.
Sure.
There we
go. So in this position here, you're talking about obviously the tension here. E4 is a super annoying move, and it does kind of restrict the bishop here and makes the rest of the pieces fight for some squares. The knight would be quite happy, and the bishop would be bad. So I think this is normal. You could have actually kind of let black take two as well, but taking here allows white to actually just have some freedom. That's knight f4, bishop d7. Now we have the live position after rook c1. Black goes f4, and here we go. The problem, of course, again, with releasing the tension is the bishops did get active. So the main threat is obviously after pawn takes, there's bishop takes. And if you do bishop takes, you just lose a piece due to rook f4, or even bishop d4 first. Bishop takes, followed by rook takes f4. It's probably the cleaner way of doing it. So there are some threats here. There are some threats. White can probably just move the knight away, though. Maybe knight e2, threaten the pawn again, or knight to b5, trying to be a little bit more active.
I see. And then we've the pawn on b2 is looking potentially tempting there. Rook d1 getting played instead, and now black's getting the king into the game. So I'm guessing the lack of release of tension in that is because white doesn't want black to just have a free opportunity to gain a tempo against the rook and pick off a pawn on b2.
Yeah, this pawn is hanging. If you move knight b5 here, very possible. Obviously, rook b1, knight a7 type ideas too. Lots of tactics are involved here. But at the end of the day, king g2 played. Okay, what's the time looking like? It's at 5 minutes with, of course, no increment here. King goes over to g2 to defend the f3 pawn because bishop takes d4 was the threat here. So got the bishop pair. This is sort of annoying having this file open here like this with the bishop being loose, as we talked about before. Loose pieces, lose games. And here we go with some tactics here. Bortnik will always go into some tactical skirmishes. The question is, can I take this? I mean, it's possible. He goes with the bishop, but rook takes was possible too.
Oh, I was gonna ask if we could play rook takes and see if we, because by playing it this way around, black retains the bishop pair, and you're not worried about a skewer of the rook against the king. So I was wondering if taking with rook retains some sort of tension, some sort of tactical advantage for it. Maybe it ends up being the same thing. I don't know.
This was a fun way of doing things, just to keep it here. I guess it's totally normal to do it the other way too as well, but
could you play bishop takes knight and after recaptures bishop e6?
You know what? I actually can take this way too. I could have taken with the rook
Thinking
as well.
out loud.
But yeah, exactly. Maybe you have to take here first, but you also have rook takes d4 maybe in some cases here. But again, bishop e6 is sort of annoying here. I mean, look at this is crazy.
You can just take the rook first with check.
I do want to show this too, though, with this bishop e6 and then takes and takes, rook takes. Now, obviously, there's king g7. You would have bishop d4, but the problem is rook f8 here. He can just kind of block. So there's lots of tricks you have to watch.
Right. Okay.
At least, but let's refresh the board and see what happened. Actually, he just went the simple route. No need to calculate too much. Take, 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 take. And here we are with the live. He takes this way. Same kind of idea. We're just going to take. Take, take, take. There's a check. King g3. He gives the pawn back. Rook takes e3. Rook takes d7. Rook Rook takes D7, Rook takes D7, Rook E2, King D3, Rook takes B2. And we have an even. Yeah, he gets a pawn out of this.
Well, we know
he gets the pawn back. Yeah, he gets the pawn back.
Look, it's if we read the Bible of chess, it says on page 1 all rook endgames are drawn, right?
Yes, correct. 100%. All rook endgames are drawn. Yeah.
All rook endgames are drawn, except the ones I get into, and I find a way to lose all of them. How frustrating! These technical guys who wiggle their rooks around and find a way to get plus 0.3. I get flustered out of nowhere.
It is annoying. Of course, there's so many in-game books. I always recommend students to read 100 in-games you must know, Jeremy Simmons' in-game course. I read also Pandolfini's in-game something manual or something that was like that, older book. And then these days, obviously, you have Devereaux's in-game manual, which is I think the final boss is what I like to call it. That's the final boss of in-game books is Devereaux's in-game manual. So that one has 3 rook in-game chapters and 4 just on pawn in-games, right? So it's a healthy amount of in-game work to do, boys and girls.
I think I've got a copy of that book on a bookshelf somewhere in my house. And I think I might have even read a chapter or 2, but I'm not going to lie and tell you I've done more than that. It's heavy. It is a heavy read.
Yeah. It's heavy. In fact, this one looks very drawn here. There was actually something I always make jokes about the Devereaux in-game manual. I actually Carver about it, and he was like, "Yeah, sometimes it's just a lot of unnecessary knowledge in there." And I was like, "I agree." He said, I actually remember reading something that was like, hey, if the king is adjacent to the knight on the pawn on the 3rd rank, making sure that it is Friday with the degrees being 70 degrees outside, then on the 8th rank with the pawn being adjacent to the king, this should be a win. And I'm like, what? Bro, I'm just going to flip the page. Thanks, Deveretsky. Sounds good.
Whatever you say,
bro. Whatever you say, bro. Like, that's how some of that wording was like wild in there. But a lot of it is obviously very good chess. Very, very good stuff.
So this is looking like, and it's always dangerous to say, hey, we've got 2 grandmasters with identical pawn structures in a rook and pawn endgame. This is sailing towards a draw. But I'm 95% confident we're not going to see any more huge drama in this game. I feel like both players know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, we'll so switch up here and go to the other game.
Let's take a look at what's going on. We've got Andrew Tang versus Tarini Goyal. And still a few pieces on the board here. Fairly dynamic position. I love to see rooks against kings as well with the rook on c1 there. Interesting position with 3 minutes each left to play.
3-6. Let me see. 3-6-7. White has the extra pawn here, which is enough to do enough damage here. Okay. You can't really take with the pawn here. I was looking at b6 from black. b6 because taking allows knight takes e3. Maybe even knight f4. You really don't want to allow this. So maybe you just step the king out of the way. You also could go maybe king e1. Yeah, you could just get out the way and pawn takes. There's a rook c7. b6 is on the board, though. So White's up a pawn here. Just try to milk and massage the position.
It's so tricky to...
There it is, king e1.
How do I put it? You're in a position where you know you're up a pawn. You know there's an advantage to be had. And you're always just really eager to get as quickly as possible to a potential win. But there is such a thing as overcooking, isn't there, Canty? Where you get really excited, you can see things are on the horizon, you might be able to get a win, and then before you know it, you overlook something and a winning position becomes drawn, or you miss a particular resource. I feel like that's happened to the best of us.
Absolutely, of course, especially as time gets lower. When the time gets lower, literally anything will happen, like as we've seen in many games, guys. Time gets lower here, there's no increment. You really are playing the clock. Now here, this is sort of a 3-minute blitz game, I guess you can call it, starting from an end game here. Using 30 seconds, this could be like a 3-0 game where both of these players are very, very likely and also played many 3-0 games, blitz games, and Title Tuesdays. So pretty simple for them. But starting in this position in a 3-0 game is not the greatest. Black even being down a pawn. But, of course, lots of things can happen. Black actually being in a worse position due to being down a pawn. Very active pieces for White. Rook a6 being some type of threat maybe. Rook a5 hit the pawn, right? But of course, hey, as we said before, all rooking games are drawn. Now, not really that. Yeah, we have a Michigan tonight. There's still some pieces on the board, and we have the extra pawn. So I'm going to try to milk this all day, says Andrew.
A quick update for everyone off screen, of course. Grandmasters Alexander Bortnik and Alexei Serrano have indeed officially drawn game number 1. So the game you are seeing here is the start of game number 2. So both players have half a point each. And if either of these players wins game number 2 outright, then this will win the series for them and they'll advance to the winner bracket semifinals. If it's a draw again, we go to Armageddon for the first time today.
Armageddon. That's going to be nice, guys. Very nice. As it looks like we have a Sicilian over there. Is that an A3 Najdorf? Wait, some type of Najdorf, I think. I'm actually going to bounce over there real quick just to check. What was the opening moves here? That would be E4, C5, yes. Oh, it was a bishop B5 with A4. So it wasn't technically an A4 Najdorf, which is generally, it's like the knight goes out to C3, then you would go A4. I had this over the board against Alex Fishbane. I drew that game. It was a GM, very strong game, but A4 is more positional. But this one, without the knight on C3, it did throw me off a little bit. But he played the bishop B5 check, which is sort of what they call in Moscow here, where I love to see Serrana play Sicilian. I'm not going to lie. He's a very strong Sicilian player. Love seeing him play the Sicilian. He just knows all the variations, like the best lines to do stuff as like an MVL would with the Najdorfs. I think Serrana is right up there too when it comes to like Sicilian variations. You love to watch this guy play some Sicilian, see what he's doing and what he chooses. And here he chose sort of a dragon setup, which is really nice against his A4 thing. So now you have the dragon setup that you would get in the dragon Sicilian with obviously the C-file pressure in any Sicilian, but you have the flexibility of moving the knights and the bishops around. Try to figure out what you want to do.
Things are heating up in the other game, though, because we've got a minute and a half, plays a minute and a half in Andrew Tang, Torini, Goyal. So that game potentially is going to be finishing soon. The Ivapa very much likes White's position. There's certainly a lot more activity here, potentially. So let's see if Andrew Tang can find a way to convert this. Rook coming out to F6, pinning the knight against the king. But I have to say, Goyal, the pawn islands there, the pawn on A5, C5, potentially looks a little bit fractious. And White's just continuously gaining little bits of space here and there. And with that extra material advantage, it's difficult to see this not getting converted.
Yeah, rook takes d6 is winning on the spot here, as you could just kind of win some material. Rook takes f4, I guess, and rook f6. He's trying to maybe calculate what happens on this. You could also probably take this way, too, the simple route. And then king takes, and I think this is still winning. Yeah, take anything is what he says. Rook f7, which is a brilliant move, by the way. Yeah, it's take anything. Right?
Just take something.
Just take something. We don't care what it is. Just take it. And that's what happens here. He takes, and game is completely winning here for Tang, as we saw him doing this anyway. Tang downtime, which is rare here. But, of course, yeah, he has enough time to figure this out. He's going to do this in his sleep. Remember, this guy is an absolute speed demon.
Yep.
Extremely fast. And Tang with the dub there. He needs one.
There we go. Look. He's the reigning hyper bullet champion for a reason. When we say he's low on time, he's got what? Oh, he's got more than 12 seconds. That's fine. Don't worry about it. He'll convert.
That's fine.
And Andrew Tang takes game number 1. Look at him, calm as a cucumber. You'd think you'd see a little bit more tension in his posture, tension just in his eyes as that game went on and on and on. No, like him being 12 seconds away from converting and him after the game, absolutely no difference to his expression.
Tang is the same way. Even when he's streaming, he's like, yeah, just playing. I mean, this is how he streams too. I mean, I'm just playing.
Just playing some chess.
And exactly, he's so fast and like it doesn't match. It never matches. If you ever watch him playing, and he's like, yeah, I have so many tabs. Ha ha ha, I have so many tabs. And like, it's just super calm all day. Like, yo, how does he do this? But that's why he can play at that highest level too like this, because of the calmness. You'll see that at a very high level. The players being very calm. So queen of b8 hitting the b2 pawn, but he's not going to take this. That's going to lose a queen almost on the spot. There is some weird knight e4 there, but I mean, is he going to take this? No, I don't believe that. I mean, he could, I guess. Rook fb1, and then there's some crazy tactics with knight e4 being a thing. Knight takes e4, queen takes a1. I think he just said, you know what? I don't want to go down that line.
Oh, come on. I'm gonna pull you up and show that on an analysis board. Let's go ahead and take a look at that because I think that's great. But you're right though. Whenever I see a position where queen takes b2 is possible like that, the first thing I'm thinking of is great. Now, in how many moves is stuff gonna hit the fan? You always have to look at. I look at that and I'm like, nope, get me out of here.
Yeah, there's just too much going on. It's just too much. You give up too much material.
Wow.
It looks cool, but you're just down. You don't have enough, right? White is clearly better here in these situations, but you always have to calculate it. And then he was like, you know what? I don't care about any of that. Let me just go back. I don't want to even entertain it.
But you look cool.
Why? I was like, it looks cool. I don't really understand. Okay. Bishop e6. This is a dragon-esque move, as you'll see a lot of times. Accelerated dragon or dragon players. Bishop coming over here to e6 here, which is attacking, takes. Now b2 is actually hanging. There is some problems with b2. Now b3 is a scary move. Yeah, the knight g4 might be an instant move there, which is really strong. Which and actually to show this b3, knight g4 is very possible, which hits the bishop. It also
Nice.
opens up this at the same time. The idea here is breaking up the structure. At the same time, getting my bishop very, very strong and getting rid of your bishop. In many cases,
you respond with bishop d4,
bishop
I guess?
d4, very likely it is a move that can be played.
And then if e5, bishop f2? You could also just
also
take.
take, but yeah, e5 was a move too. And then I like this. Takes. And then knight e3 is possible, but I think the knight ends up getting trapped. Rook f2 is the only move because you need to defend this, and the knight's not getting out. So going back, e5 does look like move two as well. Let's go back. I'm just going to check that. e5, bishop f2. And then we probably just take, because that's why we went here. Takes. And okay, I got the bishop pair. I mean, not the bishop pair, but the dark square bishop, which you want to end up getting here like this. Takes some time. So you see h5, king h7, maybe bishop h6 to try to massage the dark squares. But in the meantime...
And it's just so annoying, right? If you have the dark squared bishop controlling d2, like there are so many positions where white wants to use that, like either for doubling the rooks or just using d2 or c1 to help advance the pawns, and just having that taken away by the dark squared bishop must be incredibly annoying.
Well, he actually he played b3, so now we're going to see what's going on here. Okay, b3. Yeah, knight g4 is a very likely move here. This is something you do in the dragon and accelerated dragon. Accelerated dragon with the pawn on c4. There it is. Knight g4 is on the board here, boys and girls. He plays knight e2. That was not something I was considering at all. But I guess I could just take on e3 with the same type of idea. I do end up picking up the bishop. You know, not the bishop pair, but having the dark square bishop in the dark square hand.
Interesting. So we try and step... I'm looking for like clever move orders, because of course you've got knight takes bishop. You've got queen takes queen. This just looks... this looks so much more tame than I want it to be, Canty.
Yeah, and it's what you'll get in a dragon or some type of dragon Sicilian or accelerated dragon Sicilians here. I've had a lot of success with accelerated dragon. I hate actually the Maroxy bind, as we all do, which is why you just don't play accelerated dragon that much anymore these days. You will see it sometimes. Even Magnus in the CCT just recently was playing the queen b6 move 5 or 6, whatever it is, but move queen b6, which is more topical these days. Still draw like, but it scores 50%, which is better than all the other lines of the accelerated dragon. So queen b6 is normal now these days. But you have this dragon bishop, which is an absolute menace. Absolute menace here. You have bishop h6 at some point to try to really control the dark squares here. But nevertheless, very equal game. And really anything can happen, especially when the time gets lower.
I'm guessing from White's perspective, a great idea potentially would be to find a way to get like the knight into f4, so that if the pawn gets moved to e5, you've got some really juicy light squares that you can park that knight on and feel great. The problem is bishop h6 is just this specter that you can never get out of the way, and trying to get White's knight to a position that is as good as Black's bishop, that's tough.
Yes, in fact, c4 here too. Now, what do you think about this weakness on b3 here, John?
The rooks can defend b3 from light squares, which is great, but what I'm thinking about it is, what's the second weakness that Black can provoke? Because b3, you're just pinning that down all day, every day. You can park the rooks in the b file and just let it cook, right? And then move the queen elsewhere. So I'm immediately thinking that pawn's not dropping straight away, but even if it's not dropping straight away, where's the second weakness? And that's what I'm trying to look for right now.
The principle of two weaknesses here. As we see, Serrana is working the queen. Like, look at the queen just infiltrating like this. Infiltration of the b file here. Bornik, on the other hand, I could possibly see, no, this is very risky. Rook f2, yes, but I mean, you may see this happen. Run the king f2 and just literally send the whole house, John.
Do it. Look, you're busy looking for a pawn. I'm looking for the win. I like that. I want g4, h4, h5. If I have to march the king up to g3 before getting the rook across to h2, so be it. Don't even mind That would be delicious. I'd love nothing more than for White to
Armageddon?
try that right now.
Hold on, Rook F2 again? Armageddon? What's up, boys?
No,
What you want to do here?
no.
What you think, John? Put the house on it.
Come on, you've got 4.5 minutes left to play. There's pressure to. I feel like if you're with the black pieces here, you're not offering the draw yet.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I feel like there's still things you can try. You can still double the rooks. You can still play around. And then, okay, if in 5 or 6 moves time, White's got all the correct replies and you're getting bored of this and you want to go to Armageddon, fine. But there's still a couple of things you can try.
There's always some things you can try here. Armageddon. Could be possible. That is one of them. He plays H4. He says, psych, not today.
There we go.
Not today.
Let's have some. This is what we were waiting for.
Yeah, now we have a game, guys. I mean, we obviously already had a game. Queen H3 is actually kind of annoying now because it's going to help back up the H5 pawn and hit the weakness on E6. But of course, E5 could be played, followed by an F5. Yeah, I like White's chances. I mean, now it resembles some type of Maroczy bind by, a delayed Maroczy bind. Like somehow later on in the Sicilian, you played E4 and C4. Generally, you do it in like the first 3 or 4 moves. You get these pawns here, and you get 55. But now, I mean, I definitely like the white space here. It does feel Maroczy bindish, where it's only the bishop left. Usually, you have the knight still. He says King H2, and whoa, Engine did not like this move. But hey, listen, at the same time, I still like White has the space with the E6 pawn, maybe pushing H5. The rook can swing over. There's potential. That's what I like to see in games. Is there potential?
So that was interesting because the queen going to H3 straight away, of course, the knight on E2 would have been hanging before, but White's played rook F2 first now. So there are additional considerations in play. The rook can also come back to F3 if we absolutely need to, but it doesn't look like we do at the moment. The queen has been retreated from black's perspective. This is very much still dynamic. I want to see G4 get played. I feel like there we go. After you mentioned G4, after you talking about signing the square, Bortnik went right. I'm going to make sure my G4 is the last one that gets played in this game. But he does play it eventually.
You always play G4 at some point.
I mean, my computer doesn't like it, but I love it.
That's true. Over the board, some of my best games ever against strong players that I've beaten was with White. With White was G4. Like you get a pawn on G4 and you hope for the best. Now, of course, generally there's more pieces on the board, but here, okay, I got pieces. I got G5, I got F5, I got everything 5. It seems like, and something can happen. Yeah, Queen. There we go. Backing them up a little bit. It is possible to see something like this likely. Be careful though, because the dark square bishop, if it gets to square, it could be, really, really devastating. In fact, because that bishop is going to be a menace on the E5 square, so you have to time it correctly, or this bishop will be the best piece on the board if you end up pushing F5. So be careful.
So the other rook comes up to F3. That means both rooks are defending the B3 pawn, which means the queen is potentially free to move. But I'm not sure what the plan is here. Are we going to go queen F1, move the king up, and then start pushing some pawns? No, we're just going to push G5 straight away. So H5 can still follow this up, but after takes, what's the weakness you're provoking there? E6 is defended. I'm not seeing it yet.
Yeah, as F5 is not really possible anymore because a lot of
knight G3 maybe?
Yeah, knight G3 is an incoming move. Get another piece into the game. Knight G3.
Yeah.
Maybe H5. Not really enough yet because the knight doesn't have some good squares. Wait, here's an idea too. I'm always a fan of the crazy knight maneuvers. I've never do this in a game before, OTB. But yeah, he went back to knight E2. Probably just tickled, is what they say. First, let's try something. Queen G4, rook over to H3 and play at H5.
Okay.
Possible.
I want knight G3 as well. But that's just mainly to look pretty. I get maybe the idea is,
that's good. That's a strong move, bro. Serrano.
And if White wants to continue the attack here, you're basically forced to play en passant. But if you play en passant here, then you're giving the dark squared bishop options.
That's a strong move. Well, as they say, en passant is forced. I don't know if you know that, John. That is a full force rule.
Well, exactly.
100% forced.
Don't know why he's taking time on the clock. It makes no sense.
I have no idea. If he doesn't play it, it's actually illegal. In fact, so that's what the rules say. So I don't know why he's thinking here, guys. We all know he's illegal move. Illegal move. He did not play en passant. This is crazy. He plays Queen H3 instead.
So, okay. So by not playing en passant, we're effectively saying we're tying down the black queen to the defense of the E6 pawn. For a while. Fine, I get that. But my question off the back of that is, so what? Exactly. If you get yourself into a position where e5 can be played, is that really such a bad thing in the long run? I'm not sure.
Whoa, wait. Eval bar changed. Eval bar went crazy there. I was wondering, what was it? Yeah, it's kind of hard to even know. Who knows? Because pawn takes wasn't really that clear either. So apparently something was amiss there. But back in the game, maybe we take, but then everything gets kind of this. Okay, this is likely. I'm not gonna lie. This is likely to be Armageddon. I think.
Oh, wait.
This is likely.
Okay. I was thinking maybe there was like something to do with Queen A7 there, but with both rooks on the back rank, there's nothing that black couldn't defend. So you need a second threat to make that scary, and I just couldn't see what the second threat was, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I think we got Armageddon, boys and girls. I think this might be an Arma. So this is always nice to see because we get to bid the times, and then of course, as we talked about earlier, black pieces is just, you always want to have black pieces. I mean, I love to have that. Hey, if I win, I win. If I draw, I win. That's never a thing. Only in Armageddon. So you get those two options. I'm always going for that. But I think it's likely to be Armageddon. Not to say that it is, and it will be. There's still moves to be played, but it is likely, especially
However,
play.
However, Canty, every man and woman has their price. So if we said, how much time would you want your opponent to have for you to agree to play with the white pieces? What's that cutoff? You've got the full 10 minutes. They've got less.
6:30.
6:30.
I'm a quick player. I know I'm a very fast player. So 6:30. If you got 7, I'm not a fan. And the 7 just, even though it's like, it's just a little
makes
bit more
it interesting.
Time. Yeah, it makes it interesting. 6:30 is the max for me.
Rooks are now off the board. And we mustn't forget as well, we have got 2 games going on at the moment. It's just the moves are happening so quick here. We've been following this game for a while, but Andrew Tang, Turini, Goyal is still going on. Looks to be a relatively even game if you're to believe the eval bar, but on the board, this looks very dynamic.
This is not equal. Equal what? That's what I always say always tell the engine that. Equal what? What are you talking about? What math are you calculating?
This is equal hurts my brain is what this is. What on earth is going on here? Let's take a look. First of all, the pawns are all over the place. I don't even know who's connected to what at this point. What on earth is that back rank doing for black? But at the same time, there's no killer blow for white or anything. It's like, have you ever seen, like for me, it would almost...
Oh. Wait, Knight G4 anyway? Hold up, big dog. Knight G4 is incredibly strong. Incredibly.
Oh, well, that does... Yes, because the rook on A8's hanging, right? But you ever see... You know, in like the Olympics or whatever, when you see some like really high level wrestling, where they're sort of stuck in a position on the ground, you don't know what's going on. It looks like they're just staying still for 45 seconds, even though it's mega technical. That's what this position screams to me.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's so much going on here, guys. Even on the eval bar, it jumps up a little bit, still says equal. Knight G4, maybe you could just take and she goes for Knight G4, and that's exactly what happens here. He takes it very quickly because he knew this was coming and says, hey, it is what it is. I'm down in exchange, but it's unclear how white is able to proceed. I think that was a very strong choice, by the way. Very strong.
You called it, Canty.
What's Arma?
Armageddon.
Arma, boys and girls.
So we'll follow Andrew Tang. Well, we'll follow Turini Goyal, Andrew Tang until that game concludes. We've Queen D4. We've got an exclam on the board here, just restricting options for white and taking an awful lot of space. I mean, the back rank and the D1 square is also looking a little bit breezy. So Goyal's going to have to make some difficult decisions here. Queen E3 is what's decided so far, to just make sure you've got double protection.
The bar says you've lost your absolute. It might be Rook A7. I love this move. Rook A7 hits
bar
the bishop.
Does not like that.
And hits B7 all at the same time. Rook A7 could be a diabolical, vicious move. Let me see what the engine thinks. The engine says best move is Rook takes A7. Let's go.
So what did black have to play instead, Canty, is my question.
So
question.
Let's go back.
Instead of Bishop H5, what did we need to find?
Oh, wow. Best move was a very logical move. Bishop B6, defending Bishop the A7 B6. Pawn. Defending the A7 pawn. But he hangs it, and now Rook takes A7 is a very nice move. She finds it. She could be sending this boy into Armageddon as well. Now, of course, man. Tang could be going down. It is possible. Anything can happen.
For those of you who are watching going, what on earth is this Armageddon stuff? Let me explain. Both players submit what I believe is an anonymous bid to the arbiter. And that's because this Armageddon game, the player with black will usually have less time. But the advantage they have is if the game is a draw, black is considered the winner. So both players submit a bid, and the lower bid is the player that gets black. And I can tell you guys that in the game between Alexander Bortnik and Alexei Sarana, Sarana bid 7 minutes and 50 seconds, and that was the lowest bid. So that means Bortnik is going to have white with 10 minutes playing Sarana's 7 minutes 50, but if it's a draw, Sarana goes through.
Here we go. Now, hopefully Bortnik uses a Jobava London. If he does, that just tells you, in must-win situations, you go with the trusty Jar Jar Binks London. So we like to call it over here in our fellow Jobavian or Jobavian land. My fellow Jobavians, shout out to you guys. Okay, so let's see what happens.
It might happen. It's so much more pressure as well in an Arma situation. Like it's very easy in a game of chess, Canty, to say, look, you're not playing the player, you're playing the position on the board. Just keep playing the best move and you'll be fine. First of all, when it's quick chess, it's a different beast. Secondly, when it's an Arma game and you can't afford for the game to be a draw, I mean, goodness knows what must be running through your mind. Like, even if the best move is a safe move, you don't want to play that. You want to complicate. You want to make things difficult for your opponent. You want them to make more and more tricky decisions. It's psychologically, it is so difficult to be in that kind of position.
Of course, here. In fact, as psychologically, literally everyone in Bortnik game and Serrano having that Armageddon game, anybody, this is it. This is kind of the last game here, which he shows the same thing he chose in the first game, which is that Moscow and Sicilian, as you see on the right. And then here, Torini in a position where she is clearly better, trying to win, have to hold the nerves, trying to beat Tang here, if possible. If she beats Tang, then she goes to Armageddon with Tang here. And look at that. Of course, nerves may have gotten to her here as you see the E-bar bar swings. He does give up the pawn, but now the bishops and having the extra pawns here for black could make things okay. She hangs the rook. Oh, my goodness.
Wait, what?
Television. It hurts. Oh, my goodness.
What?
Oh, it hurts. The pain. The psychological pain. You can see it on her face. Oh,
that was just a mouse slip, right?
I'm not sure.
That had to have been.
Oh my goodness.
The disgust. Oh, God. That was a mouse. That's got to be a mouse slip. Oh, I feel that pain.
Goodness. Sometimes a reaction is like literally my arm going right through the computer.
Even Tang, you saw that. That wasn't a smirk. That was oh, that sucks. I'd hate that if that was me. That was, oh, he knows what he got away with there.
Got away with it. And of course, as you was just mentioning, the psychological battle,
goodness,
the time pressure, all these things happening, and the hang of the piece. Wow. That one.
Oh, Torini Goyal on the precipice of sending that match into an Armageddon game, and a mouse slip means that Andrew Tang will be moving through without having to play that extra. That was heartbreak and a key moment, but we can't stop to breathe. 9 minutes 18, play 6 minutes 35. Alexander Bortnik is playing white in an Armageddon game here against Alexei Sarana, who bid 7 minutes and 50 seconds. Remember, if this game ends in a draw, it counts effectively as a black win. Alexei Sarana will move through. So white has to find a way to win this game.
White, it is likely. It is like, of course, white is going to push. There will be a result here. Someone will go to the loser's bracket after this game. This is very crucial, very detrimental. So you have to create those chances and try to play, obviously, the psych part of the game. What is my opponent maybe thinking? What does he want? But also, the chess itself. The rook e5 looks really nice. Knight goes around to a3. He goes bishop g7 because he's about to get out of here as fast as humanly possible. Get that king out of there very quickly here. And sort of an even game here. Maybe you could see something like this. Try to get this knight to a good square. But he ends up grabbing that bishop pair away from black. So now it's a very equal game. Sort of C3 Sicilian-ish for my C3 Sicilian or Alapin fans out there. Definitely love myself a good C3 Sicilian as well. But very equal, I would say here, as something that Bortnik really, I don't think wants here. He wants something more imbalanced here to be able to give himself chances to win here. The more equal it becomes, the harder it will be. It says Serrano only needs a draw.
Serrano, of course, happy to play as concretely as he can. It's down to Bortnik to try and find those tiny little advantages, those little point ones, point twos on the eval bar that on their own doesn't mean you can win a game, but when added together can culminate in a winning advantage. Needs to find as many of them as he possibly can in this game. He has got the extra time to do that as well. And I have a feeling that that's going to be a big factor. But here's what confuses me, Canty. We've just seen already a couple of trades of minor pieces early on in a position that I think it's fair to say is relatively solid. Don't we just want to be complicating and keeping everything on the board so that that extra time really has maximum impact here? Why are we seeing these trades so early?
Yeah, that's tough. It's tough because I think objectively, Bortnik is trying to make the best move every time, which is nice. Like, that's what you want to do. You want to try to create the best, but sometimes you want to be making, in fact, I learned this from Fabiano and I never forgot this. Fabiano was like, yeah, sometimes I'll play move 5 on the engine, which objectively may be a worse move. But because I know it better than you do, I'm going to, I'm more comfortable and et cetera. And it creates complications. And I kind of always live by that now. Like when I'm analyzing, I'm looking at stuff, I'm looking for the move that you're not technically looking at, or you're looking at the first 3 moves on the engine. You know, you didn't look at move 4, which is, you know, slightly worse, maybe by like 0.2 or 0.3, not significantly like minus something, you know, obviously don't be crazy, but, you know, look for things that can give you chances and that suit your style a lot. And I think, you know, this is a very even game here. This is very nice for Serrano. I don't think Bortnik is having some chances that he's looking for right now. He wants to have some complications, some things with tactics, and maybe make things very spicy here. But at the end of the day, Serrano holding very well. Time is getting closer as well. You know, so that time edge that Bortnik starts with is not as big as it was as it started. Okay, maybe if Serrano thinks a little bit longer, it will be a little bit bigger. But at the same time, exactly. Says this is sort of equal here, which favors Serrano.
And you have to be thinking as well, as Serrano, there might come a point where the best move isn't the most obviously... How do I put it? There might be some moves that aren't the best, but are more clearly drawing. And because you only need to draw, you might go, actually, I'll just play that because that's obviously drawing. You play too many of those and you miss one resource where actually that wasn't drawing. I've got this hidden discovered attack here, or a pin that you didn't necessarily spot 3 moves down the line. And before you know it, that could turn into a loss. So it's a delicate situation, even if you're playing with the black pieces and you've got draw odds here. It's not that straightforward.
As they say, the best defense is offense, but they also say, how do you draw a game? Is play for a win, right? So play for draw by playing for a win. So still playing good chess, and of course, following the principles, not just trying to trade off pieces and look for a draw, because you won't find it that way. In fact, you'll find a loss rather than anything else. What you're looking for is to keep playing good moves, play objectively, play what you can, play what the board gives you, and then if a draw is there, then obviously you take it there. So best way to play for a draw is play for a win here, in which both players are generally kind of looking to do. Serrano's fine with either or anything, where Bortnik is the one that has to actually create some imbalances here. This is how you actually win games. In fact, when I read a book on Gukesh, so I'm a big Chessable fan. So there's a book on the Gukesh where it talks about basically everything leading up to the World Championship. So it's all his games, talked about how he likes to play and etc. And one thing that I noticed about his game is he always looks to imbalance the game, whether that's through, you know, bishop versus knight, or, you know, sacking a piece for 3, 4, 5 pawns type thing, or pawn structure imbalance. So having imbalances here will actually help you be able to create chances to win, is what imbalances give you. So it's pretty nice to see, and actually something to pay attention to here, where I don't really see that many imbalances here. I mean, maybe on the D file, the D3 pawn being a pawn structure difference here, but other than that, it's not really many imbalances. So it's harder to play here from White's standpoint. If you're trying to win a draw, okay, cool, you make some moves, do our thing, but to win here, it is much harder. So we're going to try to pressure him on the clock, I think, is a big idea from Bortnik. Try to use the clock as a piece, as I like to say, try to create some pressure time-wise.
And that's why the bishops were moved to where they were, right? As far as Serrano goes, if it's possible to create more and more exchanges where there's limited opportunity for your opponent to create those imbalances, like you said, Canty, it can only benefit Serrano in the long run. And by playing the bishop out to f6, by saying, I want to swap these dark square bishops with you, what Serrano was effectively asking Bortnik was, do you really want to play your bishop back to a square like D2 when I can then just move my knight away and really try and hammer home an advantage against the D3 pawn. And ultimately, Bortnik had to concede, yes, you're right. I don't really want to invite that kind of pressure, at least not straight away. I'm going to have to...
You want to draw? Hold on. We shuffled here. What you think, John?
No,
you
no way. Here? Come on. No way.
Come on. No draw, John. I can't get a draw. No
Come
draw,
on. No. No, none of this. None of this.
Yeah, none of that. All right.
None of this.
Absolutely
Can
not.
you imagine?
Yeah.
When's the last time in chess history, Canty, that a draw was offered in an Armageddon game? Can you imagine?
Oh man, yeah, I've never
someone
seen
spamming that draw button in the hopes you misclick.
Draw. Like, man, can you stop? And they're sitting right from across from each other. Bro, can you stop, bro? Can you stop, bro? Like, stop. And then it gets like heated. You can see that happening. So yeah, no, none of that. Actually, Bortnik is looking. How does he proceed? He plays H2 with a waiting move.
That makes sense actually. So I've just been corrected by our producer. If Black's already completely winning, just offering the draw to end it.
Okay.
I can see that. I can see that.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Completely waiting. Like, I just need to...
That definitely not the case here, guys. Not the case here. So, look, a pair of bishops have come off the board now as well. It feels like Bortnik has all of his pieces on really active squares. Where I'm struggling to understand, Canty, is now that the game's really active, where does White want to position the pieces to create those imbalances? Is the queen, for example, coming to E1 to try and create a battery against the E7 pawn? Are we trying to get the knight out of the way so that we can get C4 in? And if we get C4, maybe White can stick his knight on D5? Like, what's the long-term plan here for Bortnik with the pieces he's got left to create more and more of these imbalances?
Well, after the shuffle here, he got to be very careful. I mean, you can't shuffle anymore. You have to make... a move. H4, 93. I mean, you have to do something. Wait a second. Okay, Ricky 5 will be a draw. So he had probably 93 we might see here. Hits the queen if takes. I am doing not really a double attack. I mean, I'm not hitting I'm only hitting E7. Yeah, that's gonna suck. I don't know what to do here actually. If I'm trying to win, yeah, I don't have a lot of moves. I could try 95, but then knight f6, yeah, king H1, yeah. Yeah, I think he's slowly gonna probably accept that this will be a draw, and it sucks obviously because you don't want to. But like, wait a second, hold on. Rook E7 was a move. Rook E7 was a move, but 93 actually is really strong. Oh, it says it's a miss. Was it just Rook E7? I'm actually curious. We got to go back to see it. Oh, Rook E7 anyway. Oh, we got some tactics. Hold on, hold your hats, boys and girls. Rook E7 was winning on the spot. He was just giving up a pawn there. Rook E7 followed by. Actually, I'm curious. What happens on Rook D3?
95, maybe?
Well, queen's hanging after. I'm curious. Rook D3. What happens? Oh, now 93. Wow. Okay. So it was just a move order difference.
Right, okay.
But here's the live position. And there is some spice in the game. Something happened. He just kept playing around, and he found something. He was able to wiggle something out of here. Now takes. Queen takes C5 apparently was not the move here. And... yeah, it's just a question mark. But okay, takes. There's a check, king H2, and take on B2. And it's still like a draw. Wait, I have queen E5. Followed by knight D5. Oh, there's queen B5. Ah, that sucks. I was going to go here. Next, but queen B5 is a
right
dagger. Maybe queen here. Wait a second. I guess you could just take. I can't put pressure on this yet. Can I go G4? I can. Takes. But then he responds with G5. Knight F5 check and king G6. And it's still a draw. Still.
Yeah, because bishop... Queen E5, knight D5 looks so natural.
Oh, like, absolutely. Beautiful play.
It takes time, right? And Black's got time to defend there.
Takes.
Yeah, exactly.
Threatening G5 in a way because I have to get H4, F4 in. Could take and play G5 again. Once again, knight F5, king here. And he's out. And Black is actually chilling. In fact, everything says draw here. And even if queen E5, you can go queen F2 as well.
Bortnik's got less time than Serrano now. I think that's telling. Wow. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's telling.
Yeah, that's tough. He takes this pawn too. I was just going to mention that this is hanging too because knight D5 is defending. So he said, I'm going to snatch a pawn, do it this way. But I think Bortnik is going to be the one to go down here into the loser's bracket, which we might see Bortnik make it all the way through. Bortnik, you see the frustration on his face.
Wow, look at that.
Tough game.
He knows. There was an opportunity there as well. There was a sequence of moves very, very quickly played where we were thinking, actually, are we going to see a decisive advantage here? And Bortnik knows that, unfortunately, He let that moment slip. And that might be, we don't know yet, that might be his one shot in this game. I don't want to say, I mean, these players are great, right? I don't expect them to make big mistakes, but at the same time, they both have 2 minutes on the clock. So Canty, it is still true that anything can happen. But right now, it's looking dicey at best for the white player if you have to squeeze a win out of nowhere.
This was a beautiful move because this was a nice practical chance to try to push this through. I thought King G3 as well, to try to do what you can. But I mean, now I have no pawns. Like, now I'm literally just down pawns. Look at these two passers here. Black's doing quite well. Queen here, he wants to push. But I might be able to just check and blockade. Queen E1, it says draw, but who cares, right? King F4, gotta walk the king up like this and push.
Yep.
But easier said than done.
When it comes to having queens on in the end game, Canty, I feel like all you need to do is this, is the precursor to goodness knows how many losses I've experienced.
All you gotta do is,
All you got to do is this and calculate every possible queen move for 5-ply and just make sure that there's no sneaky tactics, because when it comes to having queens on the board, the sneaky tactics are literally all over the shop, and those eval bar swings are brutal.
And there it is. And there you have it. And there you have it, boys and girls. King F4 check and takes the queen, but I think he just said draw. He didn't even need to. Yeah, of course, this is one of those situations where all I need to do is check you. All I need to do is check. He's fine with the draw.
Absolutely.
Oh, shoot.
Still doesn't want the queen. You just go back to D1 then. I mean, 1 minute and 3 seconds plays a minute 32. At this point, it appears to be somewhat academic. We're trying to make, at the moment, we're trying to make sure we're keeping the game alive so that it's not necessarily a black win, but honestly, a black win and a black draw, if you guys are watching at home, leads to the same result. This is the Armageddon game. It is not a regular game. If the game ends in a draw, black progresses. So it's extremely important for white to find a way to win the game, but an outright win here looks very, very far from reality, unfortunately.
Correct. And white having to win this is not going to happen. He realizes that, of course, he's taking all these pawns. Hey, hope. I got one pawn. I also have an extra square to run to, but very difficult to execute. Very difficult to execute. Maybe we have some ways to try to block and run the king this way. It's all hope here, 40 seconds on the clock for Serrana. I mean, maybe, there is a shot.
Possible.
It is possible, right? There is a shot.
Imagine black plays King H6, Canty. Imagine.
Right, exactly. Oh my goodness. King. I thought King G5 would be played. I mean, he had that. He was ready for that. King G5, by the way. Push and Queen G. No, that doesn't work.
We're not loving that. Queen F5's got to start, right?
Queen F5, G5. Yeah, he plays Queen F5 first. Wait, white's winning.
Whoa.
You're kidding. Wait, what was the move?
So it wasn't Queen F5. Did I just... I'm so sorry for suggesting the losing move. But this looked so obvious.
Look at Bortnick sitting up.
What's going on now? What's going on now?
You got to be kidding, bro. You have to be kidding me. There was some hope. There was some hope. And I think he's found it. Man. Okay, well, we'll go back and look at that maybe later, because we have to stay with this right now. We have to stay with this. Now it's a draw again. Jesus. This is such a hard game. Chess is so hard, guys.
What did I tell you about queens on the board, Canty? I never assume anything when there are queens on the... Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my goodness. This is terrible.
By the way, 11 seconds plays 4.
Anything can happen. Whoa.
Bortnick's going to convert this.
He's going to flag him. He's going to flag him.
No.
No time. Flag. Oh, Bortnick with the win. Look at him. Yes.
Unbelievable. Do you remember that look of frustration that was on Bortnick's face 4 minutes ago when he was thinking there is no way I am going to move forward. I've blown my chance. That is it. I'm going to have to duke it out in the lower bracket. And he's the one that advances to the winner's bracket semifinal. What is going on? He can barely contain himself. I think he's pinching himself right now. He doesn't believe this is reality.
Absolutely. I wouldn't either, of course, as you
Oh
just
my
never,
God.
ever give up here, guys. He just fought and fought and fought. Who knows? I'm completely losing. I'm going to go to the not today, especially with it being no increment, guys. It literally changes the trajectory of the entire game, boys and girls.
That is
With
ridiculous.
no increment, it's a different game.
That is absolutely ridiculous. So that means that the first round of winner bracket matchups are now done. You can see that. You can see that on your screen right now. I believe we are next going to the lower bracket round 1. So we should next be moving on to Kurtz versus Oberoi, and then we've got Goyal versus Sarada. Who would have thought that? After the end of the first lot of matches. Absolutely fantastic stuff, folks. We are going to take a much needed breather after that absolutely insane Armageddon game. You guys will get an opportunity to refresh your glasses of whatever it is you're drinking at home. I can honestly use a cup of tea myself, but remember, it's not just today. We've got the chess going on because Norway chess starts tomorrow. 10 of the best players on the planet, including Magnus Carlsen and world champions even, Gukesh and Ju Wenjun. They will be competing for one of the most prestigious titles in classical chess and a prize fund of over $160,000. The action begins tomorrow, May 26th, and we're covering it all on Chess24 streams. For everything else you need to know, visit go.chess.com/Norway25 or just use !Norway in chat and we'll send you straight there. Either works. So folks, Kurtz versus Oberoi, Goyal versus Sarana coming up next. We'll see you after this break.
We have the freestyle drawing challenge. You can either draw your favorite chess piece, you can try and draw the country where you're from, or you can also draw something else you like.
I can't draw though. I have no like spatial awareness.
I don't think I'm a good painter.
You guys will see how I'm going to draw, or can I?
That would be nice.
I'm drawing the US map with an oval shape. And then we have this. I told you I can't draw. It's not actually what I envisioned. Okay, so this is supposed to be... No, that's not good. Do I include Hawaii and Alaska?
Sure.
But Hawaii is just somewhere up here. And Alaska is somewhere here. I have no like spatial awareness.
I don't think many chess players are so talented. No. Something like that. Approximately where would you be living?
Somewhere around here.
Okay, I'm gonna draw a chess piece.
Okay, very good. On that map, where is like Florida, and you can show us a few cities.
Florida. But Florida is a little bit too far west on this map. Okay, I'll try another one. No, but this is also not good. Okay. Well, this is Florida. It needs to be a bit longer, I guess. Originally, I'm in the East Coast. I'm somewhere on this map here. And now I'm around here.
Amazing. Wow.
That's horrible. The map is the easiest, but it depends if I want to be artistic or not and draw like a piece. Should jut down like this. It goes over. California should be like something like this. It should go up. And then Maine should be right over here. And, okay, it's a bad drawing, but this is much closer than Fabiano for sure. Someone should still be able to tell this is the US.
My thought was that he was supposed to draw France and mark Paris. Yeah, I'm not sure.
I've lived here. I've lived here in Florida. I've lived somewhere up here in New York. I mean, this is terrible, but whatever, it's close enough. I lived in St. Louis, which would be somewhere in the middle, up here towards like all the Great Lakes, somewhere up here. So Yeah, it's a couple of places that I've lived in the U.S. I lived in Seattle, which would be way up here, so it's not perfect, but I think someone will tell based on Florida being down here that it's the U.S. So I've lived in all these different places.
What if I told you I became a grandmaster by solving the same exact chess exercises over and over again? Yes, it sounds a little crazy. After all, if each chess game is different, why repeat something you've seen before? Shouldn't you practice calculating in unique positions every time? Well, that's true, but there's also a way to train your brain to streamline its calculations, and that's the woodpecker method. My friend Hans Tikkanen invented the woodpecker method in 2010 when he was training to become a grandmaster. 7 weeks after he finished using his method, he earned all 3 of his GM noms to earn his title. Seeing his success, I had to try it for myself. And a couple of years later, I became a grandmaster too. As word spread, others tried it too, with excellent results. Okay, so what is the woodpecker method? The first step is to take any large amount of chess puzzles and solve as many as you can in 4 weeks. In my books and chessable courses on the woodpecker method, there are about 1,000. You don't need to do that many, especially if you are a beginner, but I recommend solving at least a few hundred. At the end of the 4 weeks, take a break, a few days at least. Then, solve the same exact problems again, this time aiming to finish them in 2 weeks. You might remember the solutions from before, that's okay, but try to solve them like you're seeing them for the first time. After you finish the second cycle, try solving them in 1 week, and then a few days, and then try solving all of them in a single day. It's not easy work, trust me. I didn't think I was going to make it the first time I tried it, but the results were remarkable. It's because much of chess is pattern recognition. Rather than calculating every single move in a position, your brain looks for ideas and patterns it has seen before first, and they help you calculate faster and more accurately. So by doing the woodpecker method, you're building intuition, helping your brain become more efficient in calculation. And that's the woodpecker method in a nutshell.
Welcome back, everybody. We are live with the lower bracket matches now at DreamHack Dallas. It's the road to the Esports World Cup, and already in the quarterfinals of the winner bracket, we have had plenty of drama. It has been fantastic stuff. We've had up to 256 players in the bracket, whittled down to the final 8, which is what we saw today. We've now had the first round of winners bracket matches done, and the lower bracket round 1 matches will begin. We start off with Eric Kurtz versus Oberoi, and then we have Goyal Sarana. That, for me, I mean, Kanti, that is rough. I'm looking at Goyal, who mouse slipped in a winning position, and Sarada, who got flagged in what was a winning position, and they now have to face off against each other. This is not fun for the emotions, I have to say.
Yeah, lots of emotions there. Still thinking about the previous things, as we talked about before. Remember, you do have to try to have that short-term memory loss and just play what's in front of you and try to play the best there. As you see, Torini there is just still messed up from that. She knew she had it in the bag there. This could be a whole different thing, but games are about to start here, and these are the loser bracket games. And these are very, very important. Just as important as the winners bracket too, but this is your last life. You lose the match, you are eliminated.
That's right. So at the end of these best of 2s, possibly plus Armageddons, we will lose 2 players out of the tournament entirely. Very brutal, this format, but also very fair. It means that if you lose, you still have the opportunity to stay in, but after that second life, that is it. You are out. So on the left-hand side of your screen, you can see Eric Kurtz with the white pieces taking on Shalev Oberoi. And then on the right side, we have Alexei Sarana with the white pieces taking on Torini Goyal. I also just want to point out that what a run for Goyal to be in a winning position against Andrew Tang and then go down to the lower bracket and you have to face Sarada. I mean, it doesn't really get much more rough than that.
That's true. It doesn't get much rougher than that. But of course, if she's able to do it in one, as she was able to,
incredible.
There, yeah, she's possible to do it in another here if you just keep the nerves together and try to play as best as you can. In fact, the only thing you can do is just play the board in front of you. That's what it's about. Is play the board, not the person. Easier said than done, but at the same time, always try to keep that in your head while you're playing.
Wow.
So,
speaking of in your head, Kanti, I'm looking at the, I'm analyzing the head position here. And I have to say, Eric Kurtz in particular, he's got what I like to call the Counter-Strike position, when your eyes are exactly 2.5 centimeters from the screen and you're locked in. I'm not even sure you can see the whole board. There we go. He finally takes half an inch back, but he was glued to that screen for a second.
I'm not gonna lie. Listen, I think for me, I see the board literally better when you are that close, but also like lower
Really?
as well. Like I can't be above the board. I have to be like slightly below it, looking up in a way where I generally see everything. That's like the locked in, super focus mode. People know.
But like, is your screen like less than 6 inches from your face when you do that?
Yes, in fact.
Wow.
Yeah, maybe
right.
Strong. Maybe like 4.5 or 5, something like that.
That's like the Counter-Strike pose there. That is serious.
In. Yes, it is. We do this on stream a lot, especially when we're playing in our 30-second arenas there, or I'm trying to grind some rating, almost 2,800, Chess.com. So working on that. But yeah, it's something about leaning into that screen. You just feel like you're a part of it. Absolutely.
Well, I mean, much closer you will be.
Any closer, you will be a part of the screen, literally.
Oh my. So matches started pretty much on time. Worth noting on the right hand side that after Queen E1, Alexei Sarada has only used 30 seconds and Torini Goyal is already down to 7.5 minutes. So already a 2-minute disadvantage at this relatively early stage of game number 1. It's of course more important to get the right moves on the board than it is to play them quickly. But Goyal already being forced into settling into, I guess for this time control, that would be considered a deep think. So we'll see if that ends up paying dividends for Sarana a little bit later on here.
Absolutely. Hopefully it does. In fact, Sarana just moving as quickly as possible here. Pretty good stuff. He's always locked in, as we know. But in this position, or at least in this game here, he wants to actually, put the pressure on Torini here. Make her think, make her move a little bit faster here. Try to provoke weaknesses. Sometimes what happens is when you are moving fast, we've all done this. You want your opponent to do the same thing. Like they're like, or you try to match your opponent's speed, which is not great to do. But if you don't match the speed, then you just lose a lot of time. So sort of a catch-22 there.
The C file is clearly where we're going to be fighting it out. On the right-hand side, we've got a half-open D file and a half-open A file on the left. Shalev Oberoi also having the doubled pawns on the B file as well. So there are a couple of imbalances here. Let's take a look at Kurt Oberoi for a second, Canty. What do you make of this position so far?
This looks like, I'm not gonna lie, this looks like a Maroxy bind from a Sicilian, but let me see where it came from. Oh, it was C4. So okay, yeah, it kind of transposed into exactly, Maroxy bind Sicilian.
Pretty much.
Accelerated dragon version. He went queen b6.
I thought you'd love it, so we should bring it up.
I used to love these positions. I mean, from black, this was like this is the first Sicilian I learned how to play. But here, white obviously has the bind in the center, and everything's nicely defended. I can't get a6, b5 in, but I do have the classical way of playing. Knight d7 over to c5. This stuff is very, very easy for black to play, but also it's a damage of the structure, and it's not fun. It's easy, but it's not fun from black standpoint. And I noticed that I drew a lot of games from black standpoint, sometimes even losing some too as well. It's very difficult. Okay. So knight d7, knight to c5 being a thing is a very normal way of playing this. White, on the other hand, has stuff like f4, f5. Now, with the a file being open, does bring some pressure here, but this can also a lot of times be answered with a4. But when knight d7, knight c5 happens, black and white has a choice of either trading here. B3 would be a little bit loose as well. And then if f4 happens, obviously knight takes e4 would be a thing with bishop takes c3. But then white can play knight d5, but the rook is hitting a2. So there's like so much. There it is, knight d7. This is the next plan for
Are we,
knight d7 c5.
To what extent do we care about the outpost on b5 for white's knight? Because while it looks really nice and no pawn can ever kick that knight, it's also not really attacking anything of importance. It's not like black's particularly worried. Is that a thing in these kind of positions? Do we
Generally,
care if a4
going,
knight b5?
If we get this going, then yes. But you are correct. Knight b5 doesn't really do anything right now. Technically, though, bishop takes c3 followed by rook a2 is a thing. So we are following down this line. He plays knight a4, hitting the b6 pawn. Is
knight a4 okay?
Thing. I like knight a4. We could go rook c6. This is what I've seen in the Maroxy bind files from black standpoint. Rook c6, and you even go f5 yourself before white goes f4, f5, and of course Oberoi playing rook c6.
So there we go, and f4, f5 likely to show up on the board in the next couple of moves. So that's the Kurtz Oberoi game. Let's go ahead and take a look at our bird's eye view now. Only 2 games going on at once, of course, because every single game from this Road to Esports World Cup event at DreamHack Dallas is being broadcast on this very channel. And we see Sarana Goyal continuing to rage on, with Sarana slowly exerting some positional pressure here. And I say that because the open files are C and D. I've got a rook and a queen on those open files for white. Nothing for black at the moment. I'm not seeing any big crazy killer blows or anything, but it does feel like this position is just more comfortable for white.
Of course, as Hikaru says, these knights here are really strong here on d4 and c6, right? Really, really strong knights. Knight takes e6 is going to damage the structure, which these are just going to be weaknesses in the endgame here. Big problems that we don't really want to have. Also, the rook is being active, but this one's active too as well. Inchin really likes white more than I would expect, but I think it's still equal-ish. Like black has stuff that they can do. Rook takes e4, you can hit a2 still too as well. I mean, again, knight takes e6 is vicious, so maybe you should take it now, which he does. Yeah, so now I'm really on white's favor here, where black's like this is crazy how the eval bar is like, I don't like this one, but they like the other position. I mean, this is clear that black has some very nasty targets that we can target in the end game here. I guess black has their own counterplay though, with obviously the a2 pawn being weak as well. Maybe queen e2, try to shift over this way or this way. This. I mean, even knight takes e6 is coming too as well.
It definitely feels like the sort of position where at a high level, like there's enough imbalances, but imbalances in white's favor that you're almost just playing for 2 results at this point, right? It's like you can afford to make a mistake and still be able to walk away from this game with at least half a point. whereas black almost feels like you're one mistake away from this becoming a winning position for white. And you have
Speaking
to
of
be
mistake,
ultra
we got to
careful.
go over to the Oberoi game. The Maroxy bind, of course.
Oh,
in fact, shout out to
no.
Roman Ginji Hashvili. It's DZNIDI. And then Shashvili. I always used to say Roman DZ, slap the keyboard, put chess next to it on Google, and he would come up. He literally would come up every time because you can't spell it. But Roman, actually, who is a big fan of this Maroxy bind, says, in the book, I remember he said, Maroxy-Bind has lost its deadly grip. But in a way, that's kind of what's happening here. The deadly grip of the Maroxy-Bind is now being punished here as the B3 pawn is the weakness. You can't really defend this besides
nice.
Rook B1. But the pin here is the vital thing. So we can end up
You
playing
can take A4.
probably Rook takes A4 because I think Bishop takes might run into some Rook A2 stuff with this nasty pin. But it feels like there's going to be a pawn grab here. And after that pawn grab happens, black is in the driver's seat. In fact, the engine says this is up a piece, and he's not up a piece.
Wow. So that means not only is there a pawn on offer, but the positional advantage is the equivalent. That is, that's a big ask from the engine there, isn't it? Look how much it's skewed. We have to think of an alternative way to go. But no, he's just saying, I'm going to play Rook D2 and accept that positionally, a little bit borked on that side of the board, unfortunately. And now we see what black can do with this resource. Choosing not to take, playing bishop c6 instead?
First, of course, they say when you find a good move, look for a better one. So what he wants is to just put this here first. And of course, loose pieces, lose games, loose meaning undefended. So he did want to actually try to defend this first and then go rook takes b3 with the threat of taking this next. Right. So bishop to d1. He says, I'll give up this one rather than the b pawn.
Interesting. And then bishop e4 played in response to bishop d1. Still very much piling on the pressure here. Of course, now rook takes b3, no longer on the cards. But take a look at the coordination of the white pieces. Okay, the rook out to f2 was good. Makes it look optically a lot better, because before, with the bishop on d1, the bishop on e3, it was looking like it was a little bit all over the place. But at least now, it feels like there's a bit of a plan.
Definitely feel like some type of plan here now as well. Black could go f5. Even bishop f6, maybe even allowing a capture because of the trapping of the rook with bishop f6. So he plays f5, though. He says, none of that stuff. Just going to play f5. Keep it normal. Keep it simple.
Now, Canty, this pawn here, it's no longer the case that you can just capture that at will, right? Because of the bishop on d1. So why is the eval still so unbelievably strong, skewing in black's favor?
Yeah, we actually do have this pawn. Number one is that pawn advantage. That we just, grab the pawn, a central pawn at that, right? So now trades will be very nice for us. If the more pieces we trade, the better actually our game would be. Even rook f8 going rook f6 at some point, a rook f8 with an idea of taking on g4 and try to trade. When you get to this endgame here, it's going to be very vital for black to just push these pawns through. Very clear plan where we trade pieces, we push the pawns, we win the endgame, right? Trades are really going to be nice for black here in all cases. We just need to activate the rest of our pieces, and one being which is not activated at all yet.
And then the reason why the eval bar is so stubbornly staying in favor is because with that simple plan, if black wanted to, there's literally nothing white could do to stop that from being executed. Black can just keep going, keep simplifying, keep putting yourself in positions where, look, there's really not much else that can happen here.
Yes, really.
White's giving it a go, though.
G5 actually too as well with the G5.
No
with
rook
the idea
f8.
of F4. No rook f8. You also could take. You do have to do something about this pawn, so he ends up capturing, and then pawn takes. I assume is his next idea. There's no rook moves. Yeah, but Kurt's not in a good position here, as he did drop the pawn. So he's gonna have to find something in the next game here. Maybe he can find a miracle save here.
Oh no!
Somehow we have seen it before, but Oberoi even has more time as well, so nothing's really working for Kurtz in this game.
I don't want to jinx anything, but I don't know if that's what today's going to get known for. But we have a queen endgame in Goyal Sarana. Nice. That's making me nervous. But one player has 10 seconds remaining and the other is 6 minutes. So I think I know which way this is going. There we go. Resignation on the board just in time. But that means Alexei Sarana is crucially 1-0 up against Turini Goyal. And that's important because this is now the lower bracket. Goyal needs to win on demand with the white pieces to stay in the tournament.
And here we go. Now, of course, Serrano being up a game, he just needs a draw. That's all he's looking for here. Of course, as that game just started, but Eric Kurtz and Shalev Oberoi, who is in the driver's seat here. I have an extra exchange here, which means a lot. Now, of course, the sacrifice of the exchange, Black did give that pawn back, but we have the extra material. Trying to convert here, says Oberoi. Possible.
You try and you sacrifice the exchange to try and alleviate the pressure on the position to sort of make those chances for you. But unfortunately, the eval bar is only slightly let up in that regard. And with the bishop pair for white, even though you've got that exchange, it looks like in the long run, the pressure against that b3 pawn and the fact that that light squared bishop is effectively a paperweight on the back rank right now is making life so unbelievably tough for Kurtz. He's still trying to find a way out, and with imbalances into position, Canty, it's a lot easier to make mistakes in imbalanced positions than it is in perfectly symmetrical ones. You never know.
You literally never know what you're going to get, guys, here. And rook to c6, I like this move because he wants to activate the rook once again. He wants to get this rook in the game. It was doing nothing on the b6 square. It's done its job hitting b3, now completely defended. So now we want to do something like this, trying to get around this way. We could see a stoppage with h6, or maybe trying to rook check just to get the king to move, or maybe rook g7, move out of the way, try to get h6 with a tempo, and then go back with the rook. So a bunch of plans here. Maybe he'll start with this one, rook f7, which he does. Now, you can go rook g7 or bring the king back. Bringing the king back is sort of scary. I can't really get the bishop involved, but if I do, obvious answers here. We could answer with e5, but it's not over yet, says Kurtz here, but he is, obviously worse here being down the exchange.
And that's why the rook
nice
comes
move.
up to g7. Move. Yes, indeed.
Making some stuff happen.
Wanting to preserve, of course, those pawns in the middle of the board for a potential endgame there. White doesn't have to worry, of course, about the rooks being constantly connected because White's only got the one rook left. So Black's deciding to lock it in place with bishop to f5. Computer's not liking that very much. It looked like a very sensible move to make, but I guess it's also very committal, right? Once you do that, that bishop's job is effectively to hold the rook in place, and now the question becomes, what are you doing with the rest of your pieces? So questions being asked of the position here as we get into 1 minute 10 seconds plays 2 minutes 44. Do not forget, Kurtz has a minute on the clock. So this is real high pressure situation, and statistically, with a minute playing 2.5, he's more likely to make a further mistake here, but let's see.
Can he go bishop f7, rook f8, bishop g6? G8. Okay, well, no, that won't be happening anymore. So here we go. Now the rooks are very active. And we now have something to do with the rooks. On the other hand, the bishops seem like they're doing something. This bishop is trapped, obviously, here. I can't get on this diagonal at all. B6, though, sort of a waiting move. He goes with the bishop f7 move with a double attack here. I was trying to get rook f8 to work. Bishop g6, king g8, h7. And I guess I just go king g7 there. But he can take the rook. So
okay, yeah.
You have to be careful. There are some tricks. There are some serious tricks. But rook takes is coming. It's possible check. No, I don't really want to go that route either. I need to maybe move this rook out of the way. Try to be able to take and get this check in. But again, taking will be with check. So there are some tricks. I have to say this. Kurtz is still in this. There are some tricks right now. And as I say this, he plays bishop g5, and there could be a problem. But what is that problem?
There was a double exclam and a dead drawn evaluation a move or two ago as well, just to show how unbelievably volatile these kind of positions are. And now we're getting Oberoi shaking his head. Bishop g5, rook h3 check, bishop h4. And this is clearly not what he was after.
This is clearly not what he wants. Yeah, because there is some weird things going on here. Do I just push the pawn and say forget everything?
I was thinking that. Like, why don't we just get the pawns rolling?
Okay, let me see. Engine says best moves are d5. So yeah, it's just literally push the pawn.
Just shove a pawn
boy
forward.
Through and like forget everything. Okay, needs to see.
And in this position as well.
It's over. That quick? It's over.
What? Really?
Oh, he hung a bishop. He found a move here. Yeah, bishop g6. He blundered bishop g6 and then takes him rook h4.
And that's it. Well, a lot of pressure was being put on anyway. Oberoi, I guess, converts the result that the evaluation bar suggests. was going to happen, but I have to say that was so unbelievably complicated, Canty. There was a moment there where a draw might have been salvageable as well. It was really difficult to calculate, even though we had Oberoi with the exchange advantage. Converting that was very, very tricky, and in the end, tactics and a blunder decided the outcome of that first game.
Absolutely. Of course, tactics are lots of the game, guys. I mean, literally calculation over everything. You should be calculating and doing those tactics at home here. In this game here, Torini is looking to stop anything from happening with Alexi Serrano here. Hopefully, obviously, a win here, as a draw would not be enough, as she will be eliminated if she cannot find a win here. Possible. I do like her position. She has the two bishops. She has a chance. I like King G2. But the problem is knight f4 is going to be annoying. So if we want to get g4 going, we are going to have to move the queen off the line. Play g4, probably try to open up the file like this. Put the rook on the g file. There is a possibility to create something.
There's a lot of pressure on the d4 pawn as well from Black's point of view. A beautiful knight on an absolutely excellent outpost on d5 as well. So on the one hand, you're thinking, well, maybe that light squared bishop can trade for that absolutely gorgeous knight. But at the same time, that queen and bishop on that diagonal bearing down on h7, not too bad either. Just with the pawn structure the way it is, there's nothing white can do to convert that right now. So even though it looks good, it is a little bit of a paper tiger in this position, which is why you see both queen and bishop moving elsewhere. Both players really moving quite quickly now. Goyal down to just over 5 minutes and Serrano down to just over 8. So again, significant time advantage here for Serrano.
Serrano with some nice plans. I believe queen g7 is a nice plan coming up next. It's strange, but it makes a lot of sense as it threatens a g5 push. But lovely move here with f4, stopping anything from coming into the square here. Can I sack? That's always my first instinct. Is can I sacrifice? I mean, technically you can, but you have to watch out for bishop takes d5, which is better. Queen g7 now doesn't threaten g5, so I think f4 was a really strong move. You also could tuck the bishop too. If you like, maybe put something on e5, type of pressure as well. I like her position. Bishops are controlling some squares.
Looking for ways to make the sack work. I have a feeling this might be another one of those situations where it looks pretty.
Yeah.
Looks fun. The bishop on f2 is actually doing work. It prevents the queen takes h4 coming in at the end of any of those sequences. If you also got the queen coming in with an extra pawn take, I would probably be sacking on the spot, but that doesn't quite work. Not at the moment.
Why to move here? Yeah, I mean, what the thing about Black's position that you really like is no weaknesses. I think White obviously have an isolated pawn, but Black has a extremely solid structure, as you see. Okay, you can, I guess you could say h7 be potentially weak, but you can't do anything besides the queen attacking it. You can't put any more pressure on it, so it's really not weak. You know, on the contrary here, White maybe has some weaknesses than d4 and b2, but Black having no weaknesses makes it hard to create any targets. So even with the queen here, you would love to set up something like bishop f3, rook here, and then bishop takes, but that takes too long to do that. It's going to be difficult, and of course, Serrano's not going to fall for that type of thing. Also, Serena being down on time, so you have to try to create something, or at least get him lower on time. You might even have the classic queen d3, sacrificing for 3 pawns. You actually would get 3 pawns, which you take with check. You might grab this one, you grab that one, and maybe e6 could fall too as well, but it is a long shot here.
One of the things I'm looking at as well is that Goyal's just played the bishop back to f3, for example. We're continuing to keep the position as solid as we can, but c2 is now a viable entry square for a major piece. So we're going to be looking out for whether the rook can come in, and obviously that pins the dark squared bishop to the king and also attacks b2. And a7's not dropping because the queen is on d7. So there are some questions being asked right now of Goyal's position. The bishop on e4 was sort of doing a nice job for all of that. Maybe tempting Black into playing a move like f5, but as soon as you play f5, there's then a weakness because you can just move the bishop back and suddenly e6 is your new target, and it becomes, look, even if it's not an advantage, it's easy for White to see where she needs to play. So we're not interested in that right now. We're trying to make the game as obfuscating as possible for the player with the white pieces. Try to figure out if there's a way to get Torini to make a mistake. At the moment, this is a very interesting tactical battle here in this middle game.
Absolutely. Tactical battle. Lots of things that can happen. Sort of positional first and then tactical in the second nature of trying to create plans. What do? You can't play G4, F4 hangs. You can't play F5. This bishop's holding the pawn here. Queen is not really doing anything here, right? So it's just kind of a standoff in a way where Torini is the one needing to find chances, and Serrano's like, hey, I don't care. I'll take a draw. I would win. That's it. I'm good to go. You know, I'm moving on through the loser's bracket to try to force a grand final reset, or at least make it to the final against whoever makes it to the final, as we still have to go through the winner's bracket if they're on the top. Still stuff to do, still games to play here, but Torini is getting lower on time, and the chances are dwindling here, as this is a must-win situation. Losing or drawing will be an elimination for Torini.
So what do we do here if we want to win on demand? The light squared pawns in front of the black king, solid. The dark
Queen
square
C8,
control,
hope for the
everywhere
best.
else, solid.
Queen C8,
hope for the
and then, like, you know, make a commotion around the room. Hopefully,
yeah.
You know.
Queen C8 and pull out a cable on your opponent's PC.
Pull out the cable and then hope that they can't get there in time. But Queen D3, Queen E4, of course, black is just better in this position. The reason being is black has better chances of the pieces. Of course, the knight can swing around to F5. You are dealing with the isolated pawn too as well. The rook is nicely placed. Not easy to convert, actually, from either side here. But, of course, Torini is the one trying to really make some chances happen here, doing whatever she can to try to create a problem. Maybe you could try this side of the board, but it's very not likely.
I was going to say, do we need the Canty special here? Do we need some
G4?
do we need some G4 shenanigans?
Push it! But no, doesn't work here. Pawn takes would be annoying.
Threatening. Wow, that's cheeky. Threatening Queen F1.
Queen F1 here, yes. F1. Which is weird because there's actually no mate.
If you go King H2, that's actually safe?
Yeah.
Question
right?
mark?
Believe it or
Wait,
not.
hang on. Can you then play things like Bishop takes D4? And like undermine everything? Can you like undermine stuff
Very
there?
Close. Very close. I have rook before. Also, it also.
I don't want to mess
check.
with that, man.
All right, yeah.
I don't want to mess with that stuff.
Trying to create some problems. Knight at 5. Do we have a D5? You might as well just do something here, I guess. At the end of the day here, G4. Yeah, but she played the D5 move, which I'm a fan of. Rook takes D5 to follow. I'm just going to sacrifice. I have nothing else to do at this point. I am down on time. Position I'm not liking. Rook takes D5. Yeah, this doesn't work, though. Rook C2. Wow. Apparently, he has something better there. Rook takes F5. Do I just play it anyway? Who cares at this point, I guess.
I feel like you've summed up my 3-minute blitz career on chess.com with the words, I'm just going to sacrifice. I've got nothing else to do. The difference is, for me, it doesn't work.
Yes. It's all good. It's all good. John, what's your blitz rating on chess.com?
It hovers between about 1750 and 1900, depending on if it's a good or a bad day.
Awesome. Chat, what is your chess.com blitz rating? Of course, and we wish you the best in your blitz games to get you a high rating. Mine is, I think, is a high of 2670, but I haven't played blitz on there in a long time. I'm like 2650 or something. Blitz. Just kind of chill right there. All right, so
I think the fluctuation gives you gives you more of an indication. If you say, between 1750 and 1800, you're like, that's fine. It's the same average. If I said, between 1500 and 2100, yeah, exactly. You're like, hang on a second.
You're like, wait, what
is this guy? What is this guy doing?
What day it is? Wait, what is going on? King F3. Look at this though. There were some chances. Torini. King F3. Oh, what a move here. Serrana. He found Serrana the Piranha is what I like to call him a lot. Beautiful move here.
Let's go.
Beautiful. Sacrificing the queen, getting it right back, he says. He says, you thought you had me? Think again. Very nice. Bishop D3. Yeah, rook takes F2. And out of that, still black is better.
Look,
rook takes B2.
This is this is a classic dead draw, apparently. What on earth? I mean, can we just say what an amazing resource there?
Yeah, what an amazing resource with checking and getting right back into the game there.
Here's the problem, though. You know what resource we don't have, Canty? Time. 5 minutes and 9 seconds plays 30 seconds. We all know what's going to happen here.
Yeah, that's just not enough.
No.
Just not enough. Unfortunate. Torini with a awesome showing here. Alexis Serrano with the win.
What an amazing sequence of moves over the board. Like, let's give props to that incredible game between these two fantastic players. But It is Serrana there that takes the victory by a scoreline of 2-0. And unfortunately, that means that Goyal is now out of the tournament. She still walks away with her fair chunk of prize money. Of course, making it to the top 8 here at the DreamHack Open is incredible stuff. But we have our first player bowing out of the tournament, unfortunately, in Tarini Goyal.
Very, very nice. As we have our other game with Shalev Oberoi versus Eric Kurtz. And of course, Shalev is looking to close out here and send Eric Kurtz home. Eric with a phenomenal performance so far, but Shalev is actually outplaying him. It seems as he has a better position. He has a nice kingside attack. You have things like Bishop F6 coming up, H5. You can definitely see and smell the tactinos here, as I like to say. Tactics. In fact, there's H5, H6. When the bishop moves back to H8, bishop takes E6 is going to be devastating with this file going on here. White just has all the play. Not to mention the knight on B8 still hasn't moved yet. So maybe it's time to get this guy into play.
Yep. It's almost the only move left at this point. You certainly need to make something happen. The rook on A7 probably wants to reposition somewhere. You don't really want to be staring at a closed file. And yeah, that knight needs to.
I mean, and look at this, John. Like, I was like, oh, knight D7, but then I was like, wait, oh my goodness, like bishop E7, and then you lose some material. This is what he's talking about. This is why he's having this problem. Knight D7.
So knight C6 instead.
Oh, knight C6. That is well. Thank you, John. I appreciate the generosity.
No,
man.
damn.
Thank you, John. John, you're such an awesome guy, bro. Like,
there we go. That's the first one mover of the day. We found it. Right up there with King H6 being the worst move on the board in the winner bracket quarters. We find all the worst moves on the board. So that's why that knight's still there. It can't move to C6. It can't move to D7. And ideally,
and then bishop F6 and just hope for the best. Knight D7 and this way if he goes.
So does that mean you're going to have to play something like, I was going to say Queen C7, and then you do like some weird Knight C6 to D8 maneuver?
That is a very nice maneuver. Very nice. But it's, you know,
that takes 3 tempi.
And it's defensive.
So much time.
It's defensive. Yeah. Lots of times, especially when you need to win, like you're not thinking defense. And the best defense is offense. So, you know, trying to find some offensive moves, it's difficult. Very difficult in Kurtz's favor here. I mean, look at these bishops. These bishops are absolutely menacing pieces you have here. You might even be thinking about E6 at this point too as well. E6 is kind of difficult because you can't take.
Can you just play bishop takes here and
yeah, I like bishop
going?
Takes as well. I think he's calculating what happens on bishop takes G7. I mean, sorry, bishop on G7 taking E5. I think that's what he's calculating. But bishop takes D5 is very nice. You also could take with the queen. I mean, you could take with the queen to defend it. You know, as well, stopping a C4, rook takes B5 is possible there. You even maybe have rook F7 followed by E6. I mean, you got some tactinos here for real. Queen takes followed by rook F7 and E6 is vicious.
Yeah, and if you play queen takes, then bishop takes E5 as a response is no longer possible. Okay, what you're doing is you're giving a little bit of a tempo away, but that's fine because you just play the queen back to, I don't know, E4 or something.
Right.
You can. I think the idea is if black finds a way to get C4 in for free, then the white bishop really is looking quite silly, right? That's the positional play.
Yeah, positional play, 100% after bishop takes, maybe getting that queen to C3 too, as you mentioned. Queen takes is on the board here. Shalev is looking to advance into the loser's bracket, and I think he'll be playing.
And you can't play C4 here, by the way. Rook takes C4 looks fun.
C4. Oh, he takes on C3. So there's a lot of moves. I mean, rook takes F7 is one that I love. I love making these type of moves, followed by E6, but that maybe not be the greatest. It just looks great. E6 can also be played in one move too as well with a mate threat type of idea. Probably just E6 seems the easiest. Let's see. Engine says, E6 is the actually the only
E6 first move. Looks really strong.
Yeah, this is the only winning move. And he finds it. Yeah. So that finds it. Queen D4 check. I don't have to take and give the tempo. I'm going to go King H1. Not on the dark squares because I just don't want to give any checks. He does take, though. He actually ends up taking, which is a little surprising there. But okay. It works. Takes. C4. Okay. A lot of moves from white here. I can go here.
It's hard not to play the move C4, right? Because if you've spent so much of your time thinking, if I get C4 on the board, that white bishop is basically inert for the rest of the game, and you get it, and you think you have an opportunity to play it, you play it straight away. Like, I completely understand the mentality behind that.
This bishop is a menace. Absolutely. You have a lot of problems here. Bishop at 4 is now some type of threat. Pawn takes cannot be played due to rook takes f8 and rook takes b8 to follow.
What do we do now? Do we play like rook b4 maybe? And if bishop c5, rook takes a4. If most other things, bishop takes
like
c4.
this?
Yeah.
Yes, I do like this. You also have rook
Something
c4
like that.
too. Yeah, I like it. I like it. It's black's move, so I'm trying to see what is Kurtz needs to find a move first off. So Kurtz plays bishop a7, which allows us to do what exactly? We have a lot of moves. Let's see what's the best. A lot of moves here. E7, I like.
I like that because I'm guessing the sequence was something along the lines of an e7, and if rook e8, you have some deflection with rook takes b8 once you set that up. So maybe bishop a7 was just getting all of that stuff off the table, saying don't even think about it.
There's so many moves. I think, the problem sometimes is having so many moves to play, where I think everything probably wins here. All of these
I have a question for you, Kanti. Will the knight have moved from b8 by the time this game ends?
No. In fact, I'm going to put the house on it. Put the house on it. The knight is not going to move. Oh, but there's a blunder. Wow, in a way. I mean, f takes e6. Now he's saying, wait, I'm still in this game, buddy.
What's going on?
Rook f3. Okay.
Ouch.
Yeah, I think white should still win, though. I think white should
yes.
still win. It's possible. Rook b7 now hits the bishop. Oh, maybe the knight does move.
This is a lot less clear than we thought it was going to be just a few moves ago. And you can see the shake of the head from Oberoi. It's so difficult, even when you think you have a game in the bag. Closing it out is another beast entirely. And more chapters are yet to be written in this game. Oberoi, remember, is still a game up. So a draw would see Oberoi move through to the next stage of the bracket. But going from what looked like a slam dunk to, hang on, I'm going to have to think and calculate all of this again just to make sure I walk away here with the draw. He's still got the advantage, but it's not half as big as it once was.
Absolutely not. Not as big as it eventually was, but also time's getting lower. So we did just see recently in the Bortnik with Serrano match what happened when time got very low and Serrano was completely winning, ended up losing on time. So Kurt's having the lower amount of time. And there's the knight move. Dang it, I lost the house.
There we go.
There goes
the knight
house.
Still can't move.
Nice. Yes. Knight still doesn't have many squares to go to. C7 is probably something, but here we go. White to move. What do we play? Maybe rook e7 hits
we're playing rook
gross.
Rook b6, knight c5, takes, rook takes e6, something like that?
Something like that, indeed. Absolutely. Maybe I need to walk my king up now, too, as well. There it is. King g2. Walk this king up.
Let's get some activity in the endgame.
It's also a bullet game, guys. A pure bullet game, that is. And I say pure because you have the bullet where there's increment. This is a pure bullet game. Oh, he's like, you want to draw? Because remember, he won the first game. So draw, he's fine with. Anytime, any day, I'll take a draw. Rook d7. He plays bishop e7 once again. Ivar is shifting now into black's favor. He is watching this, but at the same time, hey, who cares? There is 30 seconds on the clock with no increment.
Would it have been a blunder to just play bishop e5 and offer the exchange of bishops?
Yeah, it would probably be a blunder there. Absolutely, because the pawn was so weak, and then the rook gets active quickly. But I mean, the c4 pawn is hanging too. So yeah, this is hard to lose now. This is hard to lose for I mean 3 versus 3. Yeah, at least you got the draw, and I win the match. And who cares about all the other stuff? Yeah, this is a clean draw, boys.
Yeah, this should be. I mean, we've seen a mouse slip decide a match once already, but yeah, this should be relatively clean.
There's nothing you can do. He's gonna play this out as long as no one flags.
And you can't pre-move everything either, because if you're not careful and a sneaky g5 comes up and you're like, hang on a second, what can I do here? But no, we're fine now. We're in the clear. The bishop is covering the h1 queening square.
There it is.
Simplify to a draw, and Oberoi gets it over the line, but not without drama. There were hearts in throats for a couple of moments there.
Man, that was crazy, crazy match there. But Eric Kurtz is out. Handshakes there. Good sportsmanship. Eric Kurtz is eliminated. And Shalev Oberoi makes it through. Again, through the losers bracket there. But we still got a lot of games left, John. We still got more of the bracket all the way through the losers final and grand final as well.
Yes, we absolutely do. We have lost the first 2 players from the tournament. Remember, this is a double elimination bracket. We're playing for $20,000 here today, and the top 4 players get an all expenses paid ticket to the Last Chance Qualifiers at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. Plenty to play for. We'll be moving back up, I believe, to the winners bracket games coming up next. We'll see you after this break.
I'll go for a safe bet, like a favorite chess piece. I think that's pretty easy.
Sounds good.
I think I already got it wrong. Let me take a look.
And for a second, how does this guy look like?
No, this is difficult. Okay, this I can try.
Okay.
I'm gonna be artistic on this one. I think I'm gonna skip this.
Do one more. We have time. You can do one more.
This does not look like what it's supposed to look like.
The start was really good. I was thinking this is the best by far today, but then you kind of derailed at some point.
That was really, really bad.
Okay, there you go.
Amazing.
It's a rook here.
That's a rook.
Yeah, brilliant
Good job.
information. Yeah, I thought you will think it's a knight or something, but
Oh my god, drawing is hard.
Are you drawing the map now or the chess piece?
The knight.
Ah, the knight. Okay, perfect.
That's the worst knight.
And I say this is knight. You have to believe
Okay, okay, this looks good.
Should have been a door somewhere.
Should have been.
Should have been a door, but now no door from this. Or maybe we can make a door here, yeah? So all of a sudden.
Impressive.
Not really. And probably we should add some cat. But I'm not so sure my cat will be too nice, so. I'll just leave here.
I think we should keep this.
Yeah, we can keep it in the...
Like, out of the frame. It's so bad.
Pure fire. That's the only way to describe this spectacular showdown between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura in the Champions Chess Tour Chessable Masters. And Grandmaster Pepe Cuenca join me to enjoy this battle. The world number one kicks things off with the Jobaba London system. A crowd favorite for one very good reason. It is aggressive, chaotic, and just fun. The kind of opening that says, I came here to fight. After a6, a move aimed at preventing the knight from jumping to b5, but horses stay, white goes full steam ahead with a kingside attack. The knight on e5 is just vibing. Not only is it central strong, but it clears the way for the queen to slide into f3, which in turn opens the red carpet for the king to go queenside castling. Queen g3 is seriously annoying. It puts the brakes on black's kingside development and throws a flirty glance at the c7 square. Black plays rook c8, and now comes one of the best moves of the game. And guess what? It includes a piece sacrifice. Boom! If black captures on e4, then white plays d5, blowing open the center and putting the black king in a wall of pain. After c takes d4, Magnus plays e takes d5, totally ignoring the knight on c3 like it's not even there. If Hikaru had looked it up, his position would have exploded like popcorn in a microwave. Hikaru instead plays knight f6, but now the d4 pawn is pinned. A few force moves later, Magnus reaches an endgame with 2 clean extra pawns, and the black king looking like it just wandered into the wrong neighborhood. From there, Magnus starts working his endgame magic, first eliminating black's bishop pair like he's ticking items off a to-do list. One by one, he shores up his weaknesses, improves his pieces, and starts pressing. Once the pawn hits g4, Magnus spots it like a lion eyeing the weakest gazelle in the herd. That one, I want that one. The rest of the game, just a formality. I hope you guys enjoyed the fireworks and the spicy chess action.
Welcome back, everybody. It is DreamHack. We're in Dallas, and it is the winners bracket semifinals here in the chess event, the road to the Esports World Cup. 2 players have been knocked out of the competition already, which means it's rough. We're on the bubble right now. There are 4 all expenses paid tickets to Riyadh for the last chance qualifier in the Esports World Cup, and we've got 6 players left in. There are 2 more players that have to be knocked out before that's decided, and we also have this small matter of $20,000 that we're giving away today as well. Plenty of action coming up as we head into the winners semifinals. Canty, I'm excited.
Oh, definitely excited as we have all GM matchup here on both boards in the winners bracket here with Bortnik versus Sang. I have Arvin versus Raul there. So here we go. All right, games should be starting very soon here. Of course, everybody looks locked in, determined, ready to go. They know what's on the line here. 2 game matches. There's nothing else. They're going to put it all here on the line right now. Of course, it always helps to have the white pieces generally in the beginning. But, if you don't convert with those white pieces, you do have to play with black in the next game. And sometimes it could be a must-win situation depending on what's going on. Now, here we go. Games have started.
So, a reminder for what the classical ratings are heading into this. I like doing this at the start because it doesn't really matter if we're being perfectly honest. But Aravind here is the only player in the tournament above a classical rating of 2,700. I feel like that's worth shouting about, 2,739. Even if your ratings are different, Rapid or Blitz, your classical understanding is impressive there. And Rahul is 2,471. So there is a little bit of a rating gap. When we look at Tang and Bortnik, they are next to each other as far as seeding is concerned. There's a handful of rating points separating them from a classical perspective, so there isn't really anything to talk about. So I would say that Aravind is on paper the favorite on the left-hand side, and the right, too close to call.
Yeah, definitely too close to call here. But, of course, as a surprise for Tang there, Tang thought about that move there, knight d5. A little bit, then just goes with the normal. Okay, you know what? I don't know what's really going on. I'm not too familiar with this variation, so he's like, I'm gonna choose d6 just to go d6 here to play it very solid, which is an easy setup. Just go d6, hope for the best here, get some pieces out, do easy development. Bishop g4, maybe bishop b7, end up castling. Try to play a game here, of course, as not falling for any tricks, as this is a very tricky opening from White's standpoint here, and Black Tang is not actually trying to go for any of the tricks right now. On the other game, there's a French defense and exchange variation, which is, wow, it's like ill from White and Black standpoint, of course. With White, it's so annoying with Black, actually, if you're playing the French, it's annoying to play, obviously, against the exchange variation. But with White, I mean, you can kind of, take away all the fun from the French defense that may happen because it is a cagey opening, the French is. So
is this,
we'll see what happens in the right game.
Is this where I admit, Canty, that I play the French exchange as White?
Oh, man. Yeah. Oh.
I play in my defense, in classical chess, I'm probably something like 10 wins, 15 draws, 2 losses against players that are rated higher than me, because you frustrate Black so much that they try stuff that just doesn't work and you win. Right. It's great. You just say, look, I'm not going to win in the first 30 moves. That's okay. I'll win on move 35. Don't worry about it.
Exactly. It's nothing worse. If you're playing the French here, you're like, I hate this, in fact, right? There are times, where things could happen, but it's just very boring.
There are a couple of lines that are quite fun. I forget his name off the top of my head, but there was a Spanish GM, and I will accept that he mainly played this against players that were like 200 points lower rated, to be clear, who played the French exchange and always played Queen F3 on move 4 or 5.
Oh,
wow. That sort of stuff can be quite fun, because if you just know the lines better than your opponent and you force them to use all their time thinking, what on earth is going on here? Why are we playing this weird stuff? It can work to your advantage. That's not what we've seen here, though. But that sort of stuff can be fun. So for anyone who says that all variations of the French exchange are without flavor, if you look hard enough, there's the odd gem in there. But I will admit, you have to look pretty hard.
Yeah, you have to look pretty hard there. At the end of the day, of course, the French could be very fun. Or you play the French exchange, which takes all the fun away. So, yeah, of course. And that's the game on the left with the French there. Lots of things could happen or not. It could be a draw, but they are going to fight it out as much as they can. I think there'll be more fight in the Portnik Tang game. Wait, as I say Arvin's game immediately jumps up after Bishop F5. Apparently not the move that the engine was considering or thinking was great by far.
Yeah.
But let's see what happens.
This feels weird. I feel like... Okay, C4 has been played in response. I was looking at whether there were like intermezzo moves with G4 there that could have worked for White. I feel like there was an opportunity there. I can't quite spot what the variation would have been, but Bishop F5 just looks strange from my eyes.
Yeah, Bishop F5, allow it to take on C4 and takes, and I like White here.
Yeah, that was interesting. I wonder why. I can't see it off the top of my head. It must have been a subtlety that I'm missing, but never mind. We've got the knight coming out to D7, and we do have some imbalances in the position now. White has got the isolated pawn on D4. We can see the pawn structure for Black. D and E files half open. very, very familiar kind of structure for many, many chess players. The queen comes out to b3 to put additional pressure on that pawn on f7. And things are, well, I'll tell you what, they're looking a lot less boring than they did a couple of moves ago.
I will say that correct as well. I mean, I like a rook e1 coming to the file, which happened, and then follow up with maybe bring a knight to the center with knight e5 there. White just feels like they have a nice flowy position, easy moves to make, for generally speaking, but still probably equal from a practical standpoint here.
And then on the right-hand side, we have Bortnik with the white pieces first against Andrew Tang. A4 has just been played. We've got a little bit of a tussle going on the queen side there, but otherwise a relatively cagey opening. We don't really know where the light squared bishop for black or the dark squared bishop for white are necessarily going to live yet. That is to be determined. The fireworks haven't started in that game either. I'm looking for what's most likely to happen here. I'm guessing black doesn't want to be taking on b4. You don't really want that attack rolling up that side of the board with those A and B pawns. Where are we looking to make a break in that game, Canty? What do you see?
Yeah, that's a good question. I like actually the b5 move from white. If I can get b5 in and I have that pass pawn, it will be slightly weak, but I can push it. I also have the two bishops. So having the bishop pair, I'm always a fan of having the bishop pair myself here. Now, pawn is on b4 to stop the knight from swinging into c5. Andrew Tang definitely wants his knight to go to c5 because the knights, you know, are superfluous, as we say. The knights are not. They're kind of fighting over squares. We would love this, which is why he's holding and not playing b5 yet. Rook e1 is defending e4, as black probably wanted to go c5.
Okay. I'm trying to think of ways, devil's advocate ways to prevent that from happening, but realistically, we're going to see some sort of break soon in that game. Maybe black can align the rooks first and get a couple more things in order, but it is a very slow build. So when I look at this, I'm thinking, wow, c5 coming in straight away. As soon as I said it's a slow build, my caster curse, can I just say, is
C4,
just as strong
at
DreamHack 2025 as it was at DreamHack 2011.
Wow.
I'm pleased, and I'm glad I transcend video games as well. It started with StarCraft. We continue with chess. The immediate c5 to me, I don't know. It felt a little bit premature, and I'm scared when I'm second guessing GMs, of course, but I feel like there was more black could have done before making that pawn push so committal.
Yeah, actually, it's a very understandable sequence. You'll see this in the 4 pawns attack lots of times in the King's Indian, where generally there's a bishop still on G7 and a pawn on G6 with the C5 and C4 idea, which is why it isn't captured because it'll open a C file. But black actually pieces start to spring to life. Knight C5, which hits the E4 pawn. White can probably play bishop G5 to try to pin and take, or play knight to D2, which is attacking but also defending the pawn here at the same time. So I think we will most likely see knight to C5 coming up next, which he wants to attack this pawn. We might see a bishop G5, could be a H6, capture, and then something like knight to D2, which attacks this pawn. But he goes rook C8 instead, keeping the cards and kind of open in a way, keeping his options open to say the least. But knight D2 might stop a lot of the knight C5 ideas due to knight takes C4. I mean, there's some tactics. Knight D2, knight C5 anyway. So like you could do this. Knight could go to C5 anyway. I take on C4, you take on E4. Like, there's a lot of stuff hanging. But then you might have a bishop A3, probably at the right moment, meaning even right now. Bishop A3 could be a move. Knight C5 maybe could be answered with knight D2 once again. So, you know, this position kind of sprang to life almost instantly here after the C5, C4 idea here, where, you know, Engine really likes white here due to probably the D6 pawn weakness, but black has his own trumps too as well. Hitting the pawn here, keeping this here. Maybe C3 could be weak if we get a knight to E4 as well.
And to be fair, like part of the reason I was asking myself, there you go, bishop A3 played, knight C5 instantly responded to. So absolutely spot on there, Canty. Like half the reason I was asking whether or not that might have been a bit premature is precisely because, well, hang on a second, has black got all of his pieces in the right place? And I'm taking a look here. Yes, there's pressure on, but black has got a rook behind the C file. The knight has come out to C5. It's not looking horrible by any stretch of the imagination. So maybe it's just giving white an opportunity to put a bit of pressure on. It's not like this is winning or it's crushing or any of those kind of things. It just means that if white successfully plays with the initiative, it's white's turn to make black uncomfortable for a couple of moves.
Just for a couple of moves, in fact, as we do have the bishop here once again that we pointed out. Queen e2, I think, is an awesome move. F3 might have been okay, but knight h5 to f4 might be annoying. But queen e2 looks really good with rook a to d1 coming next, a knight takes c4 type idea, and this because the knights and the bishop are attacking the pawn, but we have it well defended with the knight and the bishop and also the queen here. So white having some very clear ideas here, moving the rook here, maybe playing f3 anyway to try to solidify, but also taking on c4. Is a very nice move. Even a maneuver of something like f1 to e3 to d5 or f5 as well. Also, Bornik being up 3 minutes on time, which is a nice advantage to have.
Canty, I've just been the most boring nerd in the universe. You ready for this?
I'm ready.
I just took a look at why bishop f5 might have been an eval bar mistake in the French exchange game. And the answer, like, hurts my brain.
What was
but it's kind of cool. Do we have enough time to bring up an analysis board? We can take a look. This is some borderline crazy stuff. So bishop f5 was move 12. And I was thinking that feels weird, but I couldn't tell you why. And this is not me. Like, I didn't find it. And it's because if white just plays bishop takes knight.
Okay.
Recapture with the pawn.
Oh, wait, what's the move? Bishop takes...
Oh, sorry, yeah. So,
okay, bishop takes knight.
Yeah, bishop takes e4. You recapture, d takes e4, knight h4.
What?
Dark square bishop, bishop takes f4.
Right.
And then the knight on e2 takes... and then knight takes f5.
Okay.
Not knight takes f4, knight takes f5.
Okay, move away.
The idea is after you move it away... Now you can play the other knight into g3 or h4.
Oh,
and positionally, like, you can't, because black can't play g6, there's all sorts of problems here. There is no way I would ever have found this over a board, but this looks so cool.
Also,
this is about as cool as a French exchange can get.
Yeah, you have this skill you had to worry about, but the pawn is super weak. Okay, knight d7. Let me actually, I guess, queen e2. Wow, this is ridiculous. This is so dank. Like, bro, looking all of this is so many moves, and then this is all off the head for me. Rook d8 and then c3, and then I'm winning. Like
c3,
what?
And then you've got stuff like if you try and defend that any further, you know, there's f3, knight f5 ideas if you really had to, but I don't think it's needed.
That was a line. That was incredible, actually.
That was weird. That
it was very weird, which is why he played c4. Right, that's great. Oops.
No way I would know all of that.
Yeah, that was crazy.
But
that's a lot.
Fun times.
That's a lot going on. But yeah, fun times, of course. Right. Ervin was like, "No, I'm not doing all of that, bro."
Yeah, exactly. I play the French exchange, and I agree with you. I'm not doing all of that.
Bordik, though, winning here actually as a combination of moves. Let's go back to see what happened. How did Bordik get in winning position? It happened right here, actually, after. Okay, last few moves where we did follow up. Okay, we saw queen e2 happen.
Yeah, queen e2. Fine.
d5, and then he takes a lot of captures. f3, nice move, blocking the checkmate. Don't hang mate in one. So queen e6 and rook bringing everything to the center here, centralizing the pieces. Very nice. Knight d5, queen takes e5, giving up a pawn, and that's where it is. Takes. You can't really move. I guess you can, but c5 is hanging. So he goes with f6, moving the rook over to h5, which hits h7. Rook moves to c7. He is giving up another pawn there.
Okay.
But I guess he does take it, and now c3 is hanging. Maybe knight e4, played immediately. Now, he's just cooking. He's letting rook, chat. Let him rook. There it is. There's a lot of pieces hanging here. A lot is going on. Bornik trying to win his first game.
Wow, and that really is a death by 1,000 cuts there. It feels like there are, loads of mini tactics that just sort of added together to provide a game-winning advantage. And now g6, an attempt to try and trap the bishop to see if we can sneak a piece back for our efforts. Rook takes knight straight away. And
b7 is knight c5. Knight c5 in some cases. Actually, no, maybe b6. What is the move here? I'm losing the bishop. So do I just take and rook d6 and I'm better? How do I get this piece back, John? What is this? Maybe, no, this would be a huge blunder. So maybe I just take and get something for it. Rook d6. I'm hitting this.
Is it bishop takes g6, king takes g6, rook d6, rook f8, b6?
Nice.
Question mark?
The problem with b6 is it's a babysitter pawn. I would have to sit there for a little bit. But maybe
Yeah,
it does
no, you
work.
can't do.
Rook
Oh,
d8,
g4.
b7,
Okay.
rook here, and I see. Yeah, I would have something. b6 could definitely work. He just says, I have enough pawns for the exchange, which is very nice. His compensation, more than compensation, in fact. I mean, look at this, 3 pawns. I have 6. I'm up 3 pawns. Like 3 pawns for this exchange here? Absolutely. You might be able to take this. Probably not the best, but you still could probably take this and at least draw. At least.
Yeah, I was wondering out loud whether knight d6 was even a move when the rook went to e8. Now we'll see what... I don't think Bortnik wants to swap this off. I think he wants the rook... Oh, wow.
Yeah,
my caster curse is strong today. Oh my
Very
goodness,
strong.
it's unreal.
I don't think he wants to psych. They just wait
Absolutely
for you to say it.
Unreal.
Waiting for you to say it. Look at this. Yeah, you got these pawns. I mean, I figured. I mean, he has 3 pawns
He's
for
rolling.
the exchange. Generally, they say you have compensation when you have a pawn for the exchange. Now, when you have extra 2 pawns, that's even better. You know, so it makes sense why he exchanged it. The knight versus the pawns here. It's just a very good position for Bortnik. He's thinking, can you just push? And then he does. Yeah. Tactinos. Make sure you guys are doing your tactics at home. Push. Now we walk the king up. This is clinical. Bortnik resign. I mean, Bortnik
there we
wins.
go. Lovely.
Yeah. It's nice. Very nice.
And Alexander Bortnik takes the victory with the white pieces there to go 1-0 up against Andrew Tang in the winners' semi-finals. This is big. If Bortnik wins this next game, I believe it cements him as one of the top 4, and he is guaranteed a spot at the last chance qualifier at the Esports World Cup. That is big, big pressure. But like you say, Kanti, even though he won, short-term memory loss here, it's going to be beneficial.
Very, very beneficial here as Tang looking to bounce back quickly here with, of course, an obscure opening. He's played d4, knight f3, and then knight b d2. Not one you're used to seeing a lot of. But doesn't shake or rattle Bortnik at all. He likes to play the Philidor a lot, sometimes even Black Lion himself. But pretty strong stuff here. Bortnik in his element, looking to close out here. A draw would send him further into the winner's bracket. Now, back to this French exchange game, where I don't know what's going on.
Most exciting opening. Oh my goodness, guys. Fireworks.
Oh my goodness, guys. If you're still with us and you didn't fall asleep with this French exchange game, this is what's happening right now in the French exchange, where maybe they could check and go knight d8. And I mean, hope for the best.
You know, I'll tell you what as well, even if this gets, even if the knights get exchanged off, you know how we've been saying all day today that when you have those queen end games, they are the most finicky and you can never predict what'll happen. For me, same color bishops, very similar. You go, the material's equal. It must be a draw, right? And then I'm amazed at how frequently I'm able to find losing moves in those end games, is all I'm saying. It is tough.
Yeah, chess is hard right now, man. It's a difficult game. You'd be winning and then you completely lose. You know, you're like, I was winning, and then you weren't. You know, that's the worst.
Exactly.
The worst.
Like you're
under a pawn. He did.
I think in chess, winning is easy. Getting into winning positions is easy. Converting one positions is hard.
That is correct.
I feel like converting is so much harder than getting there.
In fact, they did say, I don't know what Grandmaster said this, but they say the hardest game to win is the game you're winning. It's like a quote. But then somebody was like, but what about a game you're losing? And I was like, okay, you got a point. You got a point there. I mean, I guess you're right. Like, that is totally right. Like, how do you win but it's kind of funny. He has making a point like you are winning. It's hard sometimes to win a game that you are, completely win a game that you're winning. Here is the tough part. Here we go, though. Sort of we had a Philidor in a way that transposed into some type of King's Indian type ordeal with Tang and Bortnik. Bortnik looking to draw to clinch the match.
That was very, very rapid switching there of the board. We'll get the cameras to follow suit shortly, guys. Don't worry. Boom, there we go. I knew it. I thought, wow, that was quick. My brain's not even registering. Kingside castles. We have the Fianchetto Dark Square Bishop. Remember, Alexander Bortnik is 1-0 up. And as a result, a win or a draw is enough to send him into the winner's bracket finals. Absolutely huge. If Bortnik can convert, Andrew Tang needs to find every possible weapon in his arsenal to prevent that from happening. And we're getting an early b4 to grab a little bit of space on the queen side here. Nothing crazy from a tactic point of view. Just a space grab at the moment, but he's not going to sit back and be passive, that's for sure.
I thought this was an extremely strong move. There's so many moves to play. This one is not really, not that it's not on the radar, but in fact, he took a book out of what Bortnik did in the last game. Bortnik did the same thing to him, playing b4, and he says, I'll do the same. That was a good move you made there. But it actually does stop c5 and, of course, bishop b2. Sort of an aggressive fianchetto because you usually would go b3 rather than b4. b4 is really strong, deterring, especially a piece coming to c5. And then bishop to b2 looking very nice, hitting on e5. Knight h5, rook e1, okay. Yeah, I actually kind of like white here, I'm not going to lie. But I am a fan of the King's Indian type position. So
let's see where he's going to be moving. What sort of position he's going to be setting up next? Are we going to be seeing a setup for f5 at some point for black? Is that going to be the way forward here? So we're going to... what are we even going to do? Where does the knight on d7 going to live? Because we want the light squared bishop hitting f5, right?
That's correct. We do want to go here. Obvious reasons we can't go there now. So yeah, I love f5 though. F5 seems like a move. We got to be careful though. We have to be very careful with that. I mean, there's even X-ray vision over here like that too as well. Knight b6 on the board instead.
And queen b3 is always a sneaky one, right? You're like not pinning the f pawn to f7, but you're just constantly on the lookout for those weaknesses and making black think twice anytime he's getting any sort of ambitions to try and expand that attack for sure.
Bishop g5 on the board. They're hitting the queen. Then we'll probably go f6 to gain a tempo there. He wants to provoke the f6, I assume. But I mean, I'm cool with that. I like that. I'm a fan of the tempo, aka getting the free move in a way. Yeah, okay, we can. There we go. f6, bishop b3, and then rook d8. Okay, nice way to take advantage of the tempo. I could just sidestep though. Queen e2, maybe c2. Yeah, b3 even is a move, but bishop e6 is likely. We don't really want that and step into that. So probably one of these, like e2 or c2.
Are we worried? And I suspect the answer is no, but we've been talking about the bishop pair quite a lot today, to be fair, Canty. Are we worried at any point of a knight f4 to provoke, hey, do you want to play bishop takes knight? I'll double my f-pawns. Is that ever an offer?
It is an offer. I do like, if my queen's gone, I like to back up to f1. There it is. So if knight f4, I probably would back up to f1, to be honest, and keep this option open. But the problem is at g5, and you get sort of the black lion type of positions where, like, you'll take, and then, g5, you open a g file, you put the king on h8, you go rook g8, like you try to mate here. So I like to just probably get rid of it.
Wow, okay.
But if you want to get g3 in, but then this weakens this square too. So it's important.
Yes.
You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful here. But I think Bortnik, from what it was in this position, I think already is trying to turn the tables a little bit in his favor. Bishop b6 is a very sharp move. The knight can still come into f4 when it likes as well, and white is still yet to really complete all development. Black trying to do the same with this rook over here.
So
level game.
If I take a page out of your book and what you just said, Canty, can I get away with playing? Oh, bishop f1 now is what I was going to say. Sidestepping that and preparing my own c4.
Nice. Which is played bishop f1 and bishop f8, going for maybe a knight g7. I'm curious. This was a very interesting move here. Maybe he wants queen g7, g5, knight f4. Same type of ideas, and that you would get in the lion. Queen g7, bishop e7, or d6. Knight f4, you want g5 to happen too. I mean, you could easily see this g5 move happening with knight f4. Really strong.
Yes. Oh, well, I was about to ask, are we potentially asking for a3 so that c4 is once again on the table? But I feel like bishop f8, just keeping an eye on that b4 pawn, and then a5 as well. It's like Bortnik is saying, I never want you to get c4 played on the board.
That's a good move. Maybe, b5 is probably what I want here. Like pawn takes, I don't want to allow the rook to get active there.
No.
Oh, we activate your rook.
I feel like you either leave it alone or push b5, and even as like a gut reaction, that can never be a blunder. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I do agree.
The only way b5 is a blunder is if it instantly gives up the c4 square to be like some crazy knight outpost, or the queen's on f7 and you don't have a light squared bishop, and boom, the bishop comes in and positionally you're bust. But that's not what's happening here.
Yeah, it's not happening at all here, guys. Is of course Andrew Tang trying to create something, because a draw or loss is sending him to losers bracket. So he's looking to level the score here after losing the first game to Bortnik. He's trying to figure out, how can I get something here? How can I get something? We actually have some moves, by the way. Let me see, update the board. We had b5, queen f7 happen, c4, bishop b4, a lot of moves. Hey, knight c7 now on the board. And now it's on Andrew Tang here, who, according to the engine, has a slight advantage here. See what that is. Where could that be? c5 actually runs into bishop b3. Love the knight maneuver here. Nice reroute. He wants to put this knight on d3, maybe push at some point, but definitely knight d3 is a really strong move, getting the knight to a much better score.
Yeah, really enjoying that. The knight on e3, especially because an outpost exists on b4 as well. Bortnik does not want that bishop to get taken. So absolutely loving that. Oh, and interesting. I don't think the eval bar like that. I'm trying to work out why. Is it related to c5?
Yeah, c5 is really hard to play because bishop b3, but I guess you have rook takes d8 first and then sidestepping. Tough move. Yeah, so he takes on d8 first, which is understandable. Then he goes knight d3, which this is hanging, but he has this in-between move of knight b4 into c6. So a very nice move of bishop c4, which looks like a hanging pawn. No, number one, you could go knight e5. It's actually stronger.
Oh, wow.
Probably, but knight b4 is
that's
move
cool.
too, and if bishop f1, you have knight c6. So we have some ideas. I don't think this is a pawn he wants to take at all for Nick.
That's a really lovely tic-tac there.
Tic-tac.
And now we're in a position where Andrew Tang has got to be thinking, I need to win on demand. This is my way to win on demand. And Bortnik, of course, he's going into a deep think. He knows, oh, I can't just instantly recapture on c4 here. This is way more complicated than perhaps I gave it credit for. You can see the frustration on his face. It's not a, oh goodness, I'm losing this game or anything like that, but it's definitely a, I had a plan. How annoying that my opponent decided not to play into it. He's got a plan as well.
We got to go over to the game with Raul and Erevin there. As something happened, bishop g5, huge blunder here. It's like -3 after bishop g5. We first have to see, without looking at the engine, what is the move here?
Where's the mating attack?
There is a bishop takes d5.
Where's the threat?
There's something with this and this. So I think this is the obvious, but maybe is there anything stronger? Bishop d5. I let him take on e7. King f8. Rook takes f7. Maybe king takes. You take the queen. Yeah, there's not enough. There's not enough yet. Okay, so now let's use our silicone friend here, and it's queen takes d5. Even stronger. Sacrifice the whole queen. And after takes. You have this threat and you have this threat.
Rook h1. Oh, that is sick.
Goodness. Let's see if he spots it. Bishop g5 is on the board. Queen takes d5. Queen sacrifice is the move here. Will he find it? Let me look at his face there. He's locked in. Okay. He's shaking his head.
We can't look at his face. He's adopted the canty position.
Yeah, exactly.
He's too close to the screen.
You get so close to the screen, you become one with the screen. He's a little head shake, but he's looking around. Will he find it? Chat, place your bets now. Queen d5 is almost lights out. Devastating move in a way. Queen to d5. Will he find it? I'm not gonna lie, this is a difficult find because you have to calculate all the moves after rook takes e7, king f8. There's a lot going on. Queen d5.
Let's put some of that on the board, Canty, because it's easy to see like when everything is there. But if you play, so queen takes knight, bishop takes queen, bishop takes bishop, you've got a one mover. You cannot, if you play rook takes pawn now, it is a check. But
he goes king f8. And then
he just goes king f8.
Still here. He just busted. Look at this.
And here's the problem. Look at the back rank. What are you going to do?
I was thinking to say maybe f3 might be the only move, but then
you have to play f3.
But wait,
but if you play f3,
it feels like some type of mate here. Tactic senses are tingling. Like, what is this? Rook h2 maybe? I don't know. King e3. Yeah. You still have to be careful. But like, and the reason why I'm not taking the bishop because my bishop's hanging. Like this is why this is so hard. And maybe I'll go bishop d4. And then, I mean, look at this.
That looks great.
Rook H2.
Because you want to force the king back onto the back rank.
Oh,
hang on. Instead of that, what about bishop c4 check?
Oh, bishop c4.
Is that a move instead of rook h2?
Well, you have king a3. That's the only problem. It's king f3.
Ah, okay, fine. Yeah, so you have to go the rook check first.
Yeah, but then the follow-up, like, what is the follow-up here? And I think he probably gets here, and, like, what is next here? Now, he did make a move. Let's see what he played. And he plays queen takes d5. It's on the board.
Let's go.
On the board. Oh,
Let's go.
Sacrifice. He is not.
We're going to find out now.
He plays bishop
and he does take.
He plays bishop h4. Wow. Wow. What a sacrifice. So, knight f3.
Knight f5? Knight f3. No, knight f3 is just stronger, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just this bishop. You don't really want to give this up like that.
Yeah, so, knight f3 is just stronger.
He takes again. So now after takes, I guess he takes back-to-back brilliance, by the way.
Ooh. Okay, we didn't see this. What's going on here?
Wow.
Where's the follow-up?
And then you take the rook on e7. And now you just have a massive material advantage, I think, with the two bishops. Weak king and an extra rook here. You don't have two rooks, but it's nice.
So we're here looking at the next 7 or 8 moves about where the sequence of checks is to end the game. When actually, if you just play rook takes bishop here, let's just cut that sequence short and say, look, I have enough material here to make that irrelevant.
That was very nice. In the chat, Gary Hat says Nesmedinov style, 100%, man. Shout out to Uncle Rashid Nesmedinov, is what I like to call him, who was Tao's trainer. One of the greatest books ever to read. Is the greatest attacker in chess. I remember I was half a point away from a norm after reading that book right before the tournament. It was one of my greatest tournaments ever. But that book had me in the right mindset, looking at Nesmedinov games, who sacrifices like this, by the way. Very strong stuff. He takes, and now the pieces are very, very active here. The king looking crazy. There is lots of possibilities. Still have to be careful because, you know, Black's king is not the safest either. But what is queen sacrifice? Looks like Erevan's trying to take him down. By the way, Tang's winning. I mean, this is crazy. This is crazy. We got to bounce between the games.
We have to keep going. Let's take a look.
Ooh, look at this. That's vicious. Whoa. That's scary. Diagonal there.
That king is what I would call breezy.
Breezy king, a lot of air over there. And rook h3, pretty easy. And then you follow it with bishop c4 and bishop c4, and it might be a resignation.
You know what? The honestly, like, the most incredible piece in this, that knight on c6, like, forcing everything to get tied down, basically at all times, making sure e7 can't be a threat so that white can just crack on with the two bishops and do whatever the heck he wants. Wow.
Really strong.
It's the lone queen attack here. Black's playing. Not enough pieces to make this work.
Queen f4, no mate threats, nothing really attacked. Really strong stuff. Pawn takes. Knight g5. Whoa, man, these bishops about to get vicious here. A lot of stuff can happen. Maybe rook g3. Don't get mated in one. Don't get mated in one.
Yeah, we can find some losing moves here. We want the winning ones. Let's take a look. So queen a2 maybe to start us off.
I might be able to take on g6 anyway. I always look at these moves first. Maybe check first and then take on g6. So he checks first.
Queen a2.
He might be able to take on g6 first. The reason being is I like queen a2 because it defended. There it is. He goes for the right plan. I like this plan a lot. Now we go g7.
Rook f3.
Rook f3 coming too. Very nice. Yeah. Very nice plan here. Knight takes g3, runs into g7 check, and then takes, and we just kind of convert the material easily after this. Knight takes c3. We do have g7 still, but I guess rook takes now is his idea. So as a strong move from Bortnick, keeping things still alive. Do I take again on h7? I could.
Oh,
this
wow.
might be the move, actually. Pawn takes h7. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, that is fun. I love that.
Brilliant. Yeah, and then you queen again, right? And you're also threatening queen g8 at the same time. And if queen takes g3, yeah, you could just take the queen first off. And he goes for it. He goes
I guess
beautiful move.
What, black has to wait, rook takes h7, I suppose?
Yeah, rook takes h7, runs into queen g8, and that's a resignation after queen h7.
Yeah.
I mean, it's actually mate. In fact, I think about it, like I forgot, like the knight controls
Oh,
the square.
wow.
It's actually
Yeah,
mate.
that's it.
Yeah, so here, queen here, and then here, and like mate everywhere.
Beautiful.
But wow, Bortnick goes down there. Andrew Tang.
Armageddon.
Bringing back Armageddon, boys. We have
Arma.
Armageddon. We have Arma. And wow, his king is in the box here. It looks like Bishop F3 might be winning on the spot. How does his king get out? I don't know. Let me see. Is it Ervin's move? It is. Bishop F3. I only see one check on A8. I move my king to G7. And how does the king get out of this box exactly? Bishop F3 seems like a move. Am I missing anything? He plays rook check first, king here. He's just going for the forcing mate, I believe. Maybe there's something forced mate-wise. Rook to G1, king back, and Bishop F3 once again runs into something. There it is. Maybe Bishop D7? Made it one. Like,
lovely.
GG with the queen sack. Boy, he was swinging on that game.
Unbelievable.
Beautiful.
Look at the shake of the head.
Vicious work there. Ooh-wee, that was heat. And he wins.
To be fair, I feel like the shake of the head's almost a bit harsh because that was brilliant. That was really, really strong. And having to see that through to, it's not a case of, oh, if I do this, it's a mate in 3 or anything like that. You had to see that positionally that was winning and that you were capable of converting that many moves down the line. That is a very, very difficult situation to be in. Oh, and Canty, I've got some great news.
What you got?
Some interesting news, actually. We can talk about this a little bit. I have the times for the Arma game.
You have the time for the Arma game. What's the time?
Yeah, that's right. So, Bortnick is going to be playing with the white pieces. Here's what I find interesting. Andrew Tang will be playing with 9 minutes and 28 seconds. Wow. That's a lot of time. That is a lot of time to have draw odds on. Like, what on earth is going on?
How did he get 928?
That's a scoop, right? Like, how?
Oh, he's such a favorite now. He got 928 and black is outrageous. Maybe Bortnick bid at 10 or something. Like, maybe he wanted white. Dang, that's the way to get away with it, though.
But, yeah, that's, like, I thought that was a typo and maybe it was 628. It's not. I'm surprised. I'm surprised. This wasn't on my bingo card going into today, you know?
I mean, he literally got the free black pieces for free in a way.
Essentially, yeah.
Essentially, yeah. I mean, already even on time. Look at that. That's that's tough. That's tough there. But maybe Bortnick wanted the white pieces, so maybe he bid like 10 minutes. And then, obviously, I think, Andrew wanted white too. 928 type thing. So wow.
So there we go. It is what it is. And I feel like from if this was the DreamHack Psychological World Championships, then I do have to say, I think it's advantage Andrew Tang. But a lot can go on in the next 18 minutes. This will determine which player goes to the winner's bracket final.
Man, that is very, very close, guys. Lots of things can happen here. Here we go. Here we go. Anything can happen. Now, of course, if I'm playing black here, I would be absolutely happy because I have the time. Usually you have to sacrifice the time to get the black pieces, but I didn't really have to sacrifice anything. Gave up 30 seconds, got the black pieces. And I obviously get everything I want here. So very strong stuff. Knight takes F6 on the board. Now, queen takes or G takes? That is the question. G takes is very funky. I love these type of positions. I got to open G file. I'm playing in the castle queen side. I want to play F5, F4. Queen takes is logical. Okay, it makes sense. But I really like G takes. Let's see where he captures.
Look, what's better than playing F5? Getting to play F5 twice.
Twice.
Right?
Oh, man.
Just makes sense. It just makes sense.
I got to take it. You could take it with the queen.
Canty, let me ask you a fun hypothetical question. We now know, sat here, that the winner of this Armageddon game, whoever it is, goes on to face Arvind in the winner's bracket final. Based on how they've played so far today, who do you think makes the most interesting matchup?
Definitely Bortnick. Bortnick is a favorite player of mine in a way. Very creative, likes tactics, like aggressiveness. Doesn't like to play the normal type of chess. I'm the same way. So,
okay.
I love like playing different stuff and like tactical chess and skirmishes like that. And that's
Nice.
how he plays as well. So, I'm used to seeing Bortnick play a lot of different things to get, not your mainstream E4, E5 stuff, or like always, he plays Philidor, he'll play Jababa London, he'll play a double Finchetto setup, E6 or G6 and B6 against almost anything sometimes. Lots of times, like I love seeing that type of stuff. Alakine or Eliakin as he plays religiously, against E4, right? So love seeing that type of stuff in a way. So I think that will be a matchup I'm definitely looking forward to, Bortnick versus Erevin, but Tang also too as well can switch things up. So good to see. It's going to be a heavyweight matchup regardless, and it's Armageddon, so we will have a result.
And it's Armageddon, exactly. And with draw odds with the black pieces, of course, that makes things even more exciting. 8.5 minutes, plays 7.25 at the moment. Andrew Tang starting with somehow 9 minutes and 28 seconds on the clock, but he is using more time than Bortnick is, trying to get ourselves into some rather interesting positions, it has to be said. You can see there the open G file already on move 10 after bishop e2 has been played by Bortnick. And we are looking to sabotage Black's pawn structure as much as possible. There's already one set of doubled pawns, but there is the potential for the G file to become very open very soon. So it's a double-edged sword here. We don't want to be taking the white pawn on d4 because we don't want to potentially sabotage our pawn structure even further, have annoying tempi being won with checks down the e-file and stuff like that.
Right.
It is fun to play that sort of thing, but at the same time, king safety is a thing. You probably want to be playing queen d7, queenside castles before entertaining that sort of idea.
And it's very important, too, to understand kind of where the plans are going to be, or like, how are you going to activate pieces? In fact, I think the king is probably going to go this way, which means for me, actually, I'm looking to play this already. I just want to be ready to go for when this king does go this way on Black's terms, probably rook g8 with the g-file. I need to probably get the king at h1. Where's this queen likely to go? Probably d7 with the rook g8 to play something like queen h3. So I want to be ready. Put the king over here, put this bishop on e7. This is general. Maybe he went g7, so now he wants to f5, f4. But now I'm not too worried about the g-file pressure anymore. So I might switch up a little bit.
This is interesting. Can we... So I get that it potentially drops a pawn. Is knight h4 entering anyone's mind here?
I definitely was. That was one of my first moves. But what I didn't like is after takes, knight d4 comes with such an annoying tempo. I didn't really like too much. But queen g4, I hit the bishop. Rook g8, c3, knight e6, knight f5. So it's something to it. And put that on the board here.
Yeah. Also, at the end of that, right? You've got after knight takes winning the tempo. Have you got queen g4, and then c3 first before knight? Yeah. No, I just realized I got to exactly the same place you did. It just took me another 20 seconds, but yes.
Yeah, rook g8 maybe rook g8, and then c3.
And then c3.
And knight e6, knight f5.
Knight f5.
Maybe queen d7 now though. Bishop h6, castle queenside. After castles, bishop takes, knight takes, and the idea here is something like this. But white's apparently winning here. Oh, 97? That's winning. Wow. How was that winning though?
Is that just
queen takes?
Yes. So that's just queen takes, and thank you very much for the rook.
Yeah.
It's not even an exchange. The knight gets away.
Yeah. So you have to take with the. What is this? And then rook g8. Wow, what a game, bro. This is crazy. And Black's better here. What? Oh, that's because knight f4 is coming and you get this vicious counterattack. Wow. Yeah, that's some dank stuff. What? Oh. That is very possible. Okay, let's see what happened in the game. Anything happened? He went knight h4.
Hey, there we go.
He went knight h4, bro. Here we go. Here we go, check. Queen c4. C3, knight f5. It's going right down this line.
There are times when we sit here and I go, man, some of these players are like, these are really strong grandmasters, 2600. I don't even want to say anything about them. And then there are other times where I'm like, yes, nailed it.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah, very, very nice.
Chess is a party and we're all invited.
We're all invited. But he went bishop
Love
f8,
it.
in fact. So he didn't want any problems there.
Oh.
So c3, yeah, he didn't want none of that. So 96.
I'm sad now.
Still possible. Yeah, sad, right? Just like ruins all your plans when they play something different. 96 though. F4. Possible, logical. Yeah, Tang just better. I mean, I got a pawn.
I will
and, like,
say,
I'm not developed. There's F4 though.
there we go. I will say it's so easy just to look at the excitement and the fun variations on the board and forget just for a moment. Tang just needs to prove that he's equal or better. It's an Armageddon game, and he has black. As much as we love the fireworks, Tang needs none of that right now.
That's true. That's true.
He's happy to prove half a point. Forget proving a point. He just needs to prove half a point, and he gets to go on to the winners bracket final. That's it.
That's it.
So I get it.
I'm not gonna lie, Tang playing incredibly well though. Not really any weaknesses here. I mean, you could call this a weakness in a way. I can take with the F pawn here, and yeah, I'm about to get gone very fast.
He's resolving that.
Yeah, it seems like he is. Pawn takes. If you don't take, rook takes F6 is coming if you allow. Wait. There's tactics. Hold on, tactics sense is tingling. Takes. There's a check. There's some scary stuff here. Be careful. D1 I can't get to yet though. Yeah, he takes this way. I understand. Because it feels like there's something wrong with this.
Oh, the computer is not loving that at all.
It feels like there's something wrong with that. Maybe just I get initiative back.
Well,
I don't like rook takes.
F6 just feels really loose.
Yeah, I think it's something with this. Like you go check, and then after king moves, like I don't know, maybe H2 maybe. Let's just say king H2. After castle queen side, I mean, who is attacking who exactly? You can start feeling the pressure here. Like, what is actually going on here? So, in the game, he said, I don't want none of that. Bishop E3, try again. You're not about to hit me with nothing crazy. So now we can go rook D1 is possible.
Fine.
Now as well. And rook F6. By the way, Tang down. Yeah, okay, he started, 30 seconds down, but man, 3 minutes here is looking a little scary to being down 3 minutes on the clock. She's going to maybe have to pick up the speed slightly.
So, well, at least Black's managed to castle, but are we still looking at sequences that begin with rook D1 followed by rook take? If bishop D6, for example, rook takes F6?
Very likely. Very likely, in fact. Rook takes F6 is a possible move here right now. He said knight F5, I can take it at any point I'd like. Rook G8
I don't know who's attacking who.
Yeah,
I actually don't know.
Exactly. Who is attacking who? Rook G8 still can be played right now, which is played. And now the question is, where do I go? Maybe a queen C4, but he has king B8. Not a big fan of that. Queen E4, that doesn't do anything. Kind of limited on moves. Moves that would allow me to do something in this position. Queen C4, king B8, he wants to go there anyway. Queen E4, king B8, again, he wants to go there anyway. Yeah, I'm very limited. I don't have many chances. Queen E4,
I'm looking for a follow-up move, with the idea being the queen moves somewhere where afterwards it can get to square like A5.
That's exactly
where if the king goes to B8, you're still going to provoke some weaknesses. You're still going to provoke some pawns getting pushed. But I can't find an easy way in. You can't go to B4, of course. The bishop's covering that. You can't go to A4. You can't...
Can't go to B4. I figure queen C4, it threatens knight D6.
C4, okay.
Easy move is king to B8. No worries at all. I'm out of the way after king B8. Played, by the way, you're not fully castled on the queen side generally until you put the king on B1 or B8. So I think Black's troubles are kind of over. This knight is really strong, but at the same time, I still have the extra pawn, says Black. Also, again, who is attacking who? This G file is nice. For Black, you could easily see a double happening. When White still has his own trumps or cards or whatever. Yeah, queen B3 doesn't really do anything. It also provokes queen C6, which hits this. So rook D2, I like it.
Oh, yeah, that's a great move. I was going to suggest queen D5, because it's literally the only way I can get to A5 in 2 tempi, but I think it's too slow.
E5 is not bad at all.
That is the only route to A5.
I like the clever move, though. Rook D2 holds G2, which is a weak point for me. And now I'm threatening a double, which gives more pressure on the D6.
Maybe.
Very nice. He might try this anyway. Like, say, yeah, okay, all I need is a draw. 2 minutes, though. Whoa. He's getting drastically long time here for Tang. And remember, there is no increment. And anything, draw, okay, yeah, draw, Tang wins. But
and he started 928.
He did. He did.
He won the lottery as far as time is concerned for the Armageddon game. So if he gets flagged here, there's a Alanis Morissette would be singing about it. Let's put it that way.
That's gonna be tough here if he does flag. Of course, he would go down to the losers bracket in that as well. King H1 stepping out of the way. No, knight takes H3, checks up. Queen E6, and that is a terrible move. And just says
What?
this is so bad.
Hang on,
So
hang on.
bad. The question is why though? Takes what is going on? How is this so bad, bro? Like, what's the follow-up? That's kind of crazy. Engine's like
Excuse me?
Exactly. What is
Where?
it so bad? Right. Where? Double of rooks hangs the knight. Knight takes no. Bishop G5, no. Like this doesn't really make that much sense. I'm not gonna lie. H4. Oh, the knight's trapped. Oh my goodness. The knight is trapped. Let me see any reaction from Tang. And look at him. He's like, bro, is my knight trapped? That's exactly what he said. He's like, yo, my knight's trapped. Let me see anything from Tang. You could tell from his face, he was like, my knight.
Why is it that we get these ultra clever continuations that end with, this pawn push traps your piece? And we're watching GMs do it. But when I try it against the 1700, I blunder every single time.
Yes, it is the difficulty of chess itself.
Oh,
That's
snap.
just a piece, bro. That's just a piece. And it looks like Bordnik is going to do it again. Is he going to take himself to the winner's final? Is that what he's doing here?
He's bouncing in his chair. The confidence is there.
Knight H3 makes a lot of sense. D5. What he's saying here, okay, cool. I'm going to blow open the whole king side. If I'm going to give you a piece, it's going to be on my terms here. H4, big miss from Andrew Tang there. Of course, a lot of us did. Queen E6 was just a tough move to play because it took away the only escape square for the knight. Now, Queen A7 trying to come in for some type of checkmating patterns here. What do we have? Any tactinos here? You could still go Queen A7.
I was looking at boring things like trying to find a way to play knight takes bishop followed by rook G2 before the king moved, but
nice. Rook G3. Look at him trying to play super tactinos here.
Wow.
Okay, check here. Rook takes D6. After rook takes D6, he could take with the queen. I take. I'm still up a piece. Okay, so check king D7. Rook takes D6. Pawn takes queen B7. King here. It doesn't work. Maybe I just take, but he has queen H3. Ooh, boy, you better be looking. There's a lot going on here. Oh, you better be looking. Wow. Do I double the rooks? Does that work? We obviously have them. Wait, now I can't take. Take G3, queen H3, rook H2, queen G3. Jesus. Wow. That is crazy. Okay, now, let me see. Eva Bar says take on G3.
Yeah, because if he takes...
Same thing, which he's doing right now.
Because the queen is defending the bishop on E3, isn't this just okay?
Yeah, it's just
fine. Like, it looks scary, but there's no follow-up from here, right?
Yeah, you're up a rook is the whole thing. You just up a rook. It's easier said than done, obviously.
In fact, I'd start with rook takes F6, not because it grabs a pawn, but because that rook, if you give it another tempo and it grabs F7, that rook's part of the attack now.
I was going to say you might be getting mated, but I think you're okay because he has this weird move, Bishop H2. Rook F6, Bishop H2 was a crazy tactic with the idea of bringing the rook down to D1. But I think you just run away, King F2, and Bishop still covers here. There was also Queen H4. Yeah, that's kind of murky. So I understand his move, Bishop F4. You don't really want to
cutting all of it out.
Counterplay, right? After takes, maybe you do rook takes, rook D1, King here, rook 2. Wait a second. I wonder what he's got on Bishop F4. He takes, there's a check. Oh, he just goes back. Rook F1. Nothing crazy.
Yes. Yeah, and you can always bring the queen back to F2 as well.
He just goes back. Check, and there we go. Rook D4, and that should be a resignation.
That's it. Game over.
Bordnik!
Wow.
With the fist pump. Bordnik does it again. Insane. Tang was looking to close up shop here. He got everything he wanted in an Armageddon game, had the time, the black pieces, had a good position, but failed to convert, actually missed a piece trap with pawn H4, trapping the knight. Wow, Bordnik going to the finals. But still, Tang is still in this thing as he moves down to the loser's bracket.
A small, knowing smile from Tang there as he accepts, you know what, that was actually pretty good. You can tell from his facial expression he's going back over the game now, by the way. You don't even need to see the screen to know exactly what's happening. Bordnik extremely happy with himself. He's booked his ticket to Riyadh. He's 100% in the top 4 here. He's in the winner bracket final, and he will be going up against Aravind. Congratulations there to Bortnik. That is your bracket as it stands. We now go into the lower bracket, and that is going to be very interesting indeed. Andrew Tang drops down, and he will be playing Oberoi next. And then we have an absolutely delightful matchup. Rahul on the other side playing Serana in the quarterfinals of the lower bracket. Plenty of action coming your way here at the DreamHack Dallas Road to Esports World Cup. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with the next lower bracket games in a few minutes.
You know, I fell in love with the game very fast.
An incredible game. He finds it.
Wow.
This is checkmate.
We have
fireworks.
I was born in Russia, in St. Petersburg, to a Russian mother and a father from Nepal. Chess was sort of part of our family. The father of my mom and the father of my dad, they were like casual chess fans. So my parents knew about the game. They had a chessboard at home. In fact, my mom, she liked to play chess with people who would visit our house. Then I got interested at some point, and my mother taught me the basics. Actually, she started when I was 5, so it was a bit early for me. I didn't understand like some of the rules, and so she let it go. But then when I was 6, I got a book, and then I could sort of reread the rules at my own pace. Then I actually, I was able to play properly, and I played with my mom at first, and then she brought me to chess club. And in Russia, there are like plenty of chess clubs for children. Actually, I was very lucky as a kid. My mom, she wanted to bring me to the nearest chess club, which was a lot smaller, and it was closed on that day, and so we had to travel a little further. But the other club where we ended up, there was actually a much bigger club with like better coaches and much more sort of professional, and yeah, that really helped. So the coaching there and so on. So I got pretty good pretty early on. So in some way, I was even lucky, that the club that was near us that was closed for renovation or something. It was just luck from the start in a way. So, I fell in love with the game very fast. The game itself captivated me, but also the fact that there was something I was really good at, I started winning really early. So the thing is, my mom, she did something really clever and not on purpose. So I played her a lot and I started beating her, and she's a decent amateur, so I was already at a pretty good level. And then she brought me to the chess club, and they asked her, like, what's the level of your child? And she said, he's a complete beginner, which was not true, because I was already beating her. So they put me in the weakest section, and I won all my games there. And then as I did that, they moved me to the next section, but like I kept sort of growing along, so I kept winning all the time, like literally all the time. I think that really helped me a lot, because even now when I do something and I'm not really good at it, like I'm immediately like, I like to do what I'm good at. And so in that sense, my start to my chess career was, really just, very positive, very happy. So I just kept winning and I kept playing. And yeah, the first real like big obstacles or challenges, they came a lot later. And by that time I was, I was pot committed to the game.
Your brain is a supercomputer capable of millions and millions of complex calculations and decisions. But your brain needs exercise, practice to keep it sharp and incisive. Chess puzzles are a great way to work out your brain. Daily puzzle solving makes your mind fit, building pattern recognition, critical thinking, and memory. Doing puzzles every day makes your mind fit, helping you build creativity, problem solving, and memory skills. Puzzles on Chess.com feature hundreds of thousands of original, beautiful problems tailored to your level. Whether you've never played before or you're a veteran, whatever level you're at, Chess.com's coach will help explain both the puzzle and the solution so you learn as you go. Most importantly, Chess.com puzzles are fun. Find interesting, beautiful solutions while building streaks, leveling up, and competing with friends. Try puzzles today on Chess.com and give your brain the exercise it's craving.
Wear your love of chess on your sleeve with all new apparel and accessories from the Chess.com merch store. Maybe you simply want a clock that will never run out, or a mousepad that will finally unlock your speed chess potential. Whether you play chess to get energized with your morning coffee, or play into the wee hours of the night and witness the occasional alien abduction, we've got something for every king, queen, and knight in shining armor. Even gift cards for your loved ones who've caught the chess bug. So check out the Chess.com shop for apparel, accessories, and more. Grab your favorites before they're gone.
Welcome back to DreamHack Dallas and the road to the Esports World Cup. Two of our people who are on that plane to Riyadh have been confirmed. We've done a fantastic job so far going through the winners bracket. Congratulations to Arvin for booking his spot, as well as Botnik. They are through to the winners bracket final, and no matter what happens now, they have an all expenses paid trip to Riyadh for the last chance qualifiers. Now though, now we've got Rahul versus Sarana and Oberoi versus Tang. There are only 2 spots left in the top 4, and these next 2 matches will determine who those go to. So even though this isn't the grand final, Canty, I feel like in a way, this is the match where everything is on the line.
Absolutely. You have a lot to play for here. Boys are ready to play. Lots of emotions, lots of things to think about. But what you can do, and the best thing that you can do, is just sit here and think about what you can do on the board right now. That's all you can do, is focus on the board in front of you there. So boards have very interesting positions already. Rahul and Sarana there. Got a King's Indian. Always happy to see that one. I'm a King's Indian fan myself. And of course, Andrew Tang going with the London system here, but a C4 version. So they call it sort of an accelerated London in a way there. So pieces moving quite quickly, especially in the Serrano Raul game. They're like blitzing out moves so fast.
I know. Huge hyper bullet going on there. That is wild. And a huge shout out as well to Eric Kurtz, who was in chat telling everyone how much he enjoyed the event. Thank you so much for the fantastic games, Eric, and really enjoyed watching you play. Appreciate you being here, man.
The games.
But now I feel like a couple more people, unfortunately, are going to be bowing out of the tournament after these next two games. I can't believe the speed at which the moves were blitzed out here in Raul Serrana. That was like a matter of seconds for the first 10 or 12 moves. So clearly both players extremely comfortable with this sort of position.
In fact, it was sort of a Benoni-ish way of playing where he went with the c5 route of the King's Indian when generally you can go e5 or c5. c5 gives you more of the Benoni type positions here. Where you obviously have the dark square bishop, and Black's plan is to do something like a6, b5. If they're able to get this in, then Black actually has a very, very favorable, nice, strong position if they're able to get a6, b5 in many cases. Okay. And if you go the e5 route, then you're looking more of the f5 too as well. At some point, even a5, bring the knight around this way, where the knight would generally be on c5, but the pawn rather on c7 in these lines. So that's generally what you would have, but so far so good. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of chess to be played in both games already.
Knight coming back to d7 in that game. Feeling like it might be eyeing up the e5 square as an outpost. Wouldn't be surprised if there's a potential opportune moment to maybe get f5 in, but not yet. Right now, White looking like they might be eyeing up f4. I'm loving this. Hang on a second. We have g5 played on the board. I mean, I feel like this is the appropriate position to watch. Oberoi has got g5 in, bishop on g7 behind it. This is very, very aggressive stuff. Absolutely love to see it.
That is the way. Celeb Oberoi with Andrew Tang. That game right there is very fun because of the g5 pawn. In fact, actually, I know Oberoi likes to play the Jobava too as well with White. He's actually having that in reverse. It's a reverse Jobava London, believe it or not, with the Black.
Love it.
Yeah, and actually the variation that was chosen was the Queen B3 lines, but for Black it would be Queen B6. So literally it's that in reverse. With the Castle Queen side, you still obviously get H5, G4 in a lot of times. I like to do it with the King on E8 because you keep this open where you have a G3 thing happen as well. But he chose castles and sort of reverse Jobava here. In fact, that's kind of cool. You can play it from both colors depending on what's going on here. But yeah, nevertheless, it is a game. Knight can swing around to E7. In this case, maybe going around to g6 to try to create some type of play on the king side of the board. White may actually just sidestep all of that and go this way, try to do the same thing of their own, but got to watch out for the f2 square. This is going to be a dynamic game.
I'm trying to work out, are we potentially going to see castling on opposite sides of the board here? I feel like with a white pawn on c5, that's just not going to be possible, but in my head, I'm engineering a fantasy world where that does happen. But I can't see it.
Yeah, in fact, it's hard to castle queenside here because of the f2 pawn. But if we do end up capturing, okay, then maybe we might see a castle opposite sides. After this a6 pawn, and we may not see it because b6 is really easy to break and get that b file open quite quickly.
Feels too difficult.
It could be scary. Yeah, a little bit difficult there.
But so if that was the case, what was the point in provoking a6 when we might have considered just playing bishop e2 and castling or some other developing move? Like, what's the significance of having a6 on the board?
Yeah, I think it's now maybe it might slightly backfire a little bit because now the b file is about to be open here where it feels like Black has some initiative. The bishop had to already move twice here from b5 over back to e2 now. So, yeah, I mean, I'm actually favorited slightly for Black here with the initiative standpoint. Feels like Black can go wrong, but Queen a3 may be okay. We have to take this. I don't like this that much, right? Queen a4, as you see here, it doesn't like it either, which we understand. Like, there's some stuff going on. Looks like c5 could probably, yes, it sacrifices the knight, but is that possible? Is the queen almost trapped there? Takes rook b6, rook b4, but queen back. Like, there's a lot going on here. It feels like Black has some initiative for sure.
It just feels odd.
Yes.
Okay, the pawn's continuing to get pushed here. And now maybe we'll see the point. Notice how the pawn on a6 did not get taken there. That smelled just a little bit too dicey. And it's gone all the way back to d1. So yeah, I'm asking questions about the bishop b5 move to begin with, but I'm not sure I fully understand the consequences there.
Yeah, there is, I think, some problems, but at the end of the day, he gets castled, so no problems. Avoid the hassle, just castle, as they say here, right? But of course,
Right.
obviously, so much chess to be played in a sense.
Ooh. Shall we take a look at the other game as well? Because the position as it
Sure.
currently stands looks quite fun. If we do a quick swapsy over, check that out. I mean, there's a pawn in front of the black king. It's fine, right? Wrong color. This is... Dynamic is being polite here. What on earth is going on?
Whoa, what happened here in this game? How did it be?
It's all right. The pawn's protecting the king. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay, cool, perfect.
Yeah,
Oh,
we're fine.
This was a King's Indian. I'm like, wait, what? I forgot this even happened. What is? Oh, it's a King's Indian. Ah, okay, that makes total sense now. Bro, wow, this is sharp. If it's not sharp, what is? No, King's Indian is a very fun opening, but this also became a Benoni. Right now, 92 actually is the threat due to Queen takes A1. So using this, so gotta watch out for the Tactinos here. Knight C3, strong move. Idea, Knight to E2 check right now. So maybe Rook takes E8. How do you even? Maybe just sidestep. Don't allow any of the shenanigans. Yeah.
A little bit of a frustrating position to be in. Where do we go from here?
If I'm black and I have a bishop, then okay. I'm feeling good. I don't have a bishop, so the knights are short range pieces, but I do have, some potential with these pawns here, which are really incredibly strong down the center of the board.
I'm looking for ways to get the white's dark squared bishop in the game. It feels a little bit not doing very much on F2, especially considering where the base of black's pawn chain is. Like, if that bishop's going to be useful, it's going to be useful way down the line, right? So I'm wondering if blocking the threat with bishop E3 followed by some sort of F5, and you can't play queen takes F5, or you could, but then you've got queen takes D6 in response. I'm wondering if there's anything to be coordinated there, but it feels a little bit risky.
I mean, King H1 was my choice, and actually Engine was like, no, try again. It was just too much going on. So the question is it 92? And the Engine said, no, it is not at all. This was not the move, buddy. Try again.
So if that's not the move, what is white's response now? Oh, well, queen F3 straight away. I was going to ask if queen D3 had any merit as well, because it protects the pawn on H7, but we're not in danger there.
He plays it, by the way, 96. Rook D1, I mean, bishop G3. Yeah, white has to be winning here. It feels like there's so many moves right now that it just feels like white's just completely winning now. There's just so much going on. You see the arrows here. Yeah, that's rough. Like, first off, where do you put the queen that defends the knight? It's either H6 or E5. I mean, I guess you could go F8 too. Queen F5 runs it directly into knight D6. So, and same with F7. So your moves are dark square moves. Like this. Weird. Queen F8. So now, bishop G3. Seems like a good move. Queen C3. No, yeah, he got Queen G7. Can I still go here? I can. No, you have Queen takes D6. Huh? D1. Not really there. Yeah, maybe just simple. Bishop G3 is a good move.
It also means that after taking, you've got bishop E5 check as an additional threat. So I feel like there are more lines where you can cause more problems after bishop G3. Oh, thanks, Engine. Appreciate your help.
Of course, yeah, everyone said bishop G3, psych, like whatever.
Yeah, right? It makes sense, though, because if D6 is going to drop or be pushed, then you use the E5 square as a weapon moving forward, right?
Yeah, I like this. I mean, it's a natural move. It hits the knight, puts the bishop on a better square. I mean, come on. 95, that's a strong move. Whoa. What? Sacrifices some material because he says I'll get it back. What a move, bro. What a move.
Wow.
That was a sick move.
Queen...
I think I just go here, though, but that was a good move.
Queen C3, question mark?
Yeah, I like right, question mark. Exactly. Immediately question mark. Queen C3 I like because obviously you have the knight D6 threat. Bishop takes.
And then
takes E5,
I guess the response to Queen C3 is probably the knight F to D3.
I would love that move here. I would like that.
Try and gum things up a little bit and like try and get rid of some of white's threats. But that's not like winning or anything. That's like just trying to stable the ship. There might be something better.
Yeah, I like Queen C3 because it lets me go Rook F1 and get this knight maybe into play, knight G5 or F6. Nevertheless, it looks like white is doing excellent. I mean, obviously here, we have all the play. The rook f1, queen c3. The king is much safe. This king is much safer than black's king. It's very nice. Very nice.
So what I guess what I would say, like, as just to be devil's advocate one more time, is after queen c3, knight f to d3, if I compare black's and then maybe I'm not sure you want to trade, and then maybe queen g7. I'm looking at black's position here now, and I'm comparing it to what black's position looked like 5 moves ago, and it's like, I'm not saying it's much better, but I'm saying I feel nicer about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can feel that too. I can definitely feel that here. And then we would love some tactics, but rook f8 kind of stops it. By the way, we have a move, and the move is, let's see.
Okay.
Queen c3. I mean, it's logical. It makes sense.
The knight back the other way.
And then he went right back the other way, right? He just didn't want to go inside there and like be all annoying over here on d3 with rook f1. So he wanted to be around the king, which makes sense. Rook d1, rook d6 now, maybe rook f1 anyway. I mean, black's just, it's easy to play white. You have rook f1, queen g7. You did point out. I think I can go knight f6. He went knight g5 instead with pressure on f7 while defending.
Was there any knight takes d6 shenanigans removing the defender, or is it not possible?
Oh, I'm
just blurting. Yeah, I'm just blurting out loud whether it was possible to play knight takes d6 at some point so that you can play rook takes knight. Sorry, bishop takes knight on e5. But I think it doesn't quite work. I think you're one attacker short of making that work.
Yeah, it's so close. I see what you're saying there. Bishop takes. I mean, it almost works here. Like, let's just make a random move here. Bishop takes, knight takes, rook takes. Oops, that is not a move. That is a mouse slip, boys and girls.
Whoa. We saw that in the winner bracket quarterfinal.
Yeah. Takes. This is what we're looking for here, guys. Look at this.
Way.
And then takes. And you should win this in game. It's still hard, but you should be winning. You should be winning.
I don't want to have to play this as white. Like, I would be sweating bullets needing to convert this.
Ha! Not easy, right? Not easy.
Yeah, like, it's winning, but it's easy to go wrong, you know?
Okay, here we go. Live position. Wow. Sheesh. Really can't touch nothing? Yeah, queen e3 was not the move, but we can't blame him. He had to make a move here.
Could he not have moved the F rook back to e1?
That probably was better. I ain't gonna lie, because it just put some pressure on here. You need a move. You don't want to give up anything. Like, trading's not ready yet. Trading's not there. All that other stuff. It's not ready. It's not ready. But apparently something happened, and queen takes. Oh, he just blundered the life. He blundered his whole life away in one move. GG. Get him off the board. That's over. That's a wrap. He can hit the button, aka resign, right now. He didn't. But this is what happened. This is how it happened here. He just absolutely blundered in one move with knight to g4, and then queen takes e7. Fork, take the rook, take everything, and of course, white is just up material. That's a good move. Dang, that's a good move.
That is.
Oh, bishop e1. Like how do you? Oh, rook d3 too. Yeah, that was a good move though. Knight f5 was really strong. Yeah, he's in the driver's seat now.
That was not how I expected this to finish. Wow.
That was quick. Just a quick tactical blunder.
Very, very quick indeed.
Oberoi winning? Oberoi winning? We got to go over there now. Oberoi is beating Tang. Right now, Oberoi is beating Tang.
We were saying about the A and B files at the start of the game, but right now I'm looking at that pawn on A6 and I'm looking at the king on E2 going, what just happened?
Absolutely, of course, right. Oh man, very strong here. We have a reverse Joe Baba London, which of course is very fun to play. And now look at this rook to B3 with maybe some rook E3 intentions and queen G4 check, and that's looking scary.
Mate on the board, by the way. Sarana mating Rahul with a lovely knight on E6, rook on F8 combo. They're going straight into game number 2, but this is where it's at right now.
Oh, and of course, queen G4 was not the move, even though it looks like a very human move. Now I'm thinking about sacrificing on, this is not enough. This is not enough here. And of course, with this pawn coming in here, the tables might turn right back into Tang's favor. With this pawn going up to A8 next, it feels like something engine-like needs to be played here. Which I don't know what that move is. Maybe rook D3. You need to do something now because this pawn is about to queen. Maybe you just check. Like that's probably like
What
zeros.
was
Maybe I just check into Oblivion and try to look for one Rick takes. What was
what was the Oberoi winning position? Like how did
Back here.
this how did we go? So what was the move we needed here?
After Queen
That's what I
takes
wanna know.
D5, Rook B2
Yeah.
was better. So Rook B2, but how is this better? It says takes.
Oh, yeah, I don't see
Wow.
this.
Oh, and you're supposed to take here. Oh my goodness. That is dank, bro. That is
Oh, and then that way without the passer.
yeah, then it's just without the passer.
I mean,
and then you can't even take here because Bishop C3 because of the
and then it's
diagonal.
what five pawns plays 3 and you just play an endgame.
You just playing in game. But yeah, that's hard, man. That's difficult. Can't blame him for not spotting that one. He goes Queen G4, and here's the live position. He goes with check. King goes to G1. He finds the brilliant move. Rook takes E3, which is what I was just saying. Sacrifice, and after pawn takes, queen takes, rook G2 takes with another check, and we probably have a draw. Probably have a draw here.
Oh.
Really strong. Really strong. It's possible. I mean, it could be a draw, but there's a lot of tactics.
It
with
was
A7.
great to find this, but at the same time thinking, wow, so there was a tactic to be in a winning position as well. 1 minute 31 plays 1 minute 26. I am thinking the draw is the likely result here, especially with the black pieces, Oberoi. Oberoi might not even know yet that there was an opportunity for him to take the upper hand in this game. He might just be thinking, you know what? Great couple of moves. Draw with the black piece. Oh, never mind. He's shaking his head. He knows. He knows, folks. But if he can draw with the black pieces and he wants to try and push for a win with white, that's not terrible either.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I would definitely take a draw here with the black pieces. Not bad at all, but you do have to, convert with white. Andrew Tang, though, man, Tang Tang is one of the strongest, fastest players ever in this game here. But for him being so fast, he does use a lot of time, and it's funny because like he knows he'll be like, okay, yeah, I have 20 seconds, but I still have enough time, like because he never flags. The one thing that Tang never does is I never see him flag, right? But same time here, it looks like I think we will be having a draw, boys and girls. I think we will be having a draw. King F1 and probably just check into Oblivion here. And good job from Oberoi if he's able to, convert this as a draw. We will see.
It's
Queen A3
also
okay, be careful.
It's not that straightforward because the queen on D5 is also watching the queening square. You can't just rely on the rook on F8. So one wrong move and white wins this.
He might be trying to flag. I'm not gonna lie. I think he's trying to. Oh, that's hard to do because A8 is like coming. So, but he might be trying to flag Tang here, which is an incredible thing to do. Like very few people on earth can even do that type of thing. Queen A3. Yeah, you probably have to just go back, bro. Like he's gonna queen. Whoa, it's losing.
No, I was gonna say Queen G4 because after Queen G4 you can still go back to C8.
And he finds it. Rook takes F7. Is there any shock? And there's a head shake. Oh my goodness. He says, what am I doing? And Oberoi goes, down, clown. Oh my goodness. This is crazy. Wow. 20 seconds on the clock. Can he flag him? It may not be possible here. He played around with fire and you get burned every single time. It hurts. Oh my goodness. Rook takes F7 on the board with the king. It's sort of king of the hill chess here with the king on E4. Can I go king F5 anyway? Take. Rook D8 check and queen again is possible. King F5 is a possible move here. He goes Rook D4, even stronger. After bishop takes, we just take and queen this way. And this one is over, boys. Wow. Oberoi
Block everything.
Going down. That was crazy. Rook takes C7, resignation.
That's it. Game over. Wow. What an unbelievable way to end this.
Dang.
Rook's on the 7th. There's absolutely no chance at all. And Andrew Tang takes the first game, but what drama. Shalev Oberoi had an opportunity. That was a crazy game. Both players with the chance to get the upper hand, but it was Andrew Tang who strikes last.
Andrew Tang getting it done, boys.
That's two decisive results in game number 1.
And we're back to Raul and Alexei Serrano. Serrano looking to only draw the game, but the best way to win, to get a draw, is actually playing for a win. So pretty strong stuff. Knight to G4 on the board here. do like black's position. It feels like we have some nice squares that our pieces can go to. I definitely like black's position, but white is stable, very strong pawn structure. Bishops, pieces look good. D3, very weak square.
That's it. Oh. World's juiciest outpost there that night on D3.
That's right.
Considering, like, I'm already thinking about when I can play Bishop F1 and just grovel my way to exchanging that off, because that is an absolute monster.
Getting rid of that knight as quickly as humanly possible. Bishop F1 and take on D3, F4, and E5 being a thing too as well.
You know what's funny as well? You play Bishop F1, you get the rook out of the way, knight goes straight back to C5 and says, nah, I'm coming back into B3.
Right.
For
exactly.
the lulz.
For the lulz. Getting right back to one of these squares here.
Exactly.
Hang around if you like. We're good to go.
Alexei Sarana currently 1-0 up.
F4 is just a strong move here, I believe, but
F4 feels... F4 feels like, you sure you don't want to sack that? Just checking. You want to sack that?
On,
maybe?
You
want to sack that bishop? B3 instead.
B3 is actually really strong too. But okay, it's not necessarily, I don't have to move the knight yet. Pawn takes is a thing. He'll take right back. Bishop C5. Takes. Yeah, just take it right back. F4 again is a juicy move to play, but it does provoke Queen F6. Do I have E5? You sacrifice? I think I can get away with this. F4. I think I'm able to get away with pushing the pawn up to F4 at some point, but maybe we just do something simple. Rook B1, King H1 is also another thing, getting off of diagonal. Queen A4, not normal at all, though. I like it, though. Okay, practically, yes. You're hitting C4.
Two question marks. Calm down.
Yeah, they're like, what are you doing?
Really?
That's what it says.
Looks fine. Well, looks playable.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's hitting the pawn. It's a very logical move. Like, it attacks the C4 pawn connected to the knight and the bishop.
Is it
bad, right?
Is it one of those moves that it's bad because there was like some other killer move on the board? Like, is a knight F5 or something randomly killer? And these, like, what am I missing here?
Definitely something. Let me actually check back to see what.
Because I feel like you're right. The queen move looks kind of fine. So what am I missing?
H4. And then what was wrong with F4? Yeah, Queen F6. But then E5, is he just sacrificing and winning? Oh, Queen B6 wins here. So this was the problem. So that's why Rook B1 makes a lot of sense. Okay. So in fact, I think they wanted Rook B1.
Yeah, okay.
That's what they wanted. But here's the live position. Takes. Oh, that's why the Tactinos. Dang, loose pieces lose games. Rook on E2 is loose. Any reaction from Sarana? Don't see anything here, but he did give up on there. Takes it back. Does I get another one? Knight C1 is a crazy move, but it might work. That's an awkward move. And the reason being is like it hits the rook and you threaten knight B3.
Yeah.
A weird move. Knight C1 and back to B3. But he plays C5 instead, hit the bishop. It's the bishop. Bishop backs up. Queen E3, hit the rook. Lots of attacking moves. Rook E3 makes sure everything might be nice and stable.
This feels like, irrespective of evaluation, everything about these moves is screaming black is so in control of this game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. It feels like black definitely is in control now, especially with, obviously these pawns are double. Kind of strange here. I do like white blockading them now. And I don't see how we follow up yet, though. The rooks aren't the greatest, you know, in activity-wise. And I guess we do have a bishop H3, but...
And I want to find an excuse to play rook B3 and double them on the B file if I can.
Mm-hmm. There it is. Rook B3, John.
Whoa! Can double that, maybe get the bishop into H3 as well, and then start having a play. But yeah, double the rooks no matter what, regardless of what blunders I might spew thereafter. Doubling the rooks has got to be the start of that sequence, I think.
B1 type of ordeal here. And speaking of the other game as well, Tang looks to be better over there. Just gonna check to see what's going on. 3, 6, 7. Oh, he's up a pawn. Yeah. Okay, white has the bishop pair, but black is up a pawn, which definitely matters. So feels like Tang is trying to cruise in that one. I think the critical game still is Serrana versus Raul, as that is a heated game. Lots of tactics. Things are going to heat up here too in the next few minutes.
Looking for ways to make that just a little bit quieter to try and convert a long-term pawn advantage. And f5 got played there, and then we just moved the queen over to g5, threatening the rook. How many times has that rook on e2 been threatened? How many tempi has that rook given black this game? That is wild. And then h5 gets... Ooh, bishop a1, really hating that.
Really
is this rook b1 territory?
Looks great. I love the move rook to b1. I like to move also h4 as well, just following up with what we wanted to do. h4 definitely loosens the g3 pawn. If pawn takes or something, eventually knight f4 seems to be something we can capitalize on. But yeah, rook b1 seems really strong because it's an obvious threat of rook takes. And don't we just... Wait, what? Rook f1, he takes with the bishop is what he's saying. Okay, cool. So bishop a4. He's making quick moves here, Serrana, that is. Yes, he missed, but he's making quick moves, trying to keep up on the clock.
Yes, because he's down to under 3 minutes now. And Rahul did have over 5. So Serrana may be mentally checking himself going, you know what? The way I lose this game is if I let my time get to a critical enough situation that I can't salvage it. That would be a problem. So just checking himself a little bit there. And pawn to f6. Causing problems.
Queen g4 again. Queen g4 is such a... hit the rook again, another tempi, as you pointed out before. Rook takes. He takes on f6 here. Queen g4 could have been a possibility, and after moving, rook takes, and maybe sliding the queen into f3 with big attacks on the king here. Now, after g takes f6, I mean, really anything can happen, it feels like. Bishop takes f6 will be a blunder. It doesn't work, so have to be careful.
I'm trying to think of worse examples of pawn structure here, and I'm struggling off the top of my head, Canty. The doubled pawns on the C file, doubled pawns on the F file, and the lone pawn on H5. I will admit, we're not here desperately trying to play a technical endgame. I get that, but that looks more like a badly played game of Space Invaders than a chess pawn structure. That's all I'm saying.
Man. This is not a pawn structure, not a chess pawn structure. That is. Try again. Try guessing the game. In a way. And it looks like we have a swing in the Oberoi game, but at the same time, anything can happen. Oberoi was winning in the last game, but was unable to convert here. Here it is, Serrana's game versus Raul, as Raul is actually worse. But, I mean, hey, Serrana definitely got in trouble when his time got lower in the game against Bortnick there, where he wouldn't have been in the loser's bracket at all. In fact, he was almost about to win. But here, it's sort of the same. Serrana is getting lower on time. There is no increment. Anything can happen when the time gets much lower here, even in the winning positions. You have to be careful of your time.
And this doesn't feel like the sort of game where, hey, if we just ride it out a little bit, that's okay. It'll end up being a draw. This does not feel... I feel like someone is winning spectacularly. I just don't know whether it's white or black. So this is interesting indeed. I mean, knight back to e5, very, very natural, with the idea being that if you take it with the bishop, you can retake with queen. But instead, we're going to be doubling down on the pressure by playing the rook over to f2. Knight g4, attacking the rook on f2, defending the pawn on f6. But I think we might have rook f5. And then what are you doing to stop h3? That's what I want to know.
Rook f5 was about queen check, which is why I think he went rook f3. Queen check might have been quite annoying. And all it is just a tempo. But he was quite annoyed by that. So plays rook f3, allowing rook b1.
We got h3 here?
H3 is possible. I believe you just get rid of this knight. There is knight e3.
And then h3, rook takes rook, take back with bishop. Whoa, we don't like that.
They don't like that at all. Fatal! Somehow, some way. Where's the killer blow? Queen d2, hitting mate, hitting check and mate. And that should be a resignation. After bishop g2, there's literally nothing you can do here. Rook check, and he's going to get mated. Let me see this. Here it is. You can see it on his face here. He understands this is over. Serrana leans back saying, I got this one. Got this one in the bag.
There we go.
That one's
every tempi counted.
Resignation.
That was that. Resignation. Alexei Serrana, cool as a cucumber, books his place in the winners bracket finals here at DreamHack Dallas. He is one step closer to the top cash prize, but he's still got a couple of matches left to go. Handshakes all around. And the best part of $20,000, remember, is on the line in addition to those tickets to Riyadh for the Last Chance Qualifier. Serrana and Rahul both already having played such brilliant chess so far. Unfortunately, only one of them could progress. Serrana now books his place on that plane.
Absolutely. And Shalev and Tang here, as Shalev feeling locked in. I think they can actually listen to music while playing, is what I think he's bopping to, because they have headphones under their headphones. So they have a playlist, I believe, that they can listen to. Yeah, he's definitely listening to something there and just vibing, having a good time. And of course, sometimes when you feel good, you can play good. But hey, this is a critical game here. Critical game. If Oberoi wins, then of course he forces an Armageddon. If he loses, he is out. Or even a draw. Tank here trying to figure that out.
I'm trying to work out what the thought process is here. I'm guessing, I feel like bishop to d7 is kind of necessary. Rook e7, bishop takes knight, queen takes, looks messy. Don't like it.
Yeah.
You can't move the knight, of course. So, knight. Whoa. Okay.
He says you can move the knight, John. I can.
Excuse me.
I can. He might be thinking about a queen sacrifice at some place, and the reason being is because I can take both the rooks and maybe get something for it. But it depends on where the queen goes. Like maybe a queen a4. Now my queen's hanging. Yeah, this is the calculation part that he was looking at. He might just go back to f6. No, but then the rook's hanging. So there's a lot of stuff hanging right now. Crazy.
Queen a4 looks fun.
Yeah, it looks like a fun move. Takes the rook, takes the queen, maybe take the other rook. No, that doesn't work. Because then he'll take.
Yeah, because then you lose the rook as well at the end of it. So I feel like queen a4, knight takes rook, bishop takes queen.
He might go g5 actually. Believe it or not. And after takes, then I take and I hit the rook and the bishop at the same time. Believe it or not. It's like a sick tactic.
Oh,
like, how
wow.
does this even work, right? I know. Queen a4, g5, which hits the bishop. So if you take my rook, I take your bishop, hitting the rook and the bishop here. So I actually end up winning an exchange out of that weird sequence there. So he's trying to figure out what does he do. And if you take the queen, I take your queen. And if you take my rook, guess what happens? Knight e2 check first, then king h1, then you take with check, and then you come back and grab the piece over here. These tactics are absolutely insane right now.
So do we say that bishop takes queen is borderline forced, and that we argue that the knight is awkwardly placed on f5 and you got the pawn?
That's what he said. So now he actually said,
it's that simple.
Cool, I'll take this way. Maybe you go king e7. King e7, which defends this. Oh, you can go rook d8 anyway. No, you can't. King e7 is better. Wow, but the engine says it's not. That's crazy. King e7
rook takes g7?
Yeah, probably just rook takes g7. You grab another pawn. Rook c8, maybe. He doesn't find it. He goes rook to d1. Even stronger, I believe. Maybe knight d5.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he could take. Oh my goodness! Then take and play c4. What a game!
Yeah, if knight e5, you play bishop takes pawn check, and you either bishop c4 or pawn to c4, right?
Right. Well, you actually take the rook first, and then after captures back, then you go.
Oh God!
C4,
and then you play c4. That's gross.
Right. Vicious.
That's
absolutely vicious. Yes, very strong.
Wonder what Oberoi's listening to. That's clearly the playlist. What do you listen to when you play, Canty?
No, for me, actually, on stream, we have a stream playlist that is really nice. We actually find a lot of our songs from SoundCloud, and we kind of rip the beats and like play only the beat versions of it. So really, it's just like we play a lot of beats, So sometimes,
right, but no. I'm not letting you get away with that one. You're in a tournament, right? Copyright be damned. What are you picking?
Yeah. Oh, that's a good question.
I'm waiting for you to say Taylor Swift.
Taylor Swift, absolutely blasting Taylor Swift. Swiftie fans
exactly.
over here. You already know, bro. Taylor Swift or die. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, no, I'm actually honestly I do like listening to just lo-fi house, like
okay
beats that are like they get me. I can think and still and bop. Because a lot of times when you're calculating, it's hard to have lyrics. So I learned that when you have lyrics, like you're not calculating all the way. It's hard, and you have to like calculate high level and listen to lyrics there. So you're messing up that calculation. So I like
makes sense
itself, but not slow beats where you're like falling asleep. But I want to be picked up a little bit. So that's why I like the house beats usually are the way to go.
There is a way, and I'm sure people have done it already. There is a way to program an AI playlist that blends together the beat so that as the position gets sharper, as the eval bar starts moving one way, it starts speeding up.
Ah, man. But you know what? That would be wrong because then
I mean, technically that would be cheating.
You'd be like, oh, wait. Oh, this must be something going on.
Yeah.
Like that's what would happen.
You play a game of chess, but it feels more like Metal Gear Solid.
Right. That'd be cool.
Yeah, just the music just gets crazy and you're like, uh-oh.
Man.
I don't think that would be allowed, but that would be great.
What is your go-to song when you're playing chess? What are your go-to song? And what is yours, John? Do you have any go-to songs or genre?
So if I didn't need to win, I've got like some really bad 90s cheesy pop sort of playlists.
Okay.
The kind of playlist where I should be embarrassed, but I'm not. You know what I mean? Like I know too many words to too many Backstreet Boys songs to have a redemption arc. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like I've just accepted that that's my place in the world now, and that's okay. But otherwise, big fan of classical music when I want to concentrate. To be fair,
okay.
Like I feel like it just helps me get in the zone if I need to.
Getting in the zone indeed here, as we're going to be in the zone with an Armageddon here. Whoa! Wait a second. As soon as I say that, there's a shift in the engine, the eval bar there. But, of course, I mean, practically, if we look at this position, Oberoi has an extra exchange and the time. So, okay, it might have bossed it a little bit, not the most accurate, but I have an exchange. I have the time. I'm likely to win this game, says Oberoi.
I've noticed something. Canty, I've noticed something. Like, at least twice now, I've seen Oberoi get into winning positions, play a line that's not quite the best move, but is still winning, but he lets it get to him and he ends up losing that game.
Yeah, it's more of a...
We've seen it twice now.
Absolutely. Right now, actually, he's in a dilemma because he's going to give an exchange back. This is the problem. Bishop b7, you get responded to with rook takes d6, and after bishop takes, knight e3. Taking and rook d1 is the problem. So if I move the bishop away, literally same thing. Knight e3, you take my knight, I take the rook, I'm back in the game. So I'm not down in exchange anymore. So now he has to first get over the hurdle of like, I botched this. I have to give the exchange back. So now he's figuring out what's the best way of doing it. I thought rook f3 too as well. He might be looking, no, a draw does not work. The draw, he loses the match. So, he went for a first check there just to gain some time. Bishop b7, there it is. He's going to take on here. Knight e3, he's going to allow it. He plays rook check first. And is he going to take it? Wait, you can't draw. Okay, takes. And here it is. Yeah, and Tang is literally back in the game. Unbelievable. He's done it again here.
Wow.
Now, this is over. This might be Tang. That's crazy. And he drops the rook. Oh, my goodness. On national television, get him off the board. What is he doing with his life? Oh, my God. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. It hurts. The pain. The pain.
No. Oh, not like this. .jpeg. This is not good.
Oh, my goodness.
Can't even get the bishop over.
Dang. So I guess the AI music will be sad music and sad violin playing with raindrop water and cries.
Oh, no.
This is what's going on in the music now.
Andrew Tang books his ticket to Riyadh. He will be one of the players in the Last Chance Qualifier at the Esports World Cup with a 2-0 victory over Oberoi. But my goodness, the journey to get there was like a roller coaster. At various times across both games, we thought Oberoi had a huge advantage. And Tang showing his resilience there, coming through with the 2-0. Wasn't quite enough, that win, to get him to crack a smile. I don't know what does. He's been, of all the players left in Canty, Tang is very much the player I would fear the most in a poker game.
Yeah, I mean, this is how I play. I just don't ever need anything to do. This is how I play. And this is how he talks, believe it or not. If you listen to his interviews, it's the same tone. He cracks a small smile. But at the same time, the guy is an absolute beast, very stoic, and stone cold killer with
he is
very soft-spoken voice at the same time.
And he's cracked a smile twice that I can see. Once when he lost a game and it was like a knowing smile, and once when he won a game. So I can't even tell the difference. It's the same smile.
It's the same smile, same guy,
It's the same style.
everything. It's crazy. How does he do it? I don't know.
Absolutely unreal. Folks, so that means that that is it for another round of lower bracket games. And as a result, we are going to be getting to the sharp end. Only 4 players left now. So we need to find out who is going to be winning the lion's share of $20,000. In the meantime, we would like to remind you while you are here that we have a friends and family plan now for Chess.com. If you have a bundled purchase, you unlock 6 diamond memberships for up to 70% below the standard price, which is fantastic if you're looking to try and get memberships for multiple people. And you get to share all the perks like unlimited game review and puzzles with your family, your housemates, your basketball team, or whoever else is catching the chess bug. The prices vary depending on your country, of course, so visit go.chess.com/family just to double check, or use !family in chat for more information. Arvind versus Bortnik and Sarana versus Tang. Things were heating up before. They're about to reach boiling point, folks. We'll see you in a few minutes with those games.
What's up, everybody? We're back for another episode of Chess.com Reads. With me here is Dylan Rittman. He is a senior product manager. He builds a lot of, well, you don't actually build things. What is it you would say you do, Dylan?
I hide behind the developers that actually do the work and build the things.
There you go. That's the best thing to do. Hide behind the developers. I'm hiding behind everyone else as much as I can. But we are now going to do iOS and Google Play Store reviews. We've done support tickets, Dylan. Those can get wild. We've done people who don't like getting closed for cheating, but today's going to be different, and I think you are the man for the job to answer for all the developers that you normally hide behind. So let's jump in.
Let's do it.
The best chess app so far. Used it for years and loved it. However, the frog screech on illegal move is just terrible. Please make it go away, or at least give option to mute that one sound only. Valid sounds are great and make the game feel realistic, but the illegal move screech is annoying. And all I think about while playing Bullet is that I will not play another game until I have a chance to calm down. I know the rules. I don't need the audible clue. My move was illegal. The piece won't move.
Wow. First of all, I never realized it was a frog screech. Like, was that intentional, Dylan? Did we, like, go into the wilderness and, like, record a bullfrog? I've never actually thought about what the illegal move thing sounds like.
Yeah, no, you know, Eric has his pet frog for all these years. I think we got that into the studio and kind of just let it rip for a while.
It honestly checks out. Thank you to the review there. But jokes aside, I don't know what to say besides you have the option to mute your sound. Although I will say I would be in favor, Dylan, of a feature where someone could choose their animal noise or do the old McDonald's spin for whatever animal noise they want for illegal move. Like, I actually would go premium for that. Different animal noises for illegal moves.
Totally agree. I think I just needed like another dog barking, cat meow. Like every illegal move should be slightly different to, you know, keep it fresh a little bit. Keep it
And
going.
then we could add themes like street noise for those in New York who are just looking to go to sleep with, you know, noise of the city. Like, we could actually get creative here. So feature request accepted, and Dylan will get that on the roadmap right away.
Do you think women are inherently worse at chess than men?
Have you ever used your chess skills to flirt with someone?
Do you think you're a better content creator than the Bota sisters?
I tried cheating. The lie detector didn't work.
Thank you, ladies. Beautiful.
Personally, I chose to play the Sicilian as my main weapon with black about 35 years ago. E4, C5. C5 is an excellent move that controls the D4 square, and when white plays D4, we're ready to capture it. This is, of course, on the Sicilian, and I think it's a really good opening for beginner and intermediate players. And one of the reasons is a lot of lower level club players only know E4, E5. I really enjoy the combative play. You'll have excellent chances out of the opening, and I chose the variations carefully based on my own experience of playing the Sicilian and based on the ease of which you can learn and understand the ideas. Knight B5, we play Queen B4. Now our queen can escape to A5, which defends C7. It looks good to fork the pieces, but after King D8, all of white's pieces are attacked. So knight takes, queen takes C3 check, attacking the king. We're gonna take the bishop next move. Black has an extra pawn, and this knight is trapped.
Welcome back to Chess.com and the road to the Esports World Cup here at DreamHack Dallas. We have progressed now to the winners bracket final. We've also got the losers bracket semi-final, and because those are the two games that are going on, we are going to be playing them simultaneously for you. Let's take a look at the bracket and where things are so far. We can see Aravind progressing over Rahul by 1.5 to 1/2, and then Bortnik in that incredible Armageddon game advancing over Andrew Tang. So we've got Aravind and Bortnik on one board. On the other, we have Andrew Tang progressing over Oberoi in what I have to say is the most turbulent 2-0 I've seen in recent history. And then we have Sarana beating Rahul 2-0 as well in the other quarterfinal to make it an Andrew Tang, Alexei Sarana semi-finals in the lower bracket. We'll be playing both of those simultaneously, both matches, as a reminder to everyone watching at home, will be 10 minutes with no increment, and if it is drawn 1-1 after those two games, we will go to an Armageddon game where both players will have the option to bid for time odds with black, and in that Armageddon game, if it ends in a draw, black will progress. I'm John Sargent. Joining me is James Canty. Absolutely incredible scene so far this stream hack. It's been an awful lot of fun and some pretty crazy games, frankly. They haven't all gone the way we thought.
Yeah, they haven't at all. In fact, I mean, there's been lots of ups and downs, lots of crazy. They'll be like, oh, this should be this. And then it's complete opposite, especially at the time. It's much lower here. But hey, we have a clash of titans here to kind of end it off, as we have, I think, 2 more matches left here between everyone and stuff like that. But there's a lot of chess to be played still and a lot on the line, especially when it comes to prize money. Now, of course, these guys have punched their tickets, but at the same time, it is now up to who gets what seating wise and how much money am I going to get as well.
That's a great point. Yeah, so these are the 4 players that will be booking their tickets to the Esports World Cup, and they'll have the opportunity to play in the Last Chance Qualifiers in Riyadh. So the way it's going to work now is that both of these matches will go ahead. After this match, there will be a lower bracket final. So whoever wins the lower bracket match will then play whoever loses the winner bracket match. And the winner of that match, so the third match in the future, will have the opportunity to re-challenge the winners bracket finalist, and they will have to beat them twice if they want to go ahead and claim victory.
We could have like 10 more matches, guys. Just like 10 more.
Yeah, we could have loads, but I think after these matches finish, we should have, let me see. Yeah, I think it's two more. We got the lower bracket final and then the grand final. It's going to be good. They have started now. So on the left of your screen, we've got Aravind versus Bortnik. Aravind with the white pieces to begin with, starting out with the knight on f3. And then on the right-hand side, we've got Serana playing Tang. Take it away, Canty. What are we looking for here?
Yeah, of course. We're looking for some sharpness in both games here. And we're always happy to see Bortnik playing against Aravind there, as they both are very aggressive players, I believe. So both on the left side of the screen there. Bortnik usually likes this double finchetto setup, as it's very flexible. I like seeing it from black side there because, you have the flexibility of kind of just playing against what white does. Whatever white does, you kind of just have your own ideas. You can play c5, you can play d5, you can play on the queen side, you can play on the king side. So really it's nice because both of the bishops are really strong. They obviously are crossing on both sides of the board, g7 on the whole diagonal and b7 on the other diagonal there. So also in this Alexei Serana game, you have what we call a Catalan, which is positional in nature, but can be very sharp depending on what kind of Catalan you are playing from either side. So excited to see kind of how these heat up here. And of course, a win in either game will be a big feat because obviously you're going to have to win in the next. Whoa, this bishop h4 move, allowing g5 to happen in one move on the board on the right of with Alexei Serana and Tang is quite interesting.
This is very, very interesting indeed. And it is Alexei Serana who is inviting the g5 move from Andrew Tang. And that's dangerous because inviting g5, frankly, in today's games, well, let's just say a lot of players like playing that sort of move. So this is a very interesting development really early on as well. The eval bar doesn't seem to disagree with that decision, but as a human taking a look at this, like it makes me very nervous.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, this bishop on h4, he's like, play g5, I dare you. And I'm trying to figure out what is he going to play after that. It's either like you have f4, you have bishop takes g5, obviously, maybe queen d2 or queen c1 is other moves as well. There's a lot of moves that can be played after this g5 moves here. So I'm curious to see what is he going to play. And Tang is like, yo, what do you have in mind? Like g5. He probably like, you know what? I'm not even going to touch this. Like, g5 is a move that everything is going to blast open. The queen is obviously on the other side of the board too as well. Not being on d8, but being on a6. So a lot to think about. Lots of us will just go g5 quite immediately, actually. And just trying to test white and what they have here. But it's also like, you know what? You need some caution. Because if Serana is playing bishop h4, knowing g5 is coming, something's there, and we have to see what that is. It's staying up to it. Right? It's staying up to the challenge is the question.
I love this. It's very much hey, you want to play a game? Let's play a game.
You want to play a game?
Come on, let's play a game. It is really interesting as well, though, because if that queen was on d8, I think you're right, Canty, I would just chop it straight away. I wouldn't give it more than 2 seconds. But I think you're absolutely spot on in pointing out the queen on a6, trying to get that queen back to defend is going to be hell on earth. So it makes g5, even though they're completely unrelated on opposite sides of the board, it just makes g5 so much less appealing as a concept. And, well, Tang is struggling with that right now.
Yeah, in a deep think here, he's like, yo, what is this? He is like, yo, what are you going to do? And he's just thinking, and if you have, you know what, I'm just going to, I'm going to let you have it, bro. You can have it. I'm not going to play g5. It's not like you have a threat right now. Maybe he wants to go f4, e4. Because I think if you don't go g5, then he's like, well, I'll go f4 and e4. And I get a huge center here. I can even follow it with g4 and g5 as well, which is very possible and scary to face. So he's like, yo, this is now or never. If the queen is on d8, I could actually go knight h7 and then be able to trade off this bishop here and not worry about all the shenanigans with g5. But he's contemplating it. He's thinking about it. And I think he is going to play g5 at the end of the day. Because he's thinking so much here, I think he's going to play g5 and just say go for it. Then he says, okay, never mind. I'm going to play bishop d8 and not allow it. So now we might see a f4 to completely stop it from happening and then maybe play e4 and g4 and everything.
I think so. Because otherwise there'll come a point where if black starts developing the other pieces like, knight bd7 and that kind of stuff springs to mind, there will reach a point where enough of the pieces are developed and are able to get across to help defend that actually g5 is just playable, so you need to be careful. So I think f4 to cement that up is a very, very sensible move. And then suddenly g5's lost its bite, and we have an awful lot of space gained by the player with the white pieces. The question then becomes, cool, what's Black's plan in response to this? We get that there's a tactical shot here that he couldn't play. What should Black be doing instead? And that's the question that I'm struggling with now for Andrew Tang. The most obvious thing I can think of is trying to blow open the other side of the board, but I can't play b5, which is super annoying. I need to get that knight out of the way. I need to get the light squared bishop off its starting square. So knight bd7 maybe is the one move I can see in this position that's useful as a developing move first and foremost. What do we do after that? I'm not sure.
Well, he actually says, I'll respond for you and take on with the bishop on f6. So bishop takes f6, probably the likely move. G takes is really strange. So he takes with the bishop, knight e4, hitting the bishop once again. Look at this queen just out of place. The queen is just so
What's the
terribly
queen
placed
doing
over
there?
here. So bad on a6. Like, very bad.
Now that bishop, asking itself the question, are we going to play a move like bishop e7? How passive do we want to be? At what point is Black going to be able to get some other pieces out? This is Serrana's approach at the moment. Like, you know, it's not winning or anything like that, I think, but it's making Black's choice of moves in the opening almost look silly at this point. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
Black's feeling really uncoordinated right now, even though we've been looking through and it's like, doesn't look like a blunder. That looks sensible enough. And then before you know it, like, those small things keep adding up, and it adds up to this position where we're like, hang on a second, what happened? I blinked, and then this.
Yeah, and blink again, you could be down a lot more time. And even though Tang is definitely very possible of doing, you know, the impossible with lower time. But yeah, his time is getting lower here. Serrana is a force to be reckoned with, having this extra time too as well, a position that he's quite familiar with, obviously. But I like this knight e4, knight takes f6 type ideas, e4, f4. It seems like he's developing some type of kingside attack as well, which is really nice. Bishop e7.
Bishop e7 is played, okay. Are we going to see f4, e4? Might actually settle into a bit of a think here. No, queen c2 played near immediately, wanting to keep the pressure on the pawn on c4. And of course, if Black plays b5 in response, well, not really possible because you can just take and the queen is under attack. That queen on a6 is the root cause of so many of White's problems right now. Knight bd7 finally gets played. I think he's saying, you know what? I don't care if it costs me a pawn. I just need to get out of this bind. And that's exactly what it's cost him. Alexei Serrana now up a pawn.
Very nice. 3, 6, 7, 3, 6, 7. I think he actually grabbed his pawn back. This was a Catalan. So he like stole, he like gave
I
up
beg
the
your
pawn
pardon, yes.
to get it back.
But
yeah, it's
look at the coordination there. Where is that rook on a8 going? The bishop looks so silly.
Really rough, right? Rook on a8, bishop on c8, sort of a French type structure where you have a bad bishop. Maybe b3. I really like the 95 going back to the square.
I'd also say, though, it's the kind of position where White feels super coordinated, and then if you misuse a tempo or you let your opponent play this one key move that like unlocks maneuverability across the back rank or something, suddenly that advantage can be completely gone. Like it feels like one of those, you know?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. It's like that a lot when in Catalans where White is just, you know, have that nagging pressure, and then you play one off move and like Black's back in the game, sometimes even better depending on what's going on. But so we got a lot play in this game. I'm actually curious to see what's going on in the other game where against Bortnik.
Let's take a look.
Let's take a look what's going on. 3, 6, 3, 6. So same amount of pawns. There's an isolated pawn on d5. Queen d1, strong move, putting pressure on the d5 pawn once the knight moves to maybe something like b3 or f3. Knight c5. That's a good move. Knight b3 will almost damage my structure. I could go knight f3 too as well.
Is knight e2 a move? Thinking.
I like knight.
So the idea behind that is I'm wondering if black has any shenanigans with bishop takes knight first. So to avoid the idea of bishop takes knight first, if I play knight e2, I just recapture with a knight and renew the threat.
Exactly. He says, wait a second. Let's make this a little bit different. We have a capture once. There's a capture again. You could try knight f6, actually, but doesn't go for it. Takes. Wait, he just dropped a piece? Wait a second. That's a piece. What's he doing? The piece is hanging. D4 is hanging. And look at him. Erevan's like, what am I doing? Bortnick's like, what are you doing? That's a piece. He hangs a whole piece. Oh my goodness. Erevan, you can see it in his face. The frustration. He just absolutely hangs an entire piece for nothing at all. I mean, okay, he obviously got a pawn, but he just dropped a whole piece here. That is crazy. A very unlike.
Just like that. 1 foot now in the grand final. Aravind looking for a way out, looking for any resource, any trick. What does the back rank look like? Are there any pins? What about that light diagonal between A2 and F7? Something, anything.
Anything. You can see the frustration on his face there. Bortnick looked in and was like, wait, what? You hung a piece. You can't take that on D4. What is this? He takes the piece. He's in disbelief just as Erevan is as well.
Lots of moves getting played in Sarana Tang. We should head over there in a sec. Let's take a look. Excellent. Both of them side by side. We've had about 6 moves in as many seconds here. And it looks like Sarana is continuing to build an extraordinary amount of pressure.
Come on, bro. You could just like hit him with something spicy here. You could definitely smell the Tactinos here with this type of play.
94 question mark? 94?
Bishop G8 and then knight here just wins some material.
Opening up the square potentially for the knights. A knight D5 now on the cards.
Yes. Knight D5, why not? I'm going to exchange them up.
Shake of the head there from Andrew Tang. That is telling. And also, look at the clock. 5.5 minutes plays 2. So that's important as well, because if you're down on the board but up on the clock, maybe there's a way to save it.
Knight f4. Knight f4. Look at this, John. Knight f4 is a beautiful move. Let's see if he finds it. Threatening knight g6 mate.
No.
Is he going to play it? He plays it. Ugh. Knight f4.
That's dirty.
That's nasty. This is a family channel.
Dirty boy.
Yikes. That's a resignation. Or you can give up the queen. It takes he does, and now rook d8 can seal the deal as well. Rook d8 should do it, boys and girls. Rook d8 with the threat of bishop something. F7 maybe?
Canty, you go and wash your hands because that was dirty.
You're right. I definitely have to wash my hands after
Unbelievable.
Oh, yikes. That was crazy. Bortnick with the win. Oh, hold on. We got to go over the Bortnick game right now. It looks like he's playing at Joe Baba London, a.k.a. Jar Jar Binks London, of course.
Well, there we go.
This is one of our favorite openings here for all you.
We've been waiting all day for this.
All day. Finally, we got one. Finally. We have ourselves a Jar Jar Binks London. We've been waiting for this one all day.
This is the part where you tell us it wins by force, right?
It does, in fact, in 23 moves exactly.
Boom. There you go. Sorry to take all the fun and excitement out of the game, folks, but you've been told.
23 moves exactly here. Bortnick trying to take over and win this entire thing here. But yeah, Sarana's game is done there. It looks like Sarana's just going to pick up that one.
There aren't really many ways out. The rook didn't end up going to d8, but we also got to escape. Now the queen has the opportunity to wreak havoc, going into c7 instead. In the meantime, I can't tell exactly what move number we're on in the Bortnick Aravind game, but do let us know when we get to like move 20 or 21 so we can be there to call the finish.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We're on move 9.
Okay. Easy peasy.
Still another 12 or so moves. Let's go. Nice stuff here. Serrano looking to win his game against Tang. He's trying to finish and close up shop in that game.
Oh, I like that. There's some cute tricks there. Bishop b5.
Yeah. And Bishop. Wait, he make it. Wait a second. He
Oh.
said, don't count me out. Don't count me out like that.
Whoa! Did you see how that bar? Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Don't count me out. Okay, now you can count me out. Yeah, now you can count me out. Yeah, now he about to get mated. Bishop f7 probably.
Bishop
Yeah,
f7 looks a lot. Bishop f7, queen g3.
Correct. Bishop f7, king. Oh, he went queen g3 first. Ooh, boy, what the precision! My goodness. Bishop f7, queen g4, dual mate threat.
And then you can bring a rook up to the 7th rank now, but you've got queen g4.
No, that was nasty precision from Serrano there. Queen g3
Ouch.
first.
Okay.
Then queen g3. That was very nice from Serrano there.
Lovely.
Serrano the Piranha. Very strong.
Lovely jubbly.
That was good.
Notch that one up.
He plays g5 and bishop f7 with mate.
Classy.
Winning the first game.
Well, we've still got Aravind Bortnik. Talk us through what's happening here, Canty. I feel like we've waited all day for this.
Yes.
I want to hear all about it. Give me the 3-minute condensed chessable course on these 21 moves. Let's go.
In fact, he played third. He has his own course on Jabava too as well, him and Nerditsky. The lines I like to give is knight f3, knight e5, and g4 almost in every single game. Like this.
Okay.
I went so many games like this. They advocate for the bishop d3 lines with this one, which is totally fine. You know, these work too as well, especially with this move order he chose with bishop b4. I like usually having a knight on e2 to play a3, but this is still very playable as we see castles, takes, right? Of course, he ended up playing c4, and now you get an equal position as you would get in any game with white. Anyway, it's how it is. I'm not a fan of the queen trade so much. I like to keep pieces on. I like to keep fighting more. It feels like I have more to do, but at the end of the day, I have the bishop pair, which a lot of times you like to think of as an advantage. Depends on what we're doing or how you're playing it, but bishop pair can be an advantage depending on who you're playing, how you're playing, what the position looks like. So it's an equal position. Like you would get this from a Catalan, you would get this from any opening in a way. So, so far so good. In fact, it's harder to win in the next 7 moves because it is our event, right? Or our event. So he plays completely different. It's harder to play against this guy. Knight h4, though, would immediately grab, I think, all of the bishops for us. So we do have something there. We also have maybe the 2 pawns here in the center rather than one in an endgame, which could be something for us. We would love to have the queenside majority, which is something you get a lot in the Jobava London, but unfortunate we don't have it in this variation in particular.
So, Canty, I'm gonna be the sacrificial noob club player here, and I want to ask you a question about the opening. I want to know why the pawn on c3 isn't hanging on move 8. I think it's move 8.
Oh, right here, correct.
I want to know. I want to know why. I want to know why this is poison.
Yes, very good question. In fact, it is hanging, but the problem with knight takes c3 here is it just gives me some initiative. I do have queen e1. In fact, you can actually take this, but okay, let's do this. Knight back to e4 after queen e1 or queen d2. Knight can go back to e4, and we have this move queen b4. So you get some slight initiative. This is why I don't play this line like this, because I generally don't give up this pawn. This is not easy, to say the least. It's not like clearly super better yet, but you do have initiative. Obviously, we have queen can't castle or king can't castle. Queen cuts this off. b6 happens. Then we go knight e5, and you actually are threatening stuff like g4 right now. This is a game. This is very sharp stuff. It's fun. It's fun.
So you can't just get away with playing queen e7 and going, haha, I can block everything. Let me just crack on. Actually, you just keep mounting the pressure in exchange.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with b6 being played too. You go check.
Yeah. Okay.
It's annoying.
Nice.
Like this, but you gotta be careful. Right? You gotta be careful with these lines.
Got it. Thank you.
He said no. He was like, I don't want anything to do with it. That's why he didn't take.
Not interested.
Right. Takes. Queen b3. I'm not a fan of queen b3. I just don't want to trade queens that early. But at the end of the day, we have an equal in game, and Bortnik's totally fine with that, especially after winning the first game. The draw is it. That's it. That's it for me.
And that's why, of course, as soon as castles happens, you just play c4 straight away. Not a problem. It's not hanging. I'm using it to attack. Yeah. With that extra tempo, nothing to worry about. You just crack it. Okay.
We also have this play too. We could play like this at some point too, like this. It's another thing that you can play on. So a lot of play.
Nice.
And also it feels good, having being up a point right now, says Alexander. So a lot to play for.
Just trying to strangle the life out of this position because the fewer imbalances or the fewer tricks there are available, of course, the closer he gets to that grand final. Very, very important for him to get there. I think first place, $6,500. He's probably not thinking about that yet, but he's certainly thinking about getting 1 foot in that grand final. That would be absolutely delightful stuff.
Very nice.
And in the
That would be
meantime,
delightful.
yeah, what are we thinking about Tang Serrano? Look at this. Serrano's only used 44 seconds on his clock, can't he?
What the heck happened? What is this game? I need to go see. I gotta go start from the beginning.
This is
what did he
quick.
play to make him make this? Or he just instantly moved here. Oh, it was a regular London. Oh, okay. Yeah. It's different from Jobava. Yeah, he just apparently knew Tang inside. Bro, he moves so fast, instantly, not barely even thinking. And he has this position here.
And we've been saying all day long, Tang is one of the fastest players in the business.
He really is.
He's the one at just over half the time of his opponent right now. Let's be clear. It's Serrano that's doing it to Tang. Wow.
There's so much to do here, by the way, too, as well. Tang with the white pieces trying to figure out what to do in this London system, how to make things sharper or more fun, or what do I even do? I mean, you got knight c2, you can take on d5, you can take on c6. He's trying to figure out how do I do this, and also Serrano's moving so fast that it sort of annoys you. You know, you're like, why are you moving so fast?
What's going on? Why are you doing this?
Exactly, right. So sometimes you can get frustrated there when your opponent just moves so fast.
For sure. Absolutely. Wow. I'm trying to work my way through those options and I'm having a really hard time of it. There's no obvious type. This is all just long-term positional stuff. But I guess what Andrew Tang has to, he has to win on demand, right? So that helps his decision-making process a little bit on the grounds that he needs to do what will complicate the position the most, what will obfuscate his opponent's chances the most, what will throw his opponent off kilter. He's chosen knight 2 to b3.
This was my choice too. This was my first choice. I'm glad you went with it too, because I'm like, hey, there you go. I see you, Tang. But no, look, I was actually thinking this because my next threat is cd5. And if knight takes, I wanted to go knight c2 and hit the queen and attack this.
Okay.
That's my whole idea. Like, you know, plus the queen seems a little weird over here, but it just seems, it feels like a very good move. But Engine obviously thinks otherwise. But it feels very good. Get this knight off of here. Knight c2 is a threat. Like, so. It's really strong. It's a strong move. The queen could kind of get trapped over here. It makes him think a little bit. cd5 and knight c2 are my next two moves.
Does Black want to not have to deal with the pressure by just playing d takes c4 himself? Or
that's what I thought. I was like, maybe he just takes, which is why I didn't like this that much.
That's what I was
I
thinking.
guess he could just take it and like knight c2, but I think we have something like this. Like here, knight c2, and Engine is like, bro, what are you doing? I guess this is just clearly worse here. Like you only have like here, right? And bishop takes c4. This was my whole idea. Look at the eval bar, completely just disrespecting everything about your life. You know what I mean? Like this.
I was about to say, like, I'm pretty sure that queen doesn't beat every piece on the board on the white side of the board. So what is this amazing resource that I can't see?
You hit this twice, and then you also have a rook d8 coming. And you can't really move this bishop. I mean, this knight. You can't really move the knight anywhere that attacks the queen. That queen can't takes here. If knight d2, then we'll do queen takes c4. And same with knight a5, you take here. So, like, it looks good. It feels great, but it's not really working. If you there's some calculation behind it. Like
that's weird, though, because visually, it looks like white's tying black in knots with the queen being offside, but it was actually black tying white in knots.
Exactly. Which he didn't go for.
Okay.
So now I might be able to get away with this. He plays queen e2 though. How are we trapping that queen? Are we trapping that queen? Still not trapped because queen e2. So Bortnik having a slight advantage in the Jar Jar Binks London? Of course he does. Of course. Oh, okay. It's like a 0.1. Nothing serious. I just saw a bar shift a little bit. I'm like, oh,
you're getting me. Wait. You're getting me hyped up for 0.1. What?
Like, yeah, it's nothing.
What?
Nothing. But I do. I mean, I'm pretty even. You know, if knight takes b7 is coming. Everything can literally be traded off in the next few moves. Of what it looks like. But there's some stuff going on with this too as well. So got to be careful. He takes on b7, maybe rook d7. Whoa, that's not a move. Knight c5 would win. I think it would win. So he goes rook b8 instead. I take on c6. He can take on b7. I take on d4. He takes on b3. All played. I can go rook check, then take on a7. That's played. King f7, check, correct. Take on a7. After king g6, there it is. And we got the extra pawn. You know what I'm saying? Come on, John. We playing this forever. Yeah, it's a 2-result game. Jar Jar Binks London for the win.
Well, there you go. That 0.1 is decisive.
Decisive. This is game over. No, of course, I think Bortnik is playing for 2 results here, which seems very good for him, as he's going to make it all the way through here with what's going on. Yeah, and I mean, they could just, he could offer to draw. He probably will accept. Let me see. Yeah, there it is. I figured, because there's nothing to play for here.
That's fair.
There it is. Very fair. Very nice.
And Alexander Bortnik books his spot in the grand final, winning the winners' final. That is absolutely huge. And the emotion on his face. Nice crisp Na'Vi jersey there for him as well. An incredible effort. Grandmaster from Ukraine, booking his place as top 2. And now he gets to sit and wait, because we've got a couple of matches left before we work out who he's facing.
Very nice. Well, Serrano here is looking like he's surviving. Not only surviving, but thriving against his London here, as White's pieces just seem a little rough. The pawns on c5 and e3 don't agree with each other here. There's like pawn islands 1, 2, 3, and 4 pawn islands versus Black having 1, 2 pawn islands. So, yeah, Black just being better here structurally. I have the same amount of pieces and the same amount of pawns. So, it's not looking good for Andrew if he wants a must win here. Still possible, though. Lots of moves we played as well.
So the mistake is not finding Jar Jar Binks, clearly.
That's correct. He played the regular.
Yeah, exactly.
That was the problem.
Exactly.
Yeah, he played the regular.
And it would have been a very different result.
That's the problem. All right. Yeah, even this would already be in Tang's favor.
Exactly. Very stoic looks from both of them, though. And even though Serrano is in a position that I think it's fair to say is quite comfortable, and doesn't look like he's taking anything for granted here. Continuing to ask questions, probe, look for a bigger advantage. Queen c2, hitting the pawn on a2, asking questions of c5. Rook c1 played. Pawn grabbing at a time like this?
Pawn grabbing, hitting the queen. Queen has to move.
Queen a5 maybe? But even then, look, that's... There's actually not that many squares, you know.
Yeah. a7, rook takes b7 is not the thing. Right. I figured he would just defend. And it makes total sense. Bishop c7, you can try, but I mean, there's not really much I'm getting out of that. h3, I guess a waiting move. Bishop f5, rook b5, and Tang is down a lot of time.
1 minute 34, plays 5 minutes 53. Serrano has time on his side. And if he thinks he's advantageous now, he can continue to go, what obfuscates, what confuses, what makes things trickiest? Knight comes out to e5, asking Tang the question, do you want to swap off a pair of pieces? Yes. Tang feeling like he might not have much choice there. Bishop pair now very much in Black's favor. Is he going to keep it? Or is he happy for another exchange to take place? Will we see? The bishop does drop back. I was going to ask if we were going to see the queen to b8. The eval bar didn't like that for a second, but seems to be drunk. So I'm not reading too much into it.
Eval bar is not drinking responsibly here. As we... Whoa, wait a second. Oh, man. Oh, queen b2, he found a move. He's back in the game.
Wait.
Anything from Serrano, no reaction. But queen b2, and what do you do? He's trying to flag He's trying to flag Tang here, but that is not going to end well.
How?
I mean, look at this. Yeah, bishop e5 was probably the move. So now if knight e6, I do get to take with check. anyway. Yeah, I probably should do it. Wait, there's a king f6. No, that's not going to work. Rook f1. This game over. 96 anyway is very vicious. Okay, bishop takes. I take with the queen. You go king something. I go bishop takes e6. I'm back in this game.
Can you... Oh, I was going to say after rook f1, can you block with the bishop on f5 and just leave that bishop on pres while you play queen takes c5 and come back that way? But
Yeah,
probably no. After the king comes to f6.
F6. Yeah.
Yeah.
You went the other way. I think 96 might have been a little easier. Queen takes. Says I'm back in the game. Don't count me out yet. Queen e5. Defending.
What is going on here? With the time advantage as well, Canty. Like I'm a little bit surprised that with how much extra time Serrana's been thinking, that was allowable. That was really, really clever, resourceful play by Tang. And I'm honestly a little bit taken aback that it was like the one weakness that Tang could exploit, and Serrana let him in.
Man, he's just letting them get everything in. What is he doing?
What's going on?
He panicking like he got a minute. This is what happens a lot of times, guys, when you are down time or when you're up time and you're trying to flag your opponent. It happens. I mean, we've all been there, I think. Lots of people understand it. You could just give the game back very quickly, trying to flag them. And now it seems like Andrew Tang is in a very good position to make things very messy, complicated, which is what he's looking for. Now, there is a crazy tactic going on. I think if bishop d5, it fails to rook takes d5. That's a sick tactic. After queen takes, then you go bishop takes e4 with the idea of mate hitting the queen as well. And if you take with the pawn, then queen takes b3 and the rook hangs. So you can't, and he goes for rook takes d5, wins on the spot. Oh, wait, okay, he did queen c5 instead. Whoa, but rook takes d5 was the move, boys and girls. You saw the eval bar go -3. He didn't get rook takes d5 was completely winning, and Alexei Serrano wins anyway. Well, rook takes d5 was a vicious move.
Wow.
It was vicious. That was vicious.
Okay, folks. The eval bar has taken about 12 shots. We're gonna take a break from that for sure. Alexei Serrano defeats Andrew Tang 2-0. So we have Bortnik and Serrano advancing from the winner's bracket here. And that means... sorry. Bortnik advancing from the winner's bracket, I should say. Serrano advancing from the loser's bracket. And that means we now have a lower bracket finals. So we need to have that played next. I believe that means there's only going to be the one match. We're going to have Alexei Serrano move on, and he's going to be facing Aravind, and the winner of that, I think, rematches the winner's bracket final winner, which is Bortnik.
Nice.
Oof. I do love double elimination brackets. It's sometimes difficult to describe, but at the same time, it does mean those redemption arcs are available, because if you come back and you defeat the player who wins the winner's final, you get that reset, and we always love a comeback victory.
Absolutely. Always love that comeback story. With that means we have more chess to come.
So, folks, lower bracket finals after this break, and then we'll have the grand finals to determine who takes the lion's share of $20,000. Go grab yourself a drink. We'll see you in a second.
We moved to the Netherlands in 2008. I was still 14 at the time. So we came here and I was already a pretty good chess player, like a master, international master, maybe a FIDE master. I was a Russian champion under 12, in fact, but I was one of many Russian talents, one of the many other little prodigies, nobody really noticed that I changed federation, or that nobody really noticed my existence very much. I was just doing my little thing, playing my little game, and I got great coaching here, and it helped a lot. It's something you really need as a kid who is developing.
So Anish, Yeah, congratulations. Amazing. 3 norms in less than a year, right?
Yeah.
And what's your ambition? What do you want to be? What do you want to get?
No, of course I want to become one of the strongest players.
And is there also a certain player, maybe from nowadays or maybe from the past, which you have been studying a lot? Some kind of favorite player, perhaps?
Yes, okay, I like the games of Kasparov, and okay, now from players who's playing, I think the Anand is the strongest and best player.
In 2010, I got an opportunity to work with Vachier-Lagrave. He was preparing for one of his matches. He was world champion in that period, and it was definitely much more useful for me than for Vachier-Lagrave, I guess. And when I saw, like their prep, because I thought that I came in there, I thought I had a good prep and some variations. So I was showing my lines, and then he was refuting them with such ease, and he refuted all my ideas in like the very first evening. And in hindsight, I think he must have been very disappointed. Like he thought, like, what am I seeing? What is that? Like, what kind of trash is that? Because I thought like these are great ideas, and yeah, and then I realized like I'm levels behind, and I think it's very important to see like the very top, and then like what level you have to work towards. Yeah, that really made an impact on me for sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure for me to ask the winner of the Grandmaster Group D and his jury to come forward and receive the first prize.
What is your first impression, your first reaction?
Of course, I'm very happy that I won tournament, and I'm happy that I can play next year in any group. It's of course a great challenge for me. It's maybe first top tournament, of course, for me.
And now how are you going to celebrate?
I don't know. Tomorrow I go to school. So I don't have enough time to celebrate, I think.
Hi, I'm International Master Ivanka Hauske, and welcome to my first course for chessable, starting out the Caro-Kann. Light square strategy is what I like to call it. You put your pawns on light squares, you develop your pieces, and then when the time is right, you break out in the center. What I need you to do is get in the focus of quick development. Knight takes g7, check is possible, king moves to f8, attacking the knight, and now after knight to h5, what we want to be doing is first asking that question to the knight, because white can immediately go wrong with knight to e2. We simply go knight to b4, and this bishop and the knight have orchestrated a sneak attack against c2, and now black is totally winning. There are lifelines to help you remember the piece configurations, there are guidelines, there are cautionary tales, and of course there are my trademark phrases, all to help you get a good Caro-Kann.
We just got started, so I'll let you know.
And the rebounder, Richardson. Still an opportunity with a minute to play.
Welcome back, everybody. We're about to hop into the lower bracket finals here at the DreamHack Road to the Esports World Cup. As you can see, Kanti has somehow snuck into my house, and we are now casting side by side. Absolutely lovely stuff. One more match to go before the grand final.
Easy. Hey, listen, he told me where you lived, so we pulled up. So now we're here, and we're hanging out together, guys.
Exactly right. It's one more best of two, folks. Can we no, wait. We high five. Wait, which
Oh.
side? No, wrong side,
That
wrong side, wrong side.
Wrong side.
This side, this side.
Dude? There we
Boom.
go.
Got it.
Boom. Right over there.
Managed to do it. Folks, this is the lower bracket final. We have Alexei Serrana advancing to play Aravind, who just lost against Bortnik, who was in the grand final. So what that means is the match you are about to see, it's a best of 2, 10 minutes with no increment. And if it's tied 1-1 after the 2 games, we go to an Armageddon game where both players are bidding for the lowest time to start with black. The advantage there, of course, is if the Armageddon game ends in a draw, the player with black will advance. Now, the winner of this match goes up to face Bortnik in the final. He will be waiting in the grand final for one of these players. And if the player from the lower bracket successfully defeats Bortnik, that doesn't mean they're the champion. That resets the bracket because it's double elimination. So Bortnik now has 2 opportunities to become the champion here, win $6,500 in addition to the ticket to Riyadh for the last chance qualifiers, which he has already won. The top 4 players will be part of that last chance qualifiers. That ship has sailed. We've locked in our 4 players who are going. Now it's very much the prize money. And just as a reminder of that, oh, did I say 6,500? I meant 6,000. That's okay. You can keep the change. Second place, 4,500, and then 3 and 2,000 for third and fourth respectively. So not something to be sniffed at, Canty. Imagine winning a couple of blitz games gets you a couple of extra grand. Pretty delicious stuff.
Absolutely. Of course, makes you really stay locked in and like what's going on and try to, remember, hey, don't put that pressure on yourself of trying to win all the games there. Just pay attention to what's in front of you. Try to play your best chess. And of course, you get rewarded for things of that such. So, of course, we still have a few matches left, a few games left as the players are getting seated, ready to go here. Serrana versus Aravind. It's going to be an absolutely heavyweight matchup here. And whoever wins is going to face Bortnik.
Andrew Tang, of course, has bowed out of the tournament now, but at the same time, he's got $2,000 in 4th place, and he knows he's going to Riyadh. So pretty much high fives all round as far as they're concerned. And now the question becomes, who wins the larger amounts of money? I'm sure maybe once qualification's out of the way and they know they've got the last chance qualifier, maybe we'll see freer play, a different style of play where the pressure is off to an extent. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, I think they'll play a little bit more loose or like, not that they're playing not as sharp, but, hey, I'm comfortable playing this opening. I can maybe throw some stuff at them and see what happens here. I do want to have a shot at Bortnik once again, but whoever wins this match is going to face Bortnik here. Again, it is 2 games, so anything can happen in these 2 games here. A win will definitely put the other person in a must-win situation, which means they have to take more risk, and opening choices definitely matter.
And look, I love that sort of I love that timeline as well, because I've been to DreamHacks before. I understand that the double elimination bracket, one of the coolest things that can ever come out of a double elimination bracket is a grand final that involves the loser from the first match winning and resetting. That's like just one of the most hype things you can possibly get from a bracket like this. And just to remind you guys, all the way back at the start of the program, Bortnik defeated Serrana in an Armageddon. And that was in the winner's bracket quarterfinals. And then in the winner bracket final, Bortnik defeated Aravind 1.5 to 1/2. So both of the players we're about to see have been defeated by Bortnik anyway. No matter who wins this, we're getting a rematch. And I'm really, really keen to see what ends up happening in the rematch, if things are any different, what the players are going to be switching up. And I would love nothing more than a grand final reset. I'm not biased in favor of any player in the grand final. I don't mind who wins it, but I would like to see a reset. I want maximum hype out of this.
Yeah, this is how it happens. Of course, you want that grand final reset. It's more chess. It's more fun for everyone. At the same time, except Bortnik. Bortnik's like, this is not fun at all. No, right. Of course, here.
Let's make it nice and easy. No complications.
This is a more aggressive. I actually play this with the black pieces sometimes too as well. I've studied this line. This is a very strong line. I think you go Queen A5 here. Yeah, this is nice theory. And I don't remember if it's Rook C1 or something. What's the theory here? I forgot. I have to see it from Black's point of view actually, but Queen A5 is the move. I don't remember if it's Castle or Rook C1 or like queen. Oh, it's queen c2. That's the theory. Queen c2, c4, bishop f5, castles, g6. Yeah, there it is. Let's see if we get c4,
Wow,
bishop f5.
okay. Yep.
Bishop f5, castles,
Both sides
castles. Yeah, castle. I think it's g6 or rook e8 is next. It's a very sharp line with black. You know, there's some queen sacks and stuff that happen. Like it's kind of wild. See what
So
happens.
what's the idea with black? If I'm wanting to engineer a position, because let's be honest, everyone in chat wants to engineer a position where a queen sack is possible. If I wanted to do that, how are we playing from here, Canty? Where are we going?
Yeah, in fact, it depends on what white does. There's this queen sack line with knight d2 around to knight b3 actually. So he plays rook b1. I don't know if this is the queen sack line. I forgot what the line this is, but he plays h6. Generally, we want to get this knight to e4 in a lot of cases. This is what black's looking for. So knight e4 is not the move here. It might be like knight b6 or something. But yeah, this is fun. I mean, black has an active position is what it's about. It's more of an active queen's gambit decline rather than the passive ones or the ones that just you do a lot of maneuvering, you're chilling and stuff like that. It's more active. This one is a rare move, though. I do remember seeing it, but I know it was a more of a rare move. Rather than I have to go back and look at the file from that.
Okay, so lots of interesting lines here. Black trying to get a knight into e4. And that was after, obviously, the queen on a5 and the bishop on b4 looking pretty aggressive very early on in the game. Talk to me about white. What are the counter punches here that we should be looking out for to see if Aravind can actually make stick? Like, where's the play somewhere else on the board?
Definitely some a3, it looks like. I know h3 is another idea here with g4 backing this up, trying to play g5 in many cases too. You can do that. I've seen this knight swing around like this and try to trap the queen. There's also maybe knight e2 as well. It really is depending upon what we kind of playing. A4 can stop this. I'm about to say stops b5. So now b5 we take. So we just stopped an idea already here. Black needs to develop still. So how do we develop is the question. Maybe knight f8, knight b6 I've seen a lot of. Knight b6 is not fun anymore, though. I don't have any squares after that. Could see something like knight b6, bishop takes c8, and a weird move like knight takes and come around like this. F6 is the problem, though. So in then moving the knight, we will end up, capturing on f6. G file opens up. Could use it. Not a big fan of it. This is why knight e4 is played in a lot of cases. Knight e4 hangs in this case, so he has to untangle.
Well, at the same time, though, black still needs to develop. I'm also wanting to say, hey, white's got all the pieces, maybe except the rook on a1, into a reasonable place, shall we say. But if I'm white, I'm also asking, well, what's next? My pieces are out. They're on sensible squares. Cool. Now what? Like, what's your point? And it's like black, for that reason, I feel like black has time to develop. It's not like there's any sort of imminent threat. I'm not seeing like some really clever bit of maneuvering that means, haha, white's got an advantage if you don't make this move now. It seems just pretty chill.
It definitely does. Serrana needs to figure out kind of where to go first, and then white's going to respond to that, I believe, because we have to first figure out am I going to put my pieces? Like my queen is kind of off sides right now. I do remember playing this theory, but rook f2b1 was not one I do not remember. So maybe it seems like Serrana's the same way. Like, what do I do here? I thought g5 could be played, but bishop g3, okay, knight h5. Engine didn't like it at all here. I mean, absolutely.
Hey, when in doubt, play g5
or g4. How it goes.
Or g4, exactly. Not a problem. One of those two moves is almost always available. It's like the in case of emergency, break glass. Just push a G pawn. You'll be fine. Okay. Don't worry about it.
Exactly. That's relative. Never worry about it. Just push the G pawn. Just push the G pawn. I would love to play something like bishop c7, but it just does not work. I was looking for something like this. Queen takes and knight takes d5, but you have queen d6 or queen a5 to respond. Sort of a cute little tactic there, but doesn't really work. Bishop h7, no. Knight e5 after bishop d7, possible. Maybe bishop e5, e4. I mean, so many moves to consider. And now you're like highlighting the fact that, like, why is this here now?
Can you play light squared bishop takes knight on d7 followed by knight e5? The problem is I don't really have a point afterwards.
That was yeah, that's a very valid point. I was thinking of this too. 95 and
I
then
want
bishop
to
e6.
I want to play that, but I'm just like, what's my point? I don't know. I guess you can't play moves like f6 because you've got queen g6 check. Haha. But that's like great.
Nice.
You've got one cheap trick. That does not, that does not a position make, unfortunately.
Yeah, maybe something that takes in bishop e5 with the same idea. In not allowing knight takes g3, but also if f6 is played or something, there is queen g6 once again.
So if you
devastating effects.
I feel like if you were to play that, I'm really tempted to say my follow-up move is king g7. You know what I mean?
Where? After bishop takes?
Like after so takes bishop e5. Sorry, king up to h7 or g7. Basically try and support g6. Find any way possible to enable f6 for free.
Oh, for free.
Or is
F6
that,
for free.
Yeah.
We
or
may have enough.
is that too difficult? I don't know.
Might be,
Okay,
but not anymore.
That's another way to resolve it, right? You get rid of one of the bishops, and then you still got a knight on f6.
Exactly. And now the king g7 thing can be very possible, bringing the rook over to h8 too. As well, I probably like white slightly here. I can bring this piece into the game. And maybe you see a weird route. Where is this going? Because, he's not going to let me take this. So maybe bishop f8. But then the knight's misplaced. Maybe I could go b4. I don't really like opening up that way. It goes b3 instead. I like it. Pawn takes, maybe queen takes.
I find this interesting because it feels like the more white finds permanent homes for his pieces, the more it becomes obvious to black where his pieces need to go.
Yes.
If that makes sense.
Yes, he goes
so
with the c3 move. Wow, I thought he wasn't going to play that.
That's
I really thought that was not happening. That's a move for you.
I believe that would be described as committal.
Very committal umbrella pawn here is what they like to call it. Maybe bishop d3. Ugh.
Are there ideas behind, and maybe this is premature, but the idea I have in my head is knight takes bishop on b4, queen recaptures, and then a5, with the idea that at some opportune moment you get to play rook a4.
I like it. I like it a lot. In fact, I would hang the pawn too as well. Very vicious idea, I believe. Maybe knight takes and followed by a5. It's actually really good because rook a4 is hard to stop, by the way. You would need bishop d7, but you can't due to my bishop as well.
You can because the light square bishops are... Yeah. So maybe that's an idea?
Absolutely it is. Problem with bishop takes,
it's frustrating. I feel like I'm in a position where I've got 2 or 3 tactical ideas, but if you ask me, John, how are you winning this game in 30 moves? I don't think I could begin to tell you what I'm doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
And now we've missed the opportunity. By playing knight e5 first, we've got bishop d6, and now those kind of tricks no longer work. Oh, but it doesn't matter. We're just going to take the pawn instead.
Thank you for the pawn. Thanks for the gumdrop there.
Well, if you're going to allow this, you must surely be, you must just be doubling the pawns and taking back with the rook. Is that a good... How are we feeling about the trade there? Is that good for black?
I think it's level. He does have a weakness here, but he's able to get his pieces out now.
Because I thought c3, with how much Serrana had a chokehold on the dark squares there, I genuinely thought for a minute, oh, that pawn on c3 is not queening, but it's going to be such a pain in Aravin's side. And yeah, that getting swapped off here, just making me ask some questions around how effective that was in the first place.
Yeah, I think white is able to try to break down these weaknesses later. Like this is weak, this is weak. We can probably use the c file, like a rook c1, slide the queen over to d2, and we have some ideas. Nothing more yet, but definitely some ideas, especially with this being such a weak pawn, and also h6, the h file too being weak in itself. We maybe could play f3 at the right moment, but that will drastically weaken e3, so not necessarily necessary. But I do like rook c1, just maybe reroute the rook. Out the way. I saw this 94 move, but he just gets it back. 94 is a clever way. He can go queen d8, number 1, or he could take the queen, and after knight takes, we go king g7, and you get the piece right back. So it was a clever move, but doesn't really, it's just a way of equalizing a little bit quicker.
I'm trying to rationalize as much of this as I can with, well, hang on a second. Was the knight on c3 any more valuable than the knight on f6? And I'm not really I'm not feeling like I'm trying my best to evaluate what it looked like before and after, and it just looks pretty equal to me.
Absolutely. I believe the same. Black's king placement is a little bit better than white's. In fact, it is better, going into the endgame here. But yeah, very level. Rook c1, don't let him take the file over. So we probably just trade rooks, look to trade here with rook to c1. I wonder if d4 is going to be played. Take, rook c7. Nope. Rook c1, rook e8, not taking anything. So no one's giving up the file yet.
And it frees up the e5 square for the king as well. Although f4 could come at some opportune moment, but you don't actually have to take. You don't have to undouble the pawns.
Probably play a5.
And black's got
that was hanging. Very
nice. And you've got a potential second weakness as well that Serrano could try to exploit, because you can still potentially push the h-pawn.
Oh, yes. Yes. Luckily, we have the double pawns here to control that twice. Bishop h6 is actually a threat here. Nice.
And if you can get if you get the rook to h1, the king can't. Oh no, the king now can. Okay.
Something like king g7 or even king e7.
Yeah, exactly. You have to.
e6.
I'm thinking out loud, and whether the king being on g7 to stop any shenanigans happening allows Aravind to get the king more active in the center. And I'm just wondering, is there a way to use that to your advantage? But I can't immediately see it.
I thought this was incredibly strong, stopping h5. And then we can play g3 too as well. The problem is there may be a d4 pawn push at some point. But even when we go king e2 again, he can play d4 immediately. So maybe bishop f5, but rook e5, king here, d4. Yeah, not a fan yet. It's almost there. Maybe bishop e2. Then king
Does
here,
a lot of this hinge on...
Yeah, something like that.
Is a lot of this hinging on the fact that if white moves the king onto the e-file at any point, you almost have the auto d4? Is that really what that's about? So if you've played, so if white's now playing rook d1, and maybe you can play bishop f5 as well, followed by king e2, maybe then, like, okay, d4 is off the table now, we got to think of something else.
That's where it is. King e2 is like, now I can get my king out. d4 is the answer with a bishop f5. But now d4 is there. So maybe king at d2 now. d4 still could be played because g2 is hanging. So he goes bishop f5 first.
Bishop f5 first.
d5 and rook d4, I believe.
Do you want to play f3?
Maybe if I go rook d4 first. Then go f3. I can play e4 too. King walking up looks good. Yeah, king walking up is really nice. We have a plan. Get the king here, rook c1, rook c5. Bishop will probably block or defend, and maybe we reroute the bishop.
And as it currently stands, there is no square from which white's bishop can attack d5, but black's bishop can defend it, which makes it difficult to win that pawn.
Here we go.
There'll be a lot of pressure.
Trade them rooks off. Do you think we have a result here, John? A win or a draw?
I think takes, and I'm looking at bishop f1, g3, bishop e2, maybe, but that kind of shenanigan. But then you can also just play. If it were up to white, you can play f3, and then if bishop f1, g3.
Okay.
You keep. I don't know.
Do
you want to trade this? Does white really want to trade this with a pawn on g2 and g4?
Yeah, it's difficult. You
might
have
black's
to
more
really
comfortable.
play g3. Correct. I do believe that too. Here, because you can kind of hold around here.
Yep.
But I think it's not enough for black to create something. Like I even could go f4 and try to keep this king out of the box here. So keep him from approaching from both sides.
Yep, makes
and
sense.
walk the king up, and I guess we shuffle and call it a draw.
So are you thinking like? Are you thinking bishop f1 and then it's like you can have g2, I don't care, and you just play f4 anyway, and then march your own king up on the dark squares?
There is this, so we have to watch out for that. But I think black has to watch out for their own. So yeah, I think it's a draw. I think it should be drawn overall. Good play from the boys.
1 minute 30 plays 2 minutes 21. Serrana with less time on the clock, but oh wow. Well, if the bishops come off as well, does that make this even simpler?
It is a scary trade. You got to calculate, because if you're wrong, you lose. It's very simple. Like, there's no in between. If you take and you're wrong, you absolutely lose. But I think he gets away with it. You bring the king up. You can play f4 once again to restrict the king from approaching. If he goes, he goes for it. He just said, this should be a draw. There's really no way to lose this. And this is called a pawn freeze. You can learn this from Jeremy Simmons' in-game course. I think even Devoretsky talks it too. But one pawn stops 3. So freezes, pawn freeze, really nice pawn. I saw this coming up, so I think this is maybe one thing to watch out for. Because king b5, king d4 might not be winning. Takes, and I think black's too fast. Yeah, I think you go king b3.
And that actually undermines White's idea of if you want to play something along the lines of f3, e4, you don't want d4 to be the response to that and have something unravel. Like if someone showed me this position, they go, you're playing as white. How do you lose this? I'm thinking, I lose this by thinking I can play e4 when in fact the response d4 wins the game for black. You know what I mean?
Problematic. Be careful here, boys. Yeah, especially king d4. And trying to do this would lose because white is not fast enough. And they're going to shuffle, I believe.
Yeah.
They're going to shuffle.
I think, I think this is draw agreed. Could have an f4, I suppose. Doesn't make any material difference.
Right under a minute. Is he going to go for it now? This is the time. He goes for it. Whoa, he said draw what? He's trying to flag him. He wants this win so bad. You got to love it. You got to love it when they play like this. He wants that win, but it's really hard to break through. Really hard to create anything. He wants something maybe in the world where he can go f5, king here, end up taking, and try to win this pawn. But yeah, he just realizes it's nothing. He might just keep repeating at this point. 39 seconds. Now he really needs to. You got to stop playing around.
Yeah, Aravin's
like, playing around with fate here.
He was up on the clock, and now it's what? Like, is that clock accurate? 32 seconds plays 52. They were a minute each. If I'm Alexei right now, I am taking an awful lot of solace from the fact that Aravin has used that much time to get to this point. He's going for it. Oh no.
No, I think he has to take the draw. If king takes, white could be winning with this idea.
Yes, because the it's much faster to get rid of the f pawn now. I think he knows it. I might have
gotta move. Everybody move. Everybody move. Or it should be a draw, but like this is scary. Like, wait, is this a draw? Like, they playing this boy out all the way through. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Nobody hurt each other here. Okay.
Trying some Zugzwang tricks. Triangulating the king. Not falling for it.
Yo, maybe this is not a draw. Like the time now. My goodness, Serrano move now. Wow. Yo, they're about to flag each other. This is a flagging fest.
So if it goes down to a flagging fest, I think Serrano's got it because Aravind had what, plus 20, plus 25 seconds at one point?
Oh man, that got scary, bro. No, I probably would have went for it at some point. Now
look at both of their faces, the way they both exhaled.
Oof.
They were holding their breath there. Oh my goodness.
Someone was about to like that is crazy.
Psychological crazy. Warfare.
Man. Who knows what happened?
Straight into game I don't know how you can get. They don't have heartbeat heart sensors on these guys. I would have been 180, 190 for the last 45 seconds of that game.
You're like, yo, I can't believe I'm about to flag this. And then they're both like, you don't want to draw? No, you don't want to draw? You don't?
No, you don't want to draw?
no, you don't? And I started going back and forth and like, man.
It was legit a game of who blinks first, wasn't it?
Yeah. They were in each other's head there and incredible and still ended.
I don't know who won the mind game. Who won the mind game?
Yeah, I think it's a dead draw. And that too. It's crazy.
Yeah.
They draw there in the mind game.
So game number 2. Serrana here with the white pieces. Arguably an advantage, albeit a small one. I'm looking at body language. Well, I'm trying to work out, is anyone still on like a bit of a come down from that previous game? And they both look like they are suffering. Canty, they both look like they're suffering from short-term memory loss. Because they are both cool as a cucumber.
That's right. And of course, understanding the pressure that's under, that they're under right now and how much is at stake here. Yeah, maybe a few jitters too as well, trying to shake it off from what happened in the last game here. But of course, they got thousands upon thousands upon thousands of games. So easy to shake it off. But very equal position. Another Queen's Gambit decline. Rock solid opening. Black can try stuff like c4. Eventually try to create yourself a pass pawn. White, on the other hand, can slowly play this position. Maybe try to create a hanging pawns structure where there's 2 pawns here. Which are generally be kind of weak for black. Pawn takes and knight takes. Well, then we have an isolated pawn on d5 here, but it is Ervin's move right now.
What's your view on isolated pawns in general? Is it, that's bad, that's in the middle of the board, I've got something to play against, you're going to lose? Are we happy to say the positional master loves their isolated pawns, don't even worry about it? Nice and chill.
I like the aggressive nature of an ISO pawn, where you have to play around it, and it's really possible to create chances. But one type of slip, or you end up trade pieces, you actually are going to get in trouble with that ISO pawn. So it's like a bittersweet thing. Crazy.
You like them though. You don't shy away from them. You're happy to have them in your life.
I am. I'm happy to have them. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're potentially asking that question here, certainly. Knight coming in to e6.
Lots of maneuvering.
A little bit of the pressure.
I could, 95. I mean, I wanted to get tricky there, but okay. Bishop at 5, no need to get tricky. He says d-file opening, pawn takes, looking likely. Something that very possible. Okay, g6. Do I take or not to take? That is the question.
Ooh. Running out of useful squares, though. What do you do? Go back to b1 and sit?
Yeah. I like to have that imbalance.
Right, but I'm also asking myself, Canty, I'm going... So he exchanges, but I'm asking, if that bishop was on b1, when's that bishop next going to be usul?
Yeah, that's true.
Unless black starts shoving an h-pawn forward, you know what I mean?
That's my regular way of playing. I'm going to try to mate. So, yeah, of course. I'm going to put bishop on b1 and go for mate.
So I guess that was a practical choice.
Okay. b5.
This is tense.
Very tense. Maybe a knight a4 is an intention. You have knight e5 too as well with the f4. Try to solidify the knight here, but it will be a weak square on e3, or weak pawn, that is, if we get an f6 to follow at some point. c4. Okay, there's that pass pawn we talked about before, but what do we do now? Question mark here. What is the move?
That's interesting, because so if you take and black recaptures, you're obviously opening up the long diagonal for that bishop, and you're making black's light square bishop look pretty dang good, right?
I like it. I don't know. d5. Here we go. I'm feeling it myself too as well. White seems like we have some initiative. It may not be enough, but it is something, which is better than nothing. Feels like we have an initiative, but I can't push this one yet. Yeah, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Man, if I could get this in, I would be like way better. Rook d4.
I'm a little worried about this, Canty, because both of black's minor pieces are hitting that pawn. But white's knight on f3 can't really defend that pawn. So I'm trying to work out can black not just keep applying pressure? Is it because, I'm guessing it's only because e4 exists right now.
Right.
That pawn isn't lost in the long run.
Exactly. Which is why, he plays his a3 move too, because b4 was next.
Yep.
Really strong.
Okay.
Really strong. So e4, e5. I mean, e4 now. Absolute takes. And not enough. So maybe rook e1. Try to get e4 in.
Oh, are we then jamming things up with... Oh, never mind. I was going to say, are we going to be playing rook e4 as black? So knight e4 first and try and swap everything off, play rook e4 so that you then free up. Yeah.
Yeah, and also the pawn on d5 would be extremely weak there. Queen b4 question mark move, but wanting to trade to be able to push the d pawn through.
So that's a question mark move. Where do we move the queen to maximize value out of that?
Not there, apparently.
It's not there.
It's not.
I was looking. I was wondering if.
Push.
Where would we have wanted instead? Like queen b6 or something? I don't know.
Yeah, I like to maybe a queen b6 or even queen c7. But sidestepping seemed like the move because now, this is how do you stop this exactly? So he says trade to make this less harmful. So now knight d7, which restricts or at least stops us from playing pawn e5.
I'm a bit scared now for Aravind.
Temporarily. It might be okay. It's not technically terrible.
Even if you play a rook to e1, black can respond by gumming up the works with playing knight e5, I guess.
Well, it would be kicked back drastically. Takes, play f4, play e5, play d6. Literally, the pawns get rolling so fast.
Yeah, that's not good. Okay. So, what does black play in response to rook e1?
Maybe f6.
F6?
Gross, right? But yeah, maybe f6.
Well, look, there's no queens on the board, and there's no light squared bishop for white. Maybe f6, king f7 is just fine. It also stops knight g5 shenanigans later. Like, is f6 really that bad a move?
It doesn't seem like it at all. We play f6.
Maybe it's okay.
You put the knight on e5, yeah. Just kind of hold. Hold here. That'd be good. That'd be good.
What I don't like about f6 is it feels like one of those groveling defensive moves.
There it is. f6 on the board.
There it is. But it's like, that's not a move where you're saying, I'm winning, here's the initiative, ha ha ha. That's I think I can hold this kind of move.
Exactly. f6 is really strong. I mean, it does stop e5, and I want to double up the rooks here at some point and even play f5 to try to break this open. I just don't want e5 to happen. So maybe I could have played f5 in one move, though, instead of playing f6 and then play f5, because e5 temporarily can't really be played due to knight takes e5. And then doubling. There's some tactics there. Interesting. Yeah, rook a1. Yeah, holding. I mean, holding. I think this might be... It's possible to go to Armageddon with these boys, especially in that last game here, too, as well. Like, there's no pawn breaks. The knight is doing a great job restricting everything and blockading the c-pawn. You know what I mean? So, f5 is a real pawn break here. g4 can stop this pawn break, but I'm not really concerned about it. I also need to figure out what I want to do with the rest of my pieces. Maybe even try... Here's an idea. g4, king h2 to g3 to f4. Get the king ready for action. And then what is the question? I would ideally maybe move this knight, play f4 and g4. Moving the knight requires us to be ready for knight e5, knight d3. It's just so much to think about.
Yes, knight d4, knight e6 looks pretty sexy for white, but that knight won't go completely unopposed for long. Here's a fun question while our players go into deep thinks. King f7 does get played. Canty, you're Bortnik right now. You have the opportunity, the rare opportunity, to actually rest up before the grand final. You have the benefit of having a half-an-hour break. Are you glued to this game, analyzing what both players are doing, or are you taking that break?
Rest is important. Rest is extremely important. So you need to rest, get some food and just kind of actually get away from the board a little bit. Maybe check, like passively be checking to see what's going on in the game. It's not really so intense because you want to conserve that energy because you do have a big match coming up. So get some food, obviously, rest, and make sure you're hydrated and be ready to go and treat this as a real sport in a way. So that's what I would be doing here because you want to be in your optimal mindset and optimal for your body, because it's been a long day for even the players too as well. So you want to be ready and refreshed and ready to go. So obviously watching what you eat, don't eat too heavy, get a little bit of rest, and passively watch the games, getting ready for my next round.
Because that is what a lot of people say is the biggest benefit of the winner's bracket. It's not the fact that you get the reset and you have 2 opportunities to win. That's obviously a huge deal. But it's the fact that you get the opportunity to have a break when the other players don't.
Right.
And,
Which gives you some, a slight advantage, I think. You feel good. You're able to take a break there, which is very good. In fact, knight c5 on the board here, bishop to c8.
Oh, that's nice.
Be over here. Like f4 is looking really strong now.
Can potentially get the other knight involved as well. I can see a universe where the other knight into e2 and d4 will be extremely strong. Black's knight can no longer come into d3 as well, because you can swap off and win a pawn that way. So Alexei Sarana finding ways to continue to improve the position here.
Okay, f4 really is a likely move. I don't like knight d7. Do I have a choice though? I guess I go back to e6 again, because now you can't take. Yeah, these knights here doing some work, and then put the knight back on d4 if the knight moves again. So we'll see. f4, okay, possible. I also have double of the rooks, another way of doing things. Double of the rooks is actually strong. Threatening to take on a6, and if rook a7, you have the nice tactical knight takes b5. There it is. Rook a2, Engine didn't like it too much, but that's okay. Rook a7 is a fatal blunder. Deuce and knight takes b5.
Oh, yes, that would be a horrible way to end the game. Rook a7 definitely not possible here. And of course, you can no longer play the knight into d7, because you can respond very simply with the knight on c5, capturing on a6, and that would be the critical breakthrough that white would be looking for. You don't get the e4 pawn back because the knight on c3 also has that covered. So tricky times here for black. For Aravind, needs to think of what kind of resource we might have. And the problem is, well, knight d3 has been chosen, but time is also a factor. We have to remember 4 minutes 45 plays 2 minutes 20 right now. And that's a big advantage.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of big advantage, Eval Bar says, big advantage white here. What are you going to do? I got this pawn I'm going to grab here. I like that he's walking the king up. There might be some mating nets. Got to be careful here. So could be a rook check. Yeah, there is some, I mean, it's hard to create mate. I'm not going to lie. G3, rook here, and knight where, but then you would need to cover this square too. King's in the center of the board. Can't really kick it yet. Not very easy. He goes for it though, but I don't know how to configure the pieces where I have some type of mating net. Believe it or not, I have to control this and this while holding this at the same time. There's one way of maybe this, but then you have to worry about that. Let's see. Rook F3,
yeah,
king here.
You almost want to get. You want to get a king into e3, don't you? And then ideally, if there's a way for you to get maybe the rook across to g3 so that you have the check on g5. Mm-hmm. Then you push e5 off the back of that when the king retreats to f6.
Running that king away. I like this idea. Rook f3. My idea is king f2, king e3, and then where is the check that I need? I need the knight to be like here, but that's almost impossible. Okay, knight e2, d4, c6. Something like that. I mean, white's the one doing better here. Aravind is actually down to minute 40. I'm also down a pawn as well, so I think Sarana is not cruising, but he's likely, especially if he's able to convert, he is going to that grand final over there with Gordon.
Maybe getting a king into e3 and then moving the rook on d3 back to d2 and f2.
Nice.
With the idea being, with the rooks on the f file, you then have an entry square on f6.
With a nice mate. That takes a long time, but I like it.
That's a long time,
king
though,
here,
exactly.
1, 2, get the rook here, go rook f6, and then the mating.
You have to go via
like
d2
1, 2,
with
3.
the rook to make that work.
Yeah, that would be a mate. That's a long time. But a lot of arrows, long time. But possible, anything is possible. Doubling of the rooks. Maybe he wants to push d6. He also just wants to make a move, as he needs to keep the clock on Aravind. King up twice. King f2, king e3.
Yeah, I'm looking at all sorts of stuff with d6 and then bringing the knight in, but there's nothing that I'm then asking myself the question, can I still do that after playing king f2, king e3? And the answer in every case so far is yes. Just play the king up first.
Yeah.
Don't worry about the complications. The rest can come later.
Correct. I mean, just obviously make sure I don't hang anything. If I'm surrounded here, I don't want to give any pawns back. And of course, this king will help defend e4, so this may be able to move this knight somewhere special. Maybe e2 to d4, to c6, or even back to f3 to try to get the pawns mobile here in the center.
And that really is the hinge of black's position here. If white's pawns are allowed to roll, big problem. So it's all about just keeping those pawns very much fixed.
He's like, yo, keeping those pawns and giving one back. Rook
Excuse
check.
me?
Yeah, I'll give a pawn back. Maybe rook takes h7. I get another one, though, which he takes.
I believe the phrase is, I'm getting concerned. The eval bar looks fine. I'm sweating bullets. There's a white rook picking off pawns. Excuse me?
I mean, also on the contrary, too, if you look at it from black's point of view, I mean, look at these. These pawns are very strong. b4 is a tempo, a5, a4 as well. You know, and under a minute here. Oh, that may not do it here. I mean, this is a very good move. I actually believe so. As a practical standpoint, Engine thinks otherwise, obviously, as you're playing.
D6?
D6?
D6? I feel like D6 has got to be the first candidate move, right?
That is strong. D6, if I take a rook check, I go blocking. And then rook d5. I think I'm okay.
Does that work?
D6.
And then are there any
rook check first?
Okay.
King b4, knight a2. Actually, strange, but works. Maybe I don't have to do it at all. That's a good move. King backing up. Rook c6 anyway? Does this work?
What?
No, it's scary. It almost works. Pawn takes king c7. Knight d5 takes knight e7. Take. No, I would lose. Again, these pawns are dangerous. You botched this. Like, these pawns are really strong. That's a pawn for free. Check. Take on a6 too. Possible. Could run into some problems. b4 is annoying.
Right, but so much of the strength of the B pawn is the fact that the A pawn supports it. So there's got to be something there, right?
I believe so. It feels like it is something. Takes. Oh, here we go. Oh, yeah. White is just better, practically speaking. Feels like this with the pawns, but wait a second. The B pawn is still on the board. Okay, taking. Yeah, this could be a draw, but a draw is not what Ervin needs at all. He needs a win with black. Winning this, not going to be on the board. It may be on time.
Oh, and now rook c6? No, not rook c6.
Yeah, this is great. It might be rook c6 though. To be honest, rook c6 is a good move.
Oh, not anymore.
20 seconds, 22, 45 seconds for Serrano. It's got to make a move here. Make it go like maybe rook f1. He tries it. Rook f3.
And now white can't connect the rooks.
Rook f2 check.
Has to let the pawn go.
And just push him. This should be a draw.
Oh.
Serrano should be able to make it. He should be able to make it. These are enough. G5, very nice. Be careful not allowing rook b4. Rook b4 would be devastating. Because after a rook check, I would go king here and I'm queen.
Yeah, that would be awful.
He has to take it. And now I think I pushed the pawn, which is logical. Push the g pawn as well. He's got it, boys and girls. He's got the draw in the bag. The king is too far away.
11 seconds.
Nice. Beautiful move here. King f5. Now I'm able to push. He's good. He's got it in the bag. He has got it in the bag. Nice trick here with rook checks, but I just walked the king a little bit closer. Check again. And there it is. And there you have it. He's about to win by flag. He wins anyway. Serrano, woof, breathe. Wow. Man. Ervin, you can see it on his face there. He's made it so far. What? Beautiful game. Best game of the tournament with queen takes d5. But now he is out.
Alexei Serrano advances 1.5 to 1/2, and it will be a rematch. Alexei Sarana taking on Alexander Bortnik in the grand finals. They met in the quarterfinal. Handshakes all... I mean, that reminded me... oh god, what was the game? There was like a game in a team event, I want to say, where I was like, you under-promote to a knight with check. It was a terrible move, but because their opponent had half a second left in time...
It works.
Like, it was
oh,
that
that's
sort of
so
thing.
funny. That is amazing.
I can't remember who did that. It was like a fairly famous player. It might have even been Geary. Don't quote me on that, though. I don't remember exactly who, but oh, that was rough. But Alexei Sarana does it, and now we have a rematch in the grand finals. How are we feeling about this matchup, Canty?
Grand final reset. Look, Serrano's ready to go. He says, I got another shot at Bortnik here. He's going to definitely take that. Much more wiser, I believe, here. But Bortnik, hey, making it all the way through. Yes, it was a little shaky for him making it through, but at the end of the day, he's made it through. Bortnik's ready to go here, so I know he's pumped and ready, feeling confident. But of course, this is a reset in a way. A rematch is what it is here. And Serrano's going to look to force a sort of reset here as we have Armageddon if he's able to win the match. So we'll see what happens. We got some more chess coming up.
So folks, let's go ahead and remind you exactly what we're playing for here. The grand finals here at the Road to the Esports World Cup at DreamHack Dallas is about to commence. It's first place and second place, so $6,000 plays $4,500, $2,500 on the result of these next games. The format is going to be as follows. As the winner from the winners final, Bortnik effectively has reset odds against Serrano. What does that mean? The players will play 2 10-minute games, just like everything else we've seen today, including an Armageddon if necessary to decide the victor. Now, if Alexei Serrano wins from the lower bracket, we go to a reset, but that reset is just an Armageddon game. So we're not doing another 2 10-minute games. We reset to a second Armageddon game where the players will have the opportunity to bid for time odds a second time. And if Alexei Serrano wins that, he is the champion. Otherwise, Bortnik is the champion. Either way, we are getting a grand final champion in a couple of minutes' time. The players are going to be setting up, getting ready to go. So we're going to go for our final break now, folks. Grab yourselves a tea or coffee, and we'll see you right here in a couple of minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, chess lovers of the world, get ready for fireworks. In the Champions Chess Tour Chessable Masters, we witness a clash of titans. Indians rising superstar Arjun Erigaisi versus the boss of bosses, world number 1 Magnus Carlsen. The game kicked off with e4 from Arjun, and before long we had a Maroczy set up against the accelerated dragon. Carlsen goes for queen b6, the trendy move these days, hotter than TikTok dancing. And after knight g4, Arjun is basically saying, hey buddy, allowing to capture on e3, that's a chess war crime. Then comes a5, and the bishop goes home for Christmas. Why? So that after a4, the knight can cozy back to d4 without any tactical nightmares down the big diagonal. Smart, clean, elegant. Now buckle up, Erigaisi goes turbo mode with e5 and then e6. He's shoving that pawn straight down Black's road, but Carlsen, cool as a cucumber with nerves of steel, calmly holds the position, doubles up on the f-file and starts poking an f2 like, you sure you're safe there?
Are you sure about that?
Then, after queen b6, we hit one of the most educational moments of the game. White had the chance to play the brilliant c5 with the sneaky idea of placing the bishop on c4. But instead, Arjun played bishop g4 straight away, eyeing that e6 square like a predator. Few moves later, queens come off the board and we're into an endgame, Carlsen's natural habitat, like a shark in water. knights are traded on e4, and Arjun tries his luck down to the a file, while Carlsen starts a city center invasion with his king. Then Magnus plants a pawn on e3. Dangerous, sure, but also a potential weakness. It's walked a bit too far from home. Then comes rook d5, and Magnus goes all in, risking it to play for the win, because that is what he does. Always plays to win. And here comes the slip up. After bringing the rook to the 7th rank and c5, Carlsen blunders.
What did he say?
He had to play rook b2 to stop the b pawn. Instead, rook to h2. Massive mistake. Arjun Erigaisi pounces like a cobra. Bishop e2, a multi-purpose masterpiece. Stops the rook from circling back to b2 and shields from checks on f1. Genius. Then, with a subtle rook f6 and c6, Carlsen had no choice but to resign. Game over. That is not just good chess, that's gourmet level chess. Top shelf, absolute caviar.
Hi, I'm Gukesh. I'm the world champion. Who is Gukesh's coach? Right now it's Grzegorz Gajewski. We've been working for a couple of years now. Before that it was GM Vishnu from India. Who is better, Gukesh or Prag? Gukesh. Who is Gukesh currently dating? Like Vachier said,
who do you go out on dates with? A chessboard?
Where was Gukesh born? I was born and brought up in Chennai. I still live there, and yeah, I'm in love with the city. How old is Gukesh? I'm 18 years and like 7 or 8 months, I think. But yeah, a lot of people don't believe it. Did Gukesh drop out of school? Yes, I did. Like fourth. I mean, I stopped going regularly from around 4th grade, and yeah, now I'm just not going to school. So.
Next, we have the big four of chess tactics. These are by far the most common tactics, and if you just learn these tactics from this video, you will win a lot more chess games. First, a double attack is exactly what it sounds like. You create 2 threats with 1 move. For example, attacking 2 pieces, or maybe attacking a piece and threatening checkmate. Next, a fork is the most common form of double attack. 1 piece moves and attacks 2 different pieces. In this classic example, white sacrifices the queen to make way for this gorgeous knight check. The knight attacks both the king and queen, a special case known as a royal fork. White bags the queen on the next turn. A pin is when an attacked piece cannot move, because doing so would allow the capture of a more valuable piece hiding behind it. An absolute pin is one where moving the pin piece is illegal, because the piece in hiding is the king, and you are not allowed to make a move that puts the king in check. A relative pin is one where you can move the pin piece. You just don't want to, because you will lose material. Here's a great example from a world championship challenger, Viktor Korchnoi. He captured this defended pawn because after the queen captured, rook d7 pinned the queen, and white was guaranteed to capture the queen on the next move. You will also see spectacular examples of unpins, tactics that break a pin, like this one where white shocked black by sacrificing the queen to free the pinned rook on f2 to deliver a checkmate on the back rank. Finally, among our big four, we have discoveries, or discovered attacks. These are when a piece moves out of the path of another piece, unveiling a threat in hiding. Our previous example of a double attack included a discovered attack, as one of the threats, bishop takes f7 check, is a discovered attack to win the black queen. Discovered checks are special types of discoveries, where the revealed attack is a check, and double checks are the most powerful form of discovery. Both the piece moving to reveal the attack and the attacker give check. Double checks force the opponent's king to move out of the check, allowing you to follow up by executing any threat that the opponent wishes they could have stopped last move instead of moving their king. I used a double check recently to finish a spectacular forced checkmate. After sacking my queen, I gave this double check, which forced my opponent's king to the H file, where I was able to checkmate it.
Welcome back to the road to the Esports World Cup. We are live from DreamHack Dallas, and we are into the grand finals of the Chess.com tournament that is happening here right now. Absolutely fantastic scenes all throughout today, but it comes down to this. And we have Alexei Serrana successfully negotiating the rematch after a grueling run through the lower bracket against Grandmaster Alexander Bortnik, who cruises through the winner's bracket, not without incident, but he has not dropped a match so far. Here's how the grand final is going to work for those of you watching at home. These two GMs are going to be playing 2 games of 10 minutes and 0 seconds each. There is no increment in these games. Flagging is perfectly legal. And after these 2 games, if they are tied at 1-1, it will go to an Armageddon game. Now, if the player from the upper bracket, so Bortnik, wins the Armageddon game, that is it. It is over. Bortnik will win the entire thing. If it goes to an Armageddon game, though, and Serrana wins the Armageddon game, or Serrana simply wins 2-0 or 1.5 to 1/2, we go to a second Armageddon game. And that effectively resets the bracket, and that one Armageddon game will determine who our grand champion is. Now, it's $6,000 versus $4,500, I believe. And that means that it's basically an extra $1.5 just for winning this last batch. Both players have already qualified for the Last Chance Qualifier in Riyadh. They will be getting their expenses paid for en route to the Esports World Cup. So that, Canty, already done and dusted. This is for pride and for a fair chunk of change.
And here we go as they blitzing out the moves here 10-0. Remember, there is no increment. So very important games here as we have another Dutch Leningrad here from Bortnik playing in the topical way, which is the C6 lines. Of course, you have the early Queen E8 with E5, which doesn't score as well these days, but still can score quite well sometimes. C6 with the E5 type intentions, Knight D7, B6. Sort of a King's Indian in a way, but the pawn is already on F5. So good to note. Good to understand. You can go E5 here from what I remember from some theory. E5 is generally a move you would play, and after it takes, you take back with the bishop. I think Knight G5, you go bishop back to C8. Don't remember as much, but I do know E5 is a move you would play. Sometimes Knight A6 to C5 too is another possible way. And there it is, E5 en passant. Taking his Knight D4 or Knight G5 right now. So let's see what he does. I think he does take.
Yes, indeed. Fairly thematic in quite a few lines of the Dutch. As long as you're able to play E5, you can feel like you're in a decent position going into the middle game. In the Leningrad, might be ever so slightly different. You've got those Knight G5 ideas exactly like you just mentioned, Canty, but both players looking pretty relaxed so far. Bortnik using just a little bit more time, and exactly as you called it, just wanting to double check, do I actually need to take this right now? Is there something else I could be doing that might be a bit stronger in the interim? I obviously will take it. It's a question of whether it's right now.
Yeah, I don't remember the theory as much, but that you need to be very sharp in this stuff. I think bishop f7 is not the move. Oh, wait, there's actually bishop c4 here. I was like, something's wrong with this knight g5 early. So, yeah, we do take it, and then I don't remember what white does. Maybe it's b3 or something. But after knight g5, c4 is actually hanging. So bishop e6, knight g5, maybe something like b3. And then, yeah, there it is, b3. So now I'd have to do something with my knight. Or is it h6? Theory is different. It might be knight a6 or h6, something like that. Stopping knight g5. And if knight d4, we will go, yeah, knight a6. Okay, so now knight g5. I think I could go bishop d7, but I was worried about bishop f4. So far, so good. He didn't go for it. So now black has a very playable position. Very nice. Yeah, rook gets into the game. We're feeling good. Now this bishop comes back to c8. This is classic stuff in the Leningrad.
All right. So opening intricacies navigated. Reasonably happy with where things are. Both of our players settling into a bit of a rhythm. As the dust settles here, 9.5 minutes. Alexei Sarana continuing to be playing extremely quickly. And he's playing 7.5 minutes for Alexander Bortnik. Now, that's not a particularly dangerous situation to be in now, but if it gets down to 3 minutes versus 1, for example, then we could find ourselves in a bit of a sticky situation. So how much time we spend with these opening choices also directly contributes to how difficult the game can be down the line. And this is the last time these players will meet now, of course. This is the grand final. There's no losing this and coming back. This is literally it. Alexei Sarana also having that additional hill to climb. He doesn't just need to win this match, but there's an additional Armageddon game he has to win if he wants to take home the title of DreamHack Dallas champion. Queen c2 now played on move 17. This is game number 1 of the grand final. Alexei Sarana has white pieces first. I mean, they play a game with each color. And then, of course, they bid for colors in the Armageddon, should it come down to that.
I do.
I'm
love
looking
this
for where
idea
the pawn
here.
breaks are going to be.
Yeah, you have actually the same stuff you do in a regular Dutch. If when your queen's on e8, you actually are looking to play g5 and f4. At some point, it just takes some time here. Bishop on f7, obviously, was defending the f5 pawn. So now g5 would be hanging the f5 pawn. So we have to time it correctly. I like the way that he's trying to break this down a little bit to give myself a weakness where I now could see g5 happening. And after queen takes f5, maybe something with knight takes b3 could be on his mind right now as well. So lots of flexibility. Of course, I think Bortnik loves these type of positions where he's able to put a pawn on c6 and also e5 if possible, which he already did, but that was en passant and grabbed earlier. So we'll see what happens. I love it from both sides here. I am a Leningrad fan myself, but you can't get into trouble if you don't know what you're doing all the way. And white has a lot of space too as well, though. Lots of ideas, maybe h3, g4, or sometimes even just h4 stopping g5 and waiting to see what black does next and responding to it.
Is there an idea that g5 can be played because if f5 is taken, then you've got a takes b3 because you've got the queen on c2 at the moment, looking after b3. My concern though is the b3 pawn. Let's put it this way: losing that, I'm not sweating my king as white, right? But the f pawn, I'm a little bit more worried if I'm black, so that doesn't seem too desirable.
Instead, he actually chooses a knight d4 idea. Sometimes you will see h4, h5. It could be played too. Try to break this structure up. If pawn takes and knight takes, but the problem is there is a knight takes h5. I like this queen b6 move. A little bit of pressure on b3, just a little bit.
And stopping, of course, the b pawn from moving as well, because the c6 pawn would have otherwise been hanging. Other pawn comes up to f4. Pair of trades on b3. Now the question is, what do we do here next? We've got the knight and the queen from both sides on the b3 pawn right now. If does black want to play a move like knight into e4? Oh, he plays it just as I say it. So this is interesting. The threat here, or the potential threat, is some combination of bishop takes knight on d4. Doesn't quite work at the moment. Recapturing with the bishop pins the other knight to the queen. Rook b1 in anticipation, because if you played queen takes b3 instead of knight, and the knight drops, you play knight takes b3, you had rook b1, so unsurprisingly, the player's immediately spotting all of this. I wonder, is there going to be some sort of like bishop c3 shenanigans to play b4? I don't think it works, but I'm wondering if that's even an idea.
It definitely is an idea here. I do not like giving up. I was about to say b4 first, but I think he wants knight takes c6 and then bishop takes g7. This is his idea of b4 first. Also could take on f5 too.
I didn't realize b4 first was just playable. Yeah. Oh, lovely. Okay, there we go. Yeah, very nice.
The engine doesn't like it, but let's see why though. Maybe knight a4 is the bishop and bishop a1. Strange placement for the bishop.
Wow, that's weird.
Yeah, very weird. Very weird, but
I got nothing except weird.
Yeah. Very weird there. Yeah, I don't really see any other good moves. I'm not going to let him take, so taking on d4. No, that's not necessary. Yeah, maybe just knight a4. Call it a day. Taking knight c6.
And how happy is white, Canty, to have the other knight on e4? Like, are we seriously considering swapping off the light squared bishop for that knight at any point? How are we feeling about that?
Definitely not. You know, this bishop is a menace lots of times. He went knight a6. Whoa, look at the bar go crazy. He says he's lost his absolute. But what is the move, though? Yeah, I mean, that's just crazy. That doesn't seem like it's that bad. I saw knight f5, but does this really work? What about bishop
g7? What?
Oh, he takes on h6. Oh, that was vicious. Yeah, that's a spot. Yeah. Takes.
Oh,
yeah.
Nice.
Takes. And he can take on d6, so he just kind of sacrificed here. There's also queen c3. Oh, yeah, that's nasty. He does, yeah, this is problematic. This is the problem you get in the Dutch, but, I mean, even with this, you still are not crushing yet. It just says otherwise, but as a human, like, you have to go here, you have to get this in and bring the queen in like this. It's going to take some time. Maybe you take it.
So getting rook takes d6 in is lovely because you have the... You've got the preparation of c5 winning a tempo or queen c3 winning a tempo, right?
Correct.
So even if you give black like a free move to try and recover or reposition, because you have both of those moves which are winning tempi, it makes it really difficult, really challenging to do much with that.
Next. c5, as you mentioned, too, is really strong. This is coming next to as well.
Rook takes c4?
Rook takes c4? Oh, we go queen f5 there.
Oof, yeah, okay. Wow. Just when I thought I could disrupt on one side of the board.
It goes to the other.
Having to play king g8, I mean, that is That's a rough place to be.
It definitely is. It is not the easiest. Your king is misplaced. Luckily, there's no knight h5 right now or knight e6. We could go c5 anyway, hit the queen, but that kind of helps him get the queen back in play. So maybe I sacrifice here too. Okay, this is the hard part. Generally, sacrificing is easy. The hard part is the follow-up. So maybe queen here anyway. I have to get the queen in, I believe. I just don't care about nothing else. Queen c3 and go queen f6 as fast as humanly possible. c5, he wants to go here. Yeah, we can. You could have this pawn. I don't really care. Queen here, rook takes, queen here, and I'm threatening to take here and then bring the rest of the pieces like knight h5, queen g5 is a check. So you can't go queen d8. So I believe this is definitely probably a move. Probably
that makes sense. The knight is so well positioned on f4 that like the only realistic way that knight is disappearing off the board is if black sacrifices the exchange to get rid of it, and that's because it is that good of a piece. So I hear what you're saying. Queen c3, I don't mind that pawn on c4 right now. Not particularly interested. I've got bigger fish to fry. Seems like a very, very reasonable approach. And suddenly, once the queen is in, the knight coming in becomes so dangerous. Queen b2 played. Same idea. Engine not liking it, but looks like it makes sense to me.
Same idea, different square. Okay, queen b2. Yeah, he wants it probably is because of queen b4 though. That's exactly why.
Oh, damn.
You just give it back, bro. Queen c3 was stopping that. Like you didn't have to. Now you just give the piece back. But I guess white is still better. Still better. But queen c3 was probably just better, bro. Because you didn't have to give the queen though.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. This is the less fun. This is the grindy, less fun way to do it. So rook takes c6 here, I imagine, is the move.
I believe so.
And then you can't recapture once pawn takes because the bishop is watching from afar. Oh, okay. Bishop takes straight away. Fair enough. And we're just... oh, okay. I was looking at rook takes... I was wondering if rook takes h6 was going to happen. But, of course, we've got the check on f1 to contend with. We're just covering ourselves from the cheeky tricks.
Something like this, believe it or not, is very possible. Walk the king up the side of the board.
We're liking our king walks today, aren't we?
You got to take your king for a walk every day. That's how you got to take your dog for a walk. You got to take your king for a walk. Okay.
Keep your kings healthy. Take them for a walk.
Keep them healthy, guys.
Exactly right. This is
keep them nice and healthy.
So rook b2 actually is a lovely move. It just prevents all of those sneaky shenanigans with bishops sneaking in. You don't want a bishop going onto f1 and then a rook coming onto the second rack to try and mop up on f2 and h2, for example. We want none of that noise. Now, are we playing king h3, Canty?
Not ready yet. Rook d2, I need my rook here first. And then now I'm considering.
We're thinking about it. We're smelling it.
Yes. Yeah, that's king walk. It's a king. I can smell that. It smells like king walk in the building here. Yeah, rook d7 first, though, is our threat. Okay, stops it.
Both sides
maybe
playing
not
defensive
just yet.
here.
Close, but maybe not just yet. Maybe double first.
Is there... I suspect the answer to this question is no, but is there any merit to keeping the rooks on dark squares by playing rook c5?
Yeah, rook c5 is
so you're
nice.
you're also targeting f5, right? So it's not just single vision. It means you no longer have to worry about any bishop tricks. Rook c5 now to me makes sense. Like let's get rid of some pawns.
I like this move, rook b6. The best defense or offense with the pass pawn is behind it here. So you see the eval bar jumps there. I think it has to do with his b3 move, which is on the board. But okay, maybe not. It's not that at all. And it's like, dang.
I thought knight d3 and then knight d3 with the idea of coming into c5 to pick up that pawn. So I wasn't aware we were going to do it this way, but okay.
Definitely like it. Definitely like knight d3. Stops b2 and knight c5 was a dual threat there. Rook check. Now what? Okay, knight f4. We could go here with the idea of knight d5 check. Doesn't really work. Doesn't really work. But he also has this too.
You can still go back to knight d3, knight d5, knight c5 even. Not anymore.
Yeah, I think I probably just do this. This is the safer route. Put the rook here and then literally push the h-pawn, which is a very easy way. Here it is. Put the rook here. I don't care about nothing. You'll never get this pawn.
Go on, Harry.
Now I'm going to push. Harry, h4, h5. If I go h4, he might try rook a2. No, I don't think that's going to be
rook a2, knight d3, bishop c4. Are we concerned? No, because h4, h4, rook a2, knight h3.
Right. Oh, yes. Yes.
And then the bishop can't attack the knight, and you just park. You park there.
Nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty good. I also had this maneuver too. Was pretty nice. H4, H5 looking good. Whose move is it? It is on Serrana. Bortnik down. Oh, wow. He just says, I'm going to take it. I don't care about any of that other stuff. I like the decision here. He's just taking away all the counterplay.
That's interesting. Okay, so he's decided that if I do that, it's 4 pawns versus 1. Yes, I'm giving up the exchange. That should still be enough material to win. So this is very much Serrana saying, I'm going to be careful and I only want to play for 2 results. That's a very good practical decision.
They might just take a draw here, to be honest. Serrana looking to flag, though. I mean, he's up time.
2 minutes 44, playing 51 seconds. There's the knight on h3. Unfortunately, there's a pawn on h2, so he doesn't get to the other side for free. But that's okay.
I mean, the rooks do cover everything. It's going to be... You might have to give up a pawn somewhere. Your knight's trapped. Can't move my king too much besides here. This is a complicated one.
I'm looking for a way to get... You can move the knight if you're willing to move your own rook to f1, but f1 and g2 are the only 2 squares. Is that worth the non-activity on the rook? Probably not, right?
Oh, now he's going... Oh, sorry, that was me. Now he wants to go knight f4 probably and knight around to d3. Just to at least keep something going. Defend and then maybe use the h-pawn next. There it is. Knight f4. Now knight d3 hits the rook. There it is. And now we push. And now we push h4. There we go. There we go. Now we're cooking here.
We've got some movement.
King f4 or e4 maybe. One of these. Rook b3. No trades yet.
Rook b3?
Here we go.
Yeah.
No trades. No trades. Now we can massage the position. King f4 actually hangs mate, believe it or not. Let me show you this. That's actually cool.
No.
I want to show this, bro. Look at this. Hold on. Let's go back. Let's actually show that, guys.
Oh my goodness.
The only way to hang mate here.
I thought you washed your hands. I thought you washed your hands.
How do you do
are
that?
Dirty.
That is disgusting. That is disgusting. So you would have to go like g4. That is disgusting. Oh my goodness. Glad that didn't happen. But check. When king went back, there we go. He goes with e4. He's not getting mated, guys. Now takes. And now, okay. Okay, but he got 20 seconds. Oh, Bortnik is doing the 20 seconds. Yeah, so Serrano's in the driver's seat.
Yep. This is looking pretty strong. 1 minute 14, plays 18 seconds. 3 connected pass pawns.
3.
Whoa!
Yeah. Oh my goodness. This might be
Swapping
over.
that pair of rooks.
Let me see. Yes, Serrano, you can see in his
Look
face.
at his face.
Look at his face. He's like, bro, come on. Yeah, he bad, bro. Dang. I know that
look at his
feeling,
face.
though.
95 maybe, but no, the king comes into f4. Oh, I don't know.
He's going to try to flag him, though. He's going to try to flag him. 13 seconds.
You might as well try. Look, for $1,500, would you try and flag me with double the time? Because I would.
Oh, 100%. Oh, yeah, I'm not your friend at all.
There you go.
For extra 1,500, I'm not your friend, bro. We'll be friends after this, but right now...
I'm not your friend, buddy.
No, I'm not your friend. Don't talk to me. Don't look at me.
Oh, man.
Wait, who's going to flag? Who? Whoa!
Question mark? Hang on a second. What's going on here? Can we get a push?
Oh, we got to move 6
seconds. 5 seconds.
Oh my goodness! Who is going to flag who?
What
okay, this
is
has to be a
going
draw,
on?
right? Yeah, this has to be a draw with the rook.
I think. Do we have a result?
I
don't
draw!
know what's going on.
It's a draw! Oh my goodness! Woo! Wow! Wow, bro! I don't even know what happened. I literally don't even know what happened.
I see a rook and a knight on the.
Wow! No, I mean white. So Serrana having white here wins from the instant. King knight versus he has no pawns.
Yeah,
if he had one pawn,
so Serrana flagged.
Yeah,
but yeah, with the wow.
But it looked like Bordnik. No, Bordnik flagged. Bordnik flagged, and the Serrana had 0.1 left, and there was no pawns on the board.
And there was no pawns on the board, insufficient material.
Yeah, there's like one configuration where you could mate with that king, rook, and a knight. You have to it's a weird placement. Like you can mate with that, but it's very strange. So here we go.
Wait, but if you can mate with that, then it's not insufficient material.
That's what I thought, but I have to figure out where is that.
Even if if the most unlikely helpmate even exists.
Oh, there is. Yeah, like a knight on c7, king on c8, king on a8, and like rook plays rook a7. So no, but that wouldn't work because he would take it. It would be because there's no way.
So maybe there's a position you're thinking of that's possible, but you can't get to that position by any legal
without
move.
it. Yeah, no, because that wouldn't be.
Wow.
Yeah, there's no way. There's no way. That's kind of crazy.
To be fair though, Kanti, to be fair, that was the completely right result. That was the fair result from that first.
There is one. Okay, I was like, there has to be a way. Rook on a7, knight on b6, king on a8, king on c8. So that would be mate. That would be like a knight a4 to b6 would be mate with the king on a8, rook on a7, king on c8. So it's weird. It's very weird, but yeah.
But is there a legal sequence of moves that can get you to that position, though?
That's possible. I think so. Like knight c4.
That's the challenge. That's the challenge.
a7 and then king knight b6 mate. Yeah.
I'm gonna hope not, because it said insufficient material.
True, correct. Correct. I have been there. I'm like, the helpmate thing, whatever.
Wow. I feel like they're gonna be looking that up after the end of the grand finals, no matter what.
Yeah, there is a way, like the knight on b6.
They're gonna be checking
if I draw it on this board here, like imagine a knight here. I'm on my highlighted square. Actually, I'll like draw arrow. Knight here, rook here, king here in the corner, king here, right? And the knight jumps in for mate. That would be mate with the king here. And a rook on a7 in the corner. So it would be like a help.
Right.
Like rook drops down.
What would the previous ply be? Like, is it a
be like a knight
on the previous move? You know what I mean?
No, it'd be like king here, and then rook comes all the way down, and then smothers himself, and the knight comes in to mate. Weird way. It's very strange, but very strange maneuver. But it could definitely.
We'll be looking that up later, I'm sure. But for now, it's 9 minutes 10 versus 8 minutes 14. It is half a point apiece. This is game number 2 of the grand finals here, and it's all on the line. If Serrana wins this game, then we go to a championship Armageddon. If these players draw, we go to a reset Armageddon. And if Bordnik wins, he just wins the whole thing. So there are 3 possible results here, all still to play for.
Here we go. Here we go. Of course, we're in a Sicilian wheelhouse here that Alexi Serrano loves. In fact, loves these type of positions, Sicilians. And I think Serrano actually had a very good game against Bordnik before in the previous matchup that they had. But I think Bordnik's sticking to his guns here. He played this Moscow variation earlier too as well with the bishop b5 check stuff. So generally you go like bishop f1 here, not really trading. You can actually take on d7, but that just allows queen takes d7. It really depends on what kind of position he's looking for. He takes on d7. Could definitely go for f4. a5.
He played the bishop back to f1 in a previous game, right? So this is him mixing it up, playing something different.
Yeah, making it a little bit different, correct, than the last time. Right.
Now, what are we looking for? Where could we hop in? Queen d2. If the knight on d7 moves, potential longer-term ideas of playing a knight out to a4 into b6, maybe. Not hitting much there, though. That outpost not particularly useful.
Yeah, I like the c-file pressure that he has. This is very likely of happening. Rook e8. Okay, f4. I mean, you have bishop h6. You're looking for this type of idea, but the
I
rook
was
is
going to
not
ask
on the
about
h-file.
f4.
Yeah.
It's begging for f4. Takes on
go.
f6.
I like this position
Okay.
for white. I feel like I can just press and just like push back a little bit. Knight d7 is going to control b6, which I'm not the biggest fan of. If I'm playing white, I don't like this diagonal either. So I got to be careful.
What's the why are we feeling good about swapping white's dark squared bishop for the knight on f6? Normally you'd want to find a way to swap it off for the fianchettoed bishop, right? That's an interesting choice.
Yeah, when we've seen before that the bishop was really strong in these dragon type positions that we looked at the last game that we had with Serrano versus Bortnik here, and this bishop was a menacing piece. It's very nice. It actually helps influence the queen side where black is generally stronger using the c file and the bishop here. Try to create some problems, but white has some nice, control over the squares like b6, a5, c4. That's a nice move, Maroczy bind style. So there will be no good d5. I think it's a better version of a Maroczy bind. It feels like I'm a little bit more flexible. I see f4 as in the near future. Knight d7, I really don't want to trade, but I might have to. I don't really want this pawn to be weak after knight d7, but d6 is a clear target.
So, in summary, it wasn't really about white trying to push f4. This was about getting c4 in, making sure that d5 can never come into play for black, and then making d6 weak. We're swapping the targets out.
Right, just swap the targets. And of course, a5 is a target that's weak for white as well.
For sure. Okay. So now we've got a couple of questions to ask. Do we take the knight? And of course, if we take the knight, you can recapture with the rook and say that actually, I want to try and get that d5 push back on the board. It also means the queen on d8 has sight of the pawn on a5. So white has to be a little bit mindful of what's going on. Maybe a queen b4 will be coming in the near future. I don't know. And then a lot of the play in the position comes down to whether d6 is a strength or a weakness.
Queen b4 is a very valid move as well. It does hit the pawn. Yeah, that might be it. I can't go knight b5. Knight f3, I mean, okay. And this pawn again is hanging, or not hanging, but it would be very extremely weak. We don't really want that. Knight a4 is going to provoke knight c5. So really out of all options, I'll probably just end up taking it after everything that I'm looking at. Or queen b4. These are probably my top two. Queen b4 or take on d7.
If you play queen b4 without taking on d7, then you're implying that if your knight gets taken, you're happy for your queen to live on b6.
Yes, and then try to pressure b6.
That's right. And I was just thinking then, if black in that position pushed d5, your queen on b6 is then no longer defending that push.
Yeah.
So I can see it being double-sided, but the rook does come back, so the queen on d8 has sight of the a5 pawn. And we've got a battery going on there. Are we going to see queen b4 here?
Queen b4 now I'm not a fan of anymore. It doesn't really do anything. In fact, now he goes knight f3, putting pressure on the pawn. You're not really doing much. Very equal, but I like the d6 squared. There we go. He went queen b4 eventually, but I mean d5, maybe rook d3 played, doubling up is the goal.
Fine.
Double trouble on the d file.
So black's looking to play d5. White's hoping to prevent it. That's one way of doing it. Very interesting indeed. Offering the trade of queens. But the arrows say it all exactly right, Canty. The queen can retreat and assist the battery by playing queen to d2. There's no square for the bishop to go on that might cause additional problems or similar. The other rook will then go to d1. And we renew the pressure on the d6 pawn. This fight, this mini fight, I should say, far from over.
Yeah, queen e2. And bring this rook to d1. Maybe look to play b4 and c5. d5 probably, but that would isolate the pawn and move in front of it with knight d4. We have kind of a nagging edge, just having the weakness against that pawn on the d file, being our way of controlling things.
Bishop back to
f8.
f8. Okay, Canty, hear me out.
Okay.
Is there a way to play something like rook d4? Say, are you really not going to move the bishop back onto the long diagonal and then think about b4?
I like it. Rook d4 and b4.
Is that even
and
a thing?
I guess at bishop g7, you might even be able to play e5. Rook d4, b4, get e5 in. Of course, just highlighting the fact that this is the weakness. This is very possible, very likely. I believe. Something you can actually get away with. Do I go e5 anyway? Possible.
E5
or b4?
looks...
No, he takes.
E5 looks plausible.
No, wait. b4 anyway. And then if takes, knight e5. That's kind of cool. A little tactic there.
Oh, wow. I love that.
Yeah, a little tactic.
Combining the two ideas. That is sick.
That is nice.
Yeah.
You can play b4 and c5.
Because the original idea that I had behind b4 is that there's no way for the queen to keep attacking either of those pawns. There's just not enough space. But wow, you can't actually take on c4 because of knight e5. That's lovely.
It's pretty sharp. It's pretty sharp there.
We've done it, Canty. Between us, we've won the grand final.
We've won the grand final. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. There it is. b4 on the board.
Yes, let's
it's
go.
On the board, bro. But now queen c7 is what I was kind of annoyed by. But maybe I just go e5 or even c5. I don't know which one's stronger. But it seems like I like the e5 square. They generally say pawns on e5 will signify attacking. But maybe we go c5.
If you go e5, like after queen c7, e5, can you then play queen takes?
I believe so. Maybe I have this. No, there's bishop f6. Yeah, so he handles it. So maybe we do go c5 because of that idea. d5 takes, rook takes, rook takes, rook takes. He takes it though, and I think he would. I figured he would do this. Yeah, I figured he would do it. It's because you get 2 pawns for the exchange, which is actually still equal. Generally speaking, you get a knight and you get a pawn for the exchange. You're good. You know, that's like it's technically equal. You know,
I had my heart in my throat there for a second.
Yeah, I figured he will. You know, it's possible. Like I was like, oh, he's not losing if he loses the exchange because he can grab both the pawns, which he did.
Oh wow!
In this case, not
very
losing,
versatile move, queen c3. It prevents the bishop getting back onto a stronger square in f6. You're also seizing that c file, keeping an eye on the rook on d3 as well, so that you can shuffle the other one across to c1. So there's compensation here for sure, but the threat, for example, of queen c8 check, like there are some questions being asked right now. It's a good thing that the black queen is on that light square diagonal. It means that after the check, when you play rook d8, you haven't got queen takes b7, but still so many answers that black needs to find.
Yeah, same as white too. Like white, it's like, yeah, I have the exchange, but now how to proceed? And if I keep giving up pawns, black's gonna be better here. So we gotta be careful. d5 is like a threat in a way. Somehow, especially if white is able or black is able to consolidate the king and the squares around it, making the king a little bit safer. Here we go. Wait, did he play d5? Oh, he played. Oh, he wants the b4 pawn. Oh, and then take on a6 though, right? I don't know about that. It kind of gave me an extra pawn. Now I have something to work with. Queen a7, maybe try to push. So might see a bishop c5. There it is, stopping queen a7, and queen b7 can't be played. Rook here, nice move. I don't know, like yeah, nice play. Bishop c5 was a strong move. Maybe I push now. Might be too much though.
Bishop c5 is frustrating the queen on so many levels. You want to get onto a square where you can attack the rook? Sorry, no can do. You want to move adjacent to the pawn so you can push the a pawn? Sorry, no can do.
Try again.
You want to get a rook onto the b file so that you can attack the queen? Sorry, no safe square for you to do that.
Try again. It won't be today, buddy. It won't be today. Now figure it out. What's my next move? Oh, here. That's where I want next. Hitting the bishop, queen c7, stuff like this. That's the next move.
Both players very much locked in right now.
Yes. But Bortnik winning takes the whole thing. Serrano winning will be the other way around.
Serrano winning goes to a single Armageddon, and then a draw potentially goes to 2 Armageddons.
Wow. Oh, Rook D6 was not the move. In fact, it is game ending, but what is it? I mean, Queen C8, yeah, that makes sense. Correct. After you move the bishop, Rook C7, I think you just resign. Dang. Well, what a bang. What a dagger, bro.
What?
I mean, I think you just resign after this, right? Maybe bishop.
Oh, that was quick.
Yeah, I think it's over, boys. I think it's over. Because this is a devastating move. Yeah, it's just Rook C7. This is absolutely devastating, right? There's Bishop F6, right? So Bishop F6, do we sacrifice? Takes Queen H8, King F5, G4. Yes, King G5 too. No, but this got to be wrong, right? There's got to be something wrong with Bishop F6, obviously. Bishop F6, how do you win? How do you win after Bishop F6?
How do you?
Well, Queen here. Queen E8.
Oh, Queen E8? Queen E8?
Yeah, Queen E8's and this is literally over, guys. This is like GG. Queen E8 is a vicious move.
Bortnik just shook his head. Does he see a defense?
Oh,
is he seeing ghosts? He's the one with the more negative body language right now.
That's funny.
Excuse me?
I don't know what he look. That is funny, dog. That is
what ghosts hilarious. Are we seeing?
He's laughing. He's like, man, I can't believe I'm losing here. Like,
what?
Oh man.
What do they think they're seeing?
That's quite funny. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, this is hanging. This is hanging. You have to defend it, right? I mean, you don't have to.
Yes,
you can
for sure.
King, but you're losing. So Bishop F6, and also you have a check on the back rank. 2 of them, but I also can just run away. King here, yeah, he plays it. King H2, Bishop E5. He played G3. All played. Bishop takes. Okay, I have to take with the king. Is probably what he was looking at, and then check. Now I have to run away. Oh my goodness! I think I go here, John. Look at this, and then after G5, I go King H5, and I stare into this camera very awkwardly.
No.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, awkward stare into the camera after G5 and King H5.
To be fair, if this gets to the point where King H5 is played, I will allow the awkward stare into the camera.
Awkward stare, silence. Okay, well now King H6, I like this because now he's threatening a mate threat. Believe it or not, there's actually a mate in 2 here and here after King F4. So white has to be very accurate here. Feels like check should be first, but where's your next one? Bro, ooh, what a game. I mean, why do I just take my king? Hold on, bro. Just go back to the house. King G2. Yeah, I just go back home. Exactly, there it is. And yeah, this is easy. GG, bros. GG.
And Bortnik is on the verge now.
There it is.
Of becoming your DreamHack champion. There's the resignation. Bortnik. Alexander Bortnik. The champ is Congratulations.
Here. Wow.
All
Look at that.
Smiles.
All smiles. Yeah. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Congratulations to Bortnik here. Made it all the way through. The man is ecstatic. Feels great. Handshakes there. All love.
Congratulations there to Bortnik. That was an absolutely thrilling grand final. Reset not needed, but I have to say we were very close to, frankly, any of the 3 results. That is wild.
Oh, yeah, this game was a quick wrap up here. I actually expected it to go longer here. But Serrano did everything in his power. He tried. He did as much as he can, but it was not successful against Bortnik here. Bortnik was just on fire here. He had some shakeups and some shakedowns. Things got a little wild and a little scary in there, but ended up becoming the champ at the end here. Very nice punching his way out to Saudi Arabia as well, but also taking away 6K today. Nice.
Really, really solid payday indeed. And that was a very challenging final bracket to come through. Don't forget, we started with up to 256 players just to break it down to the final 8 that got to play today, Canty. And there were no invites, right? It was a completely open tournament. Anyone could just rock up and enter. Every single player here had to get their positions on merit alone. So it's been a very long day. As many people will know, DreamHack tournaments are famous for having really long days. You're only as good as your play 8, 10, 12 hours into a tournament, right? It's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. And there are very few places where that's more true than at DreamHack.
Absolutely. Of course, DreamHack having chess here is absolutely amazing, guys. Of course, we saw some amazing chess today and some amazing games from some amazing players. Today was just amazing. I mean, come on now, John. This was a great day, of course, and congratulations to Bortnik making it all the way through. That is really nice from him. Very great chess here. And, of course, we have 4 spots punching their way all the way to the EWC. So congratulations to them as well.
So here is a look at what we have given away today. We started, of course, in the top 8. And there you can see the prize distribution actually going all the way down to 16th here, $20,000. The Chess and Esports World Cup at DreamHack. But it is the top 4 that walk away with the lion's share. In 4th place, $2,000. We had Tang walking away with that. In 3rd place, $3,000. We did a fantastic job, but ultimately it was Aravind who'd walk away with that. And then Sarana in 2nd with $4,500 and Bortnik taking home $6,000. But everyone on the left-hand side of that graphic wins their all expenses paid trip to the Last Chance Qualifier in Riyadh as part of the Esports World Cup event. Kanti, huge day of games, really, really exciting stuff all around. What are your thoughts before we close out?
It was great chess, of course, and love to see it. And anything and everything does happen, especially when there's no increment involved. Of course, we saw some excellent chess today, lots of fun, lots of tactics, and of course, things that we can learn from ourselves and be inspired by. So it was awesome to see. Of course, esports, chess and esports, and at DreamHack, that is insane. We've never seen it before. Now it's here, and of course, much more to come as we have the Esports World Cup coming up. So it's going to be amazing to see these players there playing as well. So it's been a great day. I'm excited to see, the future of chess as we know it.
So in the near future, of course, Norway Chess starts tomorrow, where a lot of the world's strongest players are going to be duking out. Hopefully you guys will be watching our live coverage. But at the same time, all eyes on the Esports World Cup this summer, where literally anybody who is anybody in chess is going to be in Riyadh looking at those huge prize purses. And 4 players have now made it to the Last Chance Qualifier there. We're going to be watching that live. It's extremely exciting. So congratulations once again to Bortnik, Sarana, Aravind, and Tang. And that is it for our DreamHack Dallas coverage. Thank you very much to Chess.com and the Esports World Cup, as well as DreamHack, for allowing us to put this on. Everybody behind the scenes who make this broadcast possible. And of course, all of us in front of and behind the camera. We hope you guys have a wonderful afternoon, evening, morning, wherever you happen to be. Stay safe, and we look forward to welcoming you back on stream at some point very, very soon indeed. From Kanti and I, have a wonderful evening. Good night.